Section 1 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation, 1453 to 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. Europe in Renaissance and Reformation, 1453 to 1660 by Mary A. Hollings. Introduction. Our own times are separated from the Middle Ages mainly by two differences. The boundaries both of the geographical world and of the world of thought have been enlarged. The globe has been explored. Men no longer set limits to the knowledge they may gain. These are the great results of two movements which may be said to divide medieval from modern times, namely, the Renaissance, which made a rediscovery to man of the powers of the human mind, and the Age of Discovery, which meant for the medieval mind the enlargement of the universe. To both these a stimulus was given by the fall of the Greek Empire in 1453. Constantinople was at last captured by the Turks, who for over a century had been pressing toward its gates. During the early 15th century, Greek scholars had occasionally settled in Italy to teach their language. There was already among Italians an enthusiastic interest in Greek literature and art, when the fall of the Eastern Empire drove many more of its subjects to seek a livelihood in Florence and other wealthy towns. Students crowded to Greek lectures, monastic libraries were ransacked for classical manuscripts. The increased demand for copies soon created a supply by means of the new German invention of printing, which was promptly taken up in Italy. The treasures of the new learning could therefore be shared by all Europe, but it was the keen Italian mind that fell most under the spell of the deep critical thought of the Greeks, their joy in life, their worship of beauty. It was natural, too, that classical study should first be revived in Italy, because the great traditions of ancient Rome and its Greek civilization had never quite lost their hold on Italians. So universal among Italian scholars was the use of Latin or Greek that there was almost a danger of the disappearance of their own language. But though it produced no great Italian literature, the Renaissance found wonderful expression in the arts of painting, sculpture, and architecture, and the great schools of central Italy, Florence, and Venice gave to the world mighty artists: Raphael, Michelangelo, Da Vinci, and Titian. It would be interesting to trace from these beginnings how the influence of the Renaissance went on to show itself in other countries in the form most natural to each: in Germany and the Netherlands in painting, in England in literature, in Spain in painting and literature. The fall of Constantinople also hastened the Age of Discovery. The navigators of the time were the Portuguese, and it seems that a desire to wrest from the Moors some of the gains of African trade first started their voyages down the west coast. In Eastern Europe, the fact that the Turks now overran the trade routes made Asiatic commerce risky and expensive. Since Constantinople, the chief Oriental mart for Europe, was lost to the Christian, some other way must be found to the East. Necessity proved the mother of discovery. In looking for a track to the far East, Columbus stumbled upon a new continent, while Vasco da Gama's famous voyage to India by the Cape of Good Hope in 1497 finished the work of Diaz and the Portuguese mariners, and opened up the oldest continent to European trade and conquest. In 1519, Magellan's expedition earned the proud distinction of first circumnavigating the globe. Europe turned her face to the west, and the Mediterranean ceased to be her commercial centre. New countries on the shores of the Atlantic took their places in the forefront of commercial enterprise. The great age of the Italian and South German towns was past. This was realized by the Venetian diarist, who notes on the arrival of the news of da Gama's achievement: "The whole city was distressed and astounded, and the wisest heads take it to be the worst piece of information that we could ever have had." The great states of our own times were in this period of change being built up in Christendom, which it had been the dream of the Middle Ages to keep intact as one Church and one Empire. Of these young nations the chief were France, England, and Spain, each ruled by a strong king. In Germany and Italy, on the other hand, the weakness of the central power in the first, and the total absence in the second, left the people of each so free to go their own way that they lacked sense enough of a common life to wish to be nations at all. But the variety for which these circumstances made room gives their history special interest. In warfare, the use of gunpowder and the invention of artillery gradually destroyed feudalism, and put into the hands of governments a weapon against which rebellion was at first powerless. But the rise of the people was beginning as wealth and education increased, though it did not keep pace at first with that of the kings. To society at large, men were beginning to have an importance in themselves. In the Middle Ages, their importance was generally swallowed up in the class or institution or order to which they belonged. End of section 1. Section 2 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. The Empire in the 15th Century, Part 1. Owing to the weakness of the crown, Germany was still the most feudal of all countries and lagged far behind the rest in national growth. The Holy Roman Empire, to give it the full and proper name, was at this time ruled by the Habsburg Emperor Frederick III. It consisted of a collection of states, including the 7 electorates, namely the 3 Rhenish archbishoprics of Mainz, Mayence, Trier, Treves, and Cologne, Cologne, and the 4 states of Bohemia, Saxony, Brandenburg, and the Palatinate. Other important members of the empire were the group of the Austrian dominions, including Austria proper, Tyrol, East Swabia, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, then divided between 3 branches of the Habsburg family, and the duchies of Bavaria and Württemberg. These territories, which were already almost independent states, had all sprung from the larger feudal fiefs. Their growth to complete independence is one of the chief features of German history of this period, for in face of their opposition, it seemed impossible to provide the empire with a strong government, and the Habsburgs in their family dominions themselves became the worst offenders against national unity. Each prince had the same problem to solve in his state that so sorely needed to be solved for the empire, namely, how to provide a system of justice and of taxation and an efficient fighting force. But he was jealous of any imperial organization that might interfere with his private arrangements, and Frederick and his successor Maximilian, as Austrian princes, were the most jealous of all. As the forest tree, for lack of proper nourishment for its roots, begins to wither and fall away at the tips of its branches, so did the extremities or outlying states of the empire. Burgundy ruled Franche-Comté, had annexed Guelders, and was ambitious of becoming an independent kingdom. France was turning her gaze toward the Rhine. The Swiss cantons were practically, though not yet legally, a republic. Italy was already lost, and the attitude of the eastern states of Hungary, Bohemia, and Poland a cause of grave anxiety, to say nothing of the Turk, who threatened the whole of the southeastern frontier. To these dangers the Habsburgs were not indifferent. They made it their business to build up a great family dominion by means of marriages and a keen attention to foreign policy. Through family possessions or connections they became guardians of the frontier on the west and southeast. They planned to recover the hold upon Italy, and at all events to prevent the French from securing a footing there, and they retained their own hold upon the empire as long as it lasted. The election of Frederick III, who reigned from 1440 to 1494, was due to his insignificance, and his reign was long and confused, resembling in some respects that of Henry III of England. Yet it has been said of him that he won all his objects in the end (Ranke). He also helped to shape the destinies both of his family and of the Empire, almost as much by what he avoided doing as by what he did. The most important questions of the day were three: the relations with outlying and foreign states, the state of the Church, and domestic reform. In the first place, Frederick was deeply interested in the fate of two important kingdoms on his eastern borders, Bohemia and Hungary. His cousin and ward, Ladislav Posthumus, king of Bohemia, was a boy. Hungary had just passed into the hands of Ladislav III, king of Poland, and every inch of land that increased the power of the rival Slav race increased the anxiety of the German. But when Ladislav fell, fighting the Turks at Varna, Ladislav Posthumus was chosen king of Hungary, thus uniting these two kingdoms under a ruler of the elder Habsburg line, whose heir, Frederick III, a member of a younger branch, hoped to become. The opportunity seemed to have come when Ladislav Posthumus died suddenly at the age of 18, leaving vacant the thrones of Hungary and Bohemia and the Duchy of Austria. Frederick eventually secured Austria, but the two kingdoms took each its own line, and respectively chose Matthias Corvinus, son of the Hungarian hero John Hunyadi, and George Podiebrad, the leader of the Hussite party in Bohemia, and regent during Ladislav's minority. Under the rule of these two able kings, Hungary and Bohemia became models to the rest of Europe of strong and tolerant government. Unfortunately, neither of them left a successor. Ladislav of Poland eventually reigned in their stead, but Frederick had the satisfaction of witnessing the conclusion of the Treaty of Pressburg (1491), by which the Habsburgs were to become the heirs of Ladislav when the male line of his house should fail. By 1526 this had come to pass on the death at Mohacs of his son Louis, whose sister Anne was the wife of Frederick's great-grandson. Thus Ferdinand of Austria, by the double claim of marriage and treaty rights, became king of Hungary and Bohemia, which the emperors, his descendants, continued to hold as their family possessions. During the critical years of this question, Frederick's chief attention was drawn to affairs in the West. Charles the Bold, ruler of the Netherlands and the two Burgundies, was the most headstrong and ambitious prince of his time. In his double position as French and German prince, holding his fiefs both of King Louis and of the Emperor, he was quite a match for either of his overlords. The aim of his career is best described in his own words: "Instead of one king of France, I should like to see 6. By 1472 he had, however, come to the conclusion that his purpose would be better served by uniting his dominions into a kingdom of the Rhine with the Emperor's sanction. A powerful new state on his western frontier was the last thing Frederick III desired to see. Attracted for a moment by Charles's proposal of a marriage between his heiress, Mary of Burgundy, and the Emperor's son, Maximilian, he consented to an interview at Trier. But when Charles arrived with crown and sceptre for his expected coronation in 1473, Frederick III, whose habit was never to face a difficulty when it could be shirked, crept away down the Moselle one night, and the disgusted Duke returned no greater a man than he came. A second chance never appeared, for Charles soon involved himself in the wars with the Swiss, in which he fell. Tyrol and Alsace, the original Habsburg inheritance in Swabia, which had been pledged for a sum of money to Charles the Bold, were recovered by their owner, Frederick III's cousin, who, being without an heir, presently handed them over to Frederick's son Maximilian, and Mary of Burgundy was glad to find a husband and protector in Maximilian amid the ruin of her father's fortunes. Frederick had every reason to congratulate himself. By the deaths of his cousin and Ladislav Posthumus, the entire Austrian dominions were once more united under his son, while Charles the Bold's daughter brought to his descendants that great Burgundian inheritance on which his heart was set. The struggle between German and Slav for supremacy in Eastern Europe was even more marked in the fate of the Teutonic Order than in the history of Hungary and Bohemia. This society of German knights, whose original aim since 1231 had been to convert and conquer the heathen Prussian Slavs, had become a ruling power for the promotion of German colonization, and inevitably clashed with the interests of Slavonic Poland. At first the knights carried all before them, but in the 15th century the tide of success turned in favour of the Slav race. Defeat in battle, the outcome of a decline in loyalty, vigour, and self-restraint within the order itself, at last overthrew it in 1466. By the Treaty of Thorn, the whole of West Prussia was surrendered to Poland, while East Prussia was left to the order as a Polish fief. In vain did the knights appeal to Frederick III for help throughout this struggle, and finally, in disgust at the selfish indifference of the Habsburgs, the Grand Master, Albert of Hohenzollern, converted East Prussia into a duchy for himself and his descendants, and the Teutonic Order came to an inglorious end. In Frederick's dealings with the Church in Germany, his conduct was the reverse of patriotic. Germany had kept outside the dispute between Pope Eugenius IV and the last great reforming council at Basel. Until Eugenius could secure the support of the Empire, there seemed little chance of his recovering his authority. To this end he wished to withdraw the Pragmatic Sanction of Mainz, which under Frederick's predecessor had secured considerable freedom to the German Church in the matters of elections and taxation. Frederick was anxious to be on good terms with the Pope at a time when he was surrounded by difficulties with the Electors, the Swiss, and the Hungarians. For reasons of diplomacy, therefore, he consented to be bought over through his clever agent Aeneas Sylvius, and by the Concordat of Vienna in 1448 sacrificed the Pragmatic Sanction for the sake of an understanding with Rome. Papal interference in Germany was already thoroughly unpopular, and had it not been for the unlucky perpetual divisions among the German princes, a scheme to depose the Emperor and reform the Church might have been carried out. As it was, however, the Pope succeeded in raising for a so-called Turkish crusade large sums of money, which went into his own treasury, a proceeding which the victims denounced as a papal plot to tame Germany. Finally, Aeneas Sylvius, now Pope Pius II, effectually checked all attempts at reform in 1460 by condemning in the bull Execrabilis all appeals to a general council as wicked and heretical. For the next 50 years, German resistance to papal claims was of the feeblest. Frederick's reign in Germany has been described as the climax of imperial neglect. The general contempt for the Emperor's authority was shown by constant private wars, among which that between Albert Achilles of Hohenzollern and the town of Nuremberg may be quoted as an example. The fact was that as long as Frederick had his way as prince in his Austrian states, he cared little what indignities the Empire might suffer. Indeed, in this matter he outprinced the princes. For 30 years he hid himself in his own territories and was deaf to what passed outside. When desperate efforts were made to rouse Frederick to head a crusade for the rescue of Constantinople in 1453, it was reported that the Emperor was planting his gardens and snaring little birds. End of section 2. Section 3 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. The Empire in the 15th Century, Part 2. Since Frederick would not fulfill his responsibilities, reformers arose to relieve him of them. The Diet or Parliament of the Empire consisted of the 7 electors, the princes, and the imperial towns, although the towns only made good their right to be consulted in 1489. There remained two important unrepresented classes: the imperial knights, who, like the towns, were tenants in chief, and the peasants. But it was not until the reign of Frederick's great-grandson Charles that their grievances became a public danger. All the earlier attempts at reform in his reign Frederick persistently ignored. A proposal in 1461 to depose him in favour of George Podiebrad came to nothing. The scheme which had most chance of success in his later years was that of Berthold, Archbishop of Mainz, who in 1484 planned to provide an efficient central government, somewhat after the manner of the baronial party in Henry III's reign, not under the crown, but under a committee of nobles. Its chief features were a permanent court of justice, the land peace to supersede Faustrecht, or the right of waging private war, a system of taxation called the common penny, and the raising of an imperial army. The emperor proved the worst enemy of the plan, which, as long as he lived, had not much life in it. Frederick did not lay up for himself a peaceful old age. He was driven from his capital by the Hungarians in 1485, and wandered from one monastery to another seeking refuge. Yet even then he scored the second great triumph of his reign in persuading the electors to accept in his lifetime his son as King of the Romans. To Maximilian, indeed, he confided the chief authority during his last years. From his own point of view, Frederick's reign was on the whole a success. He had come to a working understanding with the Pope. He had defeated reform. He had outlived all his worst enemies, and had built up a great family dominion. His belief in Austria's future was shown by his practice of marking his property with the 5 vowels A-E-I-O-U, which stand in either German or Latin for Austria shall rule the world. Frederick was to some extent far-sighted. He moved slowly to his ends, uninfluenced by dislike or popularity. He was undignified, miserly, and, in the opinion of contemporaries, cowardly. But that may have been because he was neither soldier nor sportsman. He had a sense of humour and unfailing cheerfulness. He was not a statesman. To the German patriot of his time he must have been past praying for. Yet there is something masterly about the inactivity of his reign. Maximilian I, who reigned from 1493 to 1519, Kaiser Max, as his subjects called him, was a great contrast to his father, and from his frank and friendly intercourse with all classes was one of the most popular of kings. He was brave, adventurous, and dignified, a mighty hunter and a master of all the arts of chivalry. He was very gifted, very cultivated, and so quick and resourceful that some of his failures may have been due to his inability to recognize any limits at all to his capacity. There was a queer strain in his character which led him to carry about his own coffin with him in later life, to write that curious book, The White King, describing his own career, and to talk apparently seriously of being elected Pope. He was vain, restless, and fickle. As Bacon said of him, he ended things by imagination, as an ill archer who draws not his arrows up to the head. If it suited his purpose, he could lie and cheat. Despite his popularity, he was not well served, for he never trusted his ministers with full powers. But with all his faults and eccentricities, he remains one of the most brilliant and attractive figures of his age. The great question of reform of the Empire faced Maximilian in Germany. It had been shelved in his father's reign, but his own plans forbade that it should be any longer ignored. There seemed 3 possible methods of reform. The strongest measure would have been reform through a monarchy resembling those which were being built up at the moment in England, France, and Spain. The second method, though also aiming at converting the disconnected German states into a living united nation, proposed to bind them by the looser tie of a federal union. And the third method made no appeal to national feelings at all, but contented itself with a reorganization of each state internally. Few men were better fitted than Maximilian to play the part demanded by the first method. But unfortunately, his object was not reform at all, but war, and the two aims were naturally opposed. The state of Europe interested him far more than the state of Germany, both because he built up schemes of European diplomacy, and because the extension of the Habsburg inheritance, rather than the strengthening of the Empire, was as dear to his heart as it had been to Frederick III's. The European situation, just after his accession, was full of possibilities for Maximilian. His position in the Netherlands had at last improved. Charles VIII had just started on his fateful Italian journey, after rejecting Maximilian's daughter Margaret and taking another bride in the person of Anne of Brittany, who had been married by proxy to Maximilian himself. The Pope was on the point of flight from Rome, and the Austrian dominions were threatened by the Turks. Maximilian soon joined the Italian League against France, and this made some concession to the reforming party inevitable, or he could not get money for his outfit. The proceedings of the Diet of Worms in 1498 may be said to sum up all the difficulties of this question. Maximilian came demanding money to relieve Milan from the French and to keep a standing army for 10 years. The only available troops were raised by detachments by the electors, princes, and cities, and had no common organization at all. In return, the reforming party put forth its scheme drawn up by Berthold, Archbishop of Mainz, who was more deeply impressed than any other man with the crying needs of the Empire. They hoped to relieve Maximilian practically of all authority, except command in war. They set up the Imperial Chamber, a stationary and permanent court of 16 members, half of whom were to be lawyers, chosen by the Diet and responsible to it alone. Its duties were to try breaches of the peace, for the abolition of the Faustrecht or private war was proclaimed throughout the Empire, to act as a court of appeal, and to administer the national revenue, which was to be raised in future by the system known as the common penny. This combined the features of both property and income taxes, being levied at the rate of 1 florin in every 1,000, while in the case of the poor it was equivalent to a poll tax, 1 florin being collected from a group of 24. The tax was to be collected by the princes in the towns, and here the difficulty began. The knights announced that as they did not attend diets, they were not bound by them, while the bishops objected to taking orders from a lay council such as the Chamber. Maximilian set a bad example by declining to collect the tax in Austria. He was jealous of the proposed court, and was besides annoyed that the administration of justice by the Chamber would deprive him of his principal source of income, namely the fees of his Austrian Court of Justice. As soon as possible he left for Italy. He made no effort to return for the annual meetings of the Diet, and in his absence any scheme of reform was doomed to failure. Troubles abroad, however, thickened around him, not the least of these being a war with the Swiss in 1499. The reforms of the Diet applied to Switzerland, as it was still in theory part of the Empire, but the Swiss objected to the Imperial Chamber, and saw no reason for collecting the common penny, since they were able to maintain peace in their cantons without interference from the Diet, in which indeed they were not represented. By the death of Sigismund of Tyrol in 1496, his lands had passed to Maximilian, and certain local leagues, alarmed at this addition to his power, associated themselves with the 10 cantons of the Confederation, thereby drawing the latter into their own quarrels with Tyrol. In the war that broke out, only the Swabian League gave help, and after suffering defeats which were a great blow to his military prestige, Maximilian came to terms in the Treaty of Basel, which freed the Swiss from the tax and all imperial jurisdiction, though they continued to be part of the empire in name until the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. Under circumstances that were not improved by the French conquest of Milan in 1500, Maximilian himself proposed at the Diet of Augsburg a standing committee of the Diet, known as the Council of Regency, to act as the executive in his prolonged absences from Germany. The power lay with the electors and princes. It was, as the Venetian ambassador described it, an abdication of the emperor. But Maximilian had only abdicated to gain help against France, and when the council concluded on its own account a treaty with that country, thereby setting it free to recover Naples, he was furious at being outwitted, and himself sold the Duchy of Milan to Louis XII. He withheld the pay of the members of the imperial chamber, which broke up. When the electors assembled a meeting to discuss his deposition, Maximilian, at the lowest ebb of his fortune, set his face toward Austria. He would in future, he said, act as an Austrian prince. The result for Austria was the establishment of a real central government, such as Germany lacked. But he also applied himself to form a party among the younger princes, who soon yielded to his fascination, to win the nobles by concessions of toll and the bishops by nominating his supporters to their sees with the Pope's help. Whilst the plan of deposition ended in talk, Maximilian's prospects began to clear. The death of Berthold of Mainz removed almost the only man he regarded as an enemy. The marriages of his two children, with the son and eldest daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, promised much for the house of Habsburg, and relieved his immediate needs. After the birth in 1500 of his grandson Charles, Maximilian thought seriously of taking the imperial crown, though he contented himself with the title of Imperator Electus, without receiving the crown from the Pope's hands. Thereafter he was styled Emperor, and his successors, with the sole exception of Charles, took the same course. Meanwhile, the prospects of the reform movement waned as the Emperor's position improved. All chance of national reform had disappeared. All that remained possible was reorganization within each state, and in this direction Maximilian did something to set an example in Austria. To those who really cared for their country, the failure of national reform must have been a heartbreaking affair. But the responsibility for it does not lie with the Emperor alone. German jealousy of Austria's predominance had something to do with it, as had the indifference displayed by the electors to the Emperor's foreign policy. There is no doubt, too, that most of the schemes aroused the opposition of the smaller princes, because they proposed to give overwhelming influence to the greater. Maximilian never even attempted to give life to any plan for welding the German states into a modern monarchy, and as that form of government contained perhaps the best chance of success in that age, it only remained for each state to do for itself what no one seemed able to do for the empire, and make its prince the real centre of government. At the same time, it must not be supposed that the reform movement left no traces behind it. At one of the later diets, the whole of the empire, except Bohemia, was divided into 10 circles, in each of which a captain was locally appointed to carry out, with the aid of a force of cavalry, the decisions of the imperial chamber, a plan that came into working order under Charles V. The imperial chamber itself, as subsequently revived, was one of the most valuable results of the movement. After the abandonment of the common penny, military forces were raised by the matricular system, which, ignoring the principle of imperial unity, provided that a quota should be contributed by each estate. Maximilian must be credited with the success of the German Landsknecht, or foot soldier, whom he took great pains to make efficient in battle, and for whose equipment he borrowed ideas from the Swiss. He was also a practical pioneer in the invention of light field artillery. Nevertheless, the political and social disorders of the reign became more marked at its end. The Swabian League of nobles, knights, and cities, which had done useful work in South Germany for the past 20 years, split up. A counter league under the Duke of Württemberg sprang into being, and fell to blows with the league itself. The knights, wolves to commerce, were once more prominent in the person of the famous Sickingen, waging private war against the city of Worms. The roads were insecure. Justice was not done. The French were carrying all before them in Italy, while Maximilian was harassed by the eternal shortness of money. The religious troubles under Luther had broken out, and the misery of the peasants manifested itself in the rise of the Bundschuh. Everything, in short, was in train for the Reformation, which in Germany was to be much more than a purely religious movement. End of section 3. Section 4 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. France under Louis XI and Charles VIII. Part 1. By 1453, Calais was all that remained to the English of their dominions in France. The reign of Charles VII is famous for a thorough reform of his kingdom, yet the king's last years were destined to pass in uneasy suspicion. He banished his eldest son Louis to his province of Dauphiné, which soon became a meeting place for the disloyal and discontented. The Dauphin married the Duke of Savoy's daughter, and looked round for other supporters of his cause. Chief among these was his father's vassal and former foe, Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy. When in 1456 the king sent an army to subdue Dauphiné, Louis took refuge at the Duke's court. During his 5 years' stay he gained a knowledge of men and matters that was to prove of the greatest use in his later dealings with Burgundy. As Charles VII grimly put it, "My cousin is sheltering the fox that will one day eat his chickens." This somewhat scattered flock, his territories, Philip was in fact busy trying to gather together. The northern group, consisting mainly of Flanders, Brabant, and Luxembourg, was separated by the independent Duchy of Lorraine from the two Burgundies in the south. By the Treaty of Arras, 1425, certain strong towns on the Somme had been handed over to Philip on the understanding that they might be redeemed by France later. But Charles discovered before long that this was not to be in his lifetime. Meanwhile, the Croix party at the Burgundian court was friendly to France, and their influence upon Duke Philip was strong. There was a curious likeness between the two courts at this time. In each case there was a sovereign controlled by an unpopular favourite, with a hostile heir. Charles of Charolais, the future Charles the Bold, played the Dauphin's part in Burgundy, while the arch-intriguer, the Count of St. Paul, hovered between them both, turning to his own account every possible advantage. Louis managed, however, to keep on good terms with both Burgundian parties until the news of his father's death in 1461 raised him to the French throne, 1461 to 1483. The new reign began badly. The foundations of a strong kingship had been well and truly laid by Charles VII, but at first his son showed an almost reckless faculty for taking false steps. Fortunately, he was at the same time, as Comines said, the cleverest of kings at recovering his footing, yet a little tact would have saved him this trouble. His dismissal of his father's ministers and generals, especially Dunois, Duchâtel, and Dampmartin, though probably eventually necessary, was so hasty as to drive these important public servants to the side of the discontented nobles. The outcome of this alliance was the War of the Public Weal in 1465. The great French nobles, the Princes of the Lilies, were of the blood royal, and their general aim was to make themselves as independent as possible. The most powerful leaders were the Dukes of Bourbon and Brittany, and the Count of Charolais, son of the Duke of Burgundy. Others were Charles of Berry, the king's brother, John of Calabria, brother of Margaret of Anjou, and the Count of St. Paul. Their grievances were of a personal or class nature, but these private aims were hidden under the patriotic title of the League of the Public Weal. For instance, the king had on his accession restricted hunting rights. He had removed Bourbon and Charolais from their respective posts as governors of Guienne and Normandy. By the help of the Croix party in Burgundy, he had persuaded Philip to let him redeem the Somme towns, with the result that the Croix were expelled from court, where Charles of Charolais became the real ruler. Louis quarrelled with the Duke of Brittany about a question of homage, and the latter tried to bring into play that alliance between England and Burgundy, which had been such an important feature in the last part of the 100 Years' War. The king-maker Warwick was in favour of Louis's suggestion of a French marriage alliance for Edward IV. But the English king, without consulting anyone, chose to marry Elizabeth Woodville, St. Paul's niece, and thus arose between him and Warwick a coolness which soon became open hostility, and led England to play some part in the affairs of France and Burgundy in this reign. Meanwhile, Louis, determined to strike first at the rebels, found that most of the trained forces responded to his call, thus giving him an advantage over the feudal levies of the enemy led by Charolais. The only engagement was an indecisive skirmish at Montlhéry. Louis exerted himself greatly to break up the League, whose members, recognisable by a red silk tag, numbered more than 500 lords, ladies, and knights. He won over the city of Paris by remitting taxes and inviting its representatives to his council. He set himself to divide the nobles by redressing the special grievances of each. Their demands were set forth in the Treaty of Saint-Marc in 1465, but Louis's design was merely to satisfy each for the time being by giving largely and promising still more (commune). Nothing further was heard of the public wrongs. The public weal became individual weal, and the king lost no time in recovering most of what he had yielded to the princes. He stirred up an insurrection in Liège, a little state in the Netherlands, ruled by its own bishop under the patronage of Burgundy. While Charolais was suppressing the rising, he recovered Normandy, which the treaty had obliged him to entrust to his brother. He decided to see what a personal interview would do for him with Charles the Bold, and, armed with a safe conduct, visited him at Péronne. This, the second of his false steps, nearly ended in tragedy. With the king arrived news of a renewed outbreak at Liège, openly encouraged by the king's envoys. Charles, beside himself with rage, swore to have his sovereign's life, and it was only through a well-judged distribution of handsome sums of gold among Charles's ministers that their master was pacified. As it was, Louis had to agree to carry out the Treaty of Saint-Marc, give up Champagne to his brother instead of Normandy, and accompany Charles on a punitive expedition against Liège, so lately his ally. The town was taken and sacked. This done, Louis, taking leave of the Duke, casually asked, "Supposing my brother is discontented with Champagne, what would you like me to do?" Charles replied absently, "Settle it between you, as long as he is satisfied." The king seized the chance to persuade his brother to accept Guienne, which, being, unlike Champagne, remote from both Burgundy and Brittany, was comparatively safe in the hands of the easily led duke. Thus Louis contrived not only to escape from the worst scrape of his life, but in his crafty way to turn it to account. He even delayed to give up the Somme towns till his brother's death in 1471 made it safe flatly to refuse to fulfil his promise. For several years before that event, however, Louis's relations with Brittany, Burgundy, and England continued to be full of difficulties. Since 1466 he had been allied with Warwick, who had quarrelled with Edward IV, while the Yorkist party in England had definitely ranged itself on the side of Burgundy by the marriage of Edward's sister Margaret with Charles the Bold. Preparations were made for a war between France on the one hand, and Burgundy, Brittany, and England on the other. But at the critical moment Edward was distracted by a Lancastrian rising in Wales, and Francis of Brittany withdrew from the alliance. Warwick played his hand so as to become indispensable whichever party should succeed. He married his elder daughter Isabella to Clarence, Edward's brother, and with his son-in-law defeated and took prisoner the king. But the intervention of Charles the Bold and Edward's own popularity made it necessary to release him, and Warwick and Clarence fled to France. Louis brought about a reconciliation between his cousin Queen Margaret of Anjou and the kingmaker, which resulted in the marriage of the Prince of Wales with Anne Neville, Warwick's younger daughter. In 1470 a rapid revolution followed in England. Henry VI found himself once more upon the throne, while Edward took refuge in Burgundy, to the great annoyance of Charles the Bold. In spite of the fact that the fugitive was his brother-in-law, Charles was fond of dwelling upon his own Lancastrian descent through his Portuguese mother, being alive to the possibility of succeeding in this way to the English throne. His solution of the difficulty was characteristic of the time. While publicly recognizing Henry VI as king and threatening death to any of his subjects who should join Edward, he secretly gave him help to return to England. The utter overthrow of the Lancastrian cause at Barnet and Tewkesbury was a blow to the hopes of Louis XI, for whom fresh trouble with Burgundy, Brittany, and Guienne had already arisen through the agency of St. Paul. This noble was at once a vassal of Burgundy and constable or commander-in-chief of the French army. His wife was the Queen's sister, and his niece married to Edward IV. Through these connections, and by carefully balancing his relations with France and Burgundy, he hoped to fill a semi-royal position in Europe, and was fairly safe in his intrigues as long as France and Burgundy did not combine against him. He now persuaded Louis to seize Saint-Quentin and Amiens, hoping that the Duke would hasten to buy the alliance of Charles of Guienne by giving him his daughter Mary in marriage. Thus he hoped to secure the Duke of Guienne's lasting support, which might enable him in future to dispense with that of France and Burgundy. To this scheme, however, Edward IV was unfriendly. Mary was the heiress of Charles the Bold, and as in the event of the death of the Dauphin, a delicate baby, the Duke of Guienne would succeed his brother as king, the result of this marriage might be the union of Burgundy and France, which would prove a danger to English interests. He was even now ready to throw over the Burgundian alliance for one with France. But Louis preferred a truce with Burgundy to new entanglements with England, and the opportune death of the Duke of Guienne in 1472 released him from his difficulties. Guienne itself became crown property once more. Louis threw over the negotiations with Burgundy and promptly invaded Brittany. Charles made a furious attack on the French border country, took and sacked Nesle with great cruelty, laid siege to Beauvais, and tried to gain Edward IV's help. Beauvais resisted so gallantly that the Duke, realizing that it would be a long affair, and wearying of a struggle which no longer accorded with the policy shaping itself in his mind, made a truce with France, which was destined to be a lasting peace. Thus ended in 1472 Charles's career as leader of the French princes. His ambition now turned to building up a kingdom of Burgundy, midway between France and Germany, which would stretch from Holland to Italy, and cover most of the territory once ruled by Lothair, grandson of Charles the Great. By rapid stages Charles followed out this new path. As early as 1468 he had lent money to Sigismund of Tyrol in his difficulties with the Swiss, and had received as security of repayment Alsace and Breisgau, which he was now trying to reduce to order under his harsh and unpopular bailiff Hagenbach. In 1473 he bought Gelderland from its unwilling duke, between whom and his son Charles had undertaken to arbitrate in a dispute. In the same year the death of Nicholas, son of John of Calabria, the last descendant in the male line of King René of Anjou, gave him an excuse for interfering in Lorraine, though the young René, Nicholas's sister's son, was ready and willing to defend his own claim. After Frederick III decamped from Trèves, Charles took up the cudgels on behalf of the Archbishop of Cologne against his subjects, wasting a year in besieging Neuss and arousing the displeasure of the Emperor, who considered it none of his business. Meanwhile Louis, who had been regarding these events with watchful eye, judged that the moment had come for him to set on foot an alliance between the duke's increasing foes. He reconciled Sigismund with the Swiss, the Alsatian towns found the money to repay Charles, and Hagenbach was put to death. French gold fostered the war party among the cantons led by Bern. Even Frederick III was brought into Louis's net, though he replied with his usual caution to a proposal of the king to share Charles's inheritance, saying that it was better to wait to divide the bear's skin till the beast was dead. Lastly, René of Lorraine invaded Luxembourg. On his side Charles made an agreement with the regent of Savoy, Louis's own sister, and an Italian friend of hers, who brought mercenaries to his aid, and at once Grandson and Morat in her territories was overrun. But a more striking event was an alliance between the Duke and Edward IV in 1475. After some delay Edward reached Calais, only to find Charles and a small following to receive him, for the bulk of the Duke's army, though exhausted by the siege of Neuss, had been sent off to attack Lorraine. In this quest it was successful, and Charles had the great joy of seeing his northern and southern dominions at last united. End of section 4. Section 5 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. France under Louis XI and Charles VIII, Part 2. Another ally of the English, St. Paul, actually fired on them from Saint-Quentin, whose gates he had offered to open to them. Edward was not pleased with the situation. Nothing, says the critical Comines, can be imagined more foolish and uncouth than the figure cut by the English army on its first landing. But in a short time, he admits, they became brave and skilful soldiers. Louis now exerted himself to turn aside Edward's intention. To Garter, King-at-Arms, charged with declaring England's defiance, he made presents of gold and velvet. So that no time should be lost, he improvised a herald of his own, and in 1475 arranged a meeting with Edward at Pecquigny. For a sum of money from Louis, referred to as Prince of France, Edward promised to withdraw his troops and to give in marriage to the Dauphin his daughter Elizabeth. When the news came to his ears, Charles roundly abused Edward in English for the benefit of the bystanders. But he was obliged to make terms with France. This truce proved the ruin of the Constable St. Paul, who had betrayed both France and Burgundy in turn, and he was executed. On his fall, Louis recovered Picardy. Charles now seemed at the summit of his fortunes, but his new gains, without the recovery of Alsace, did not satisfy him. In 1476 he therefore declared war on the Swiss. At Granson, in the territory of Savoy, the two forces met. The victory of the Swiss was overwhelming. The Duke's guns, camp, and war chest fell into their hands. He retreated into a castle near Pontarlier, cursing the hitherto despised enemy. In a second battle a few months later the Duke's army was overthrown at Morat, when many of his troops were driven into the lake to perish. That year young René of Lorraine recovered Nancy, his capital, and the Duke, though it was midwinter, laid siege to the town. The battle which raged about its walls was to be the last of his unsuccessful sieges. On his great black charger, Charles was last seen alive where the fight was hottest. His dead body was recovered on January 5th, 1477, frozen hard into the mud of a brook, and no man knew the manner of his death. So great was the impression Charles made on his own age, that for a long time his subjects, unable to believe him dead, prophesied that like Arthur or Barbarossa he would return. Yet Charles to us seems a figure of somewhat showy splendour, aspiring to a greater part than he could play. His character was not attractive. He was outwitted by better brains than his own. Though temperate in life, inflexibly just, ever ready to listen to grievances, courageous, sincere, and more straightforward than most of his brother rulers, his virtues did not eclipse in the popular mind his cold severity, his chariness of praise, the outbursts of violence and cruelty that disfigured his later years. Restless and grasping as he was, he had neither insight nor judgment to cope with subtle and discriminating minds. Even his family affections were sacrificed to ambition, and rather than put up with a son-in-law, he left his defenceless child to hold her own as best she might between her callous subjects and Louis, her unprincipled godfather. The latter, we are told, celebrated the news of Charles's death by a grand banquet, at which the uneasy guests, conscious of many lapses from loyalty, wondered gloomily what fate was likely to overtake them, now that the king's hands were free. Louis, indeed, could not make up his mind whether to marry Mary to some French prince or to despoil her of her inheritance, and ended up by trying to do both at once. This policy was its own ruin. Having gained over to his marriage scheme Mary's confidential Burgundian ministers, he next betrayed them to their bitter enemies, the Estates of Ghent, with whom he also wished to stand well. In vain Mary pleaded in the market-place for their lives. They were put to death. At the same time, Louis was already in possession of the Duchy of Burgundy and the Somme towns which he had seized on the first news of Charles's death, and of other territories which he was obliged later to restore. War broke out between France and Burgundy. Louis conquered Arras, and Artois submitted. The death before Tournai of Adolf of Gelderland, a young ruffian whom Mary's subjects sought to force upon her in marriage, caused Louis to revert during a truce to his marriage schemes. But his agents were unpopular, and Mary had never forgiven Louis his treachery towards her. The suit of Maximilian of Austria was revived, and the young duchess was solemnly betrothed to him in 1477. So mean, however, about money was Frederick III, that the emperor's son made his state entry into Ghent at his bride's expense. Though Maximilian was 2 years younger than Mary, he showed a gay courage in facing the situation that would have won the heart of a less distressful princess. When the wedding festivities were over, he made ready to defend his wife's dominions. In the war that followed, French troops overran the county of Burgundy. In the north, Maximilian laid siege to Terouenne, and in the one pitched battle of the war held his ground. But the early death of Mary, from the results of a fall from her horse, left her husband without real authority in the Netherlands, since the guardianship of the 2 children, Philip and Margaret, was claimed by the Estates of Flanders. He was therefore ready to come to terms with France, and Louis, whose health was visibly failing, was not unwilling for peace. By the Treaty of Arras in 1482, the Dauphin was to marry Margaret of Austria, Maximilian's little daughter, who was to be educated in France for her future destiny, and to bring Artois and the county of Burgundy as dowry to her husband. The solemn betrothal of the children took place, to the intense anger of Edward IV., who, however, died before he could take any steps to avenge the insult to his daughter, already styled Dauphiness. After several turbulent years in the Netherlands, and having even undergone the indignity of imprisonment at the hands of his subjects in Bruges, Maximilian returned to Germany. Since no objection had been raised in the Treaty of Arras, Louis retained the Somme towns and the Duchy of Burgundy. At the time of his death, other important possessions had come into his hands. By his intervention between the King of Aragon and his subjects, Louis had already gained Roussillon and Cerdagne, thus bringing his frontier to the Pyrenees. The possessions of the House of Anjou, namely Anjou, Maine, Bar, and Provence, and the Angevin claim upon Naples, had been left to the king by the will of his cousin, the Count of Maine, who had been made King René's heir. The position of the great vassals had altered greatly since the War of the Public Weal. The king's brother and the Duke of Burgundy were no more. The Duke of Alençon had died in prison. The Count of Armagnac was killed leading a rising on his estates. The Duke of Nemours and St. Paul had ended on the block. The Duke of Bourbon was failing in health, and his brother and heir was married to the king's younger daughter, while Louis of Orleans was husband of the elder. Of the throng of princes of the lilies, the Duke of Brittany alone remained powerful and dangerous. During the last years of his life, Louis tried by feverish activity to disguise the fact of his failing health. He sent frequent embassies, made collections of relics and of strange animals, and relentlessly punished offenders, lest it should be supposed that his grasp of affairs had relaxed. The notoriously shabby king developed a liking for gorgeous apparel, but he lived in darkened rooms and in great seclusion. His natural suspiciousness increased with illness, and he shut himself up at Plessis-les-Tours, where he was strongly guarded. But soldiers were no protection against poison, which was his chief dread. His attendants, mostly low-born favourites, treated him harshly, but they were the only men in whom he felt any confidence, since they depended entirely on his favour. The dying king, filled with nervous terrors in his gloomy fortress, is a tragic figure. After a paralytic stroke, his life ended at the age of 61 in 1483. The whole reign of Louis bears the stamp of his character. In virtues and vices alike he lived according to a public, not a private standard. He had acute intelligence, great wit, wide interests, and boundless perseverance. He would spare no pains to gain a man who could either serve or harm him. Like Napoleon, he studied carefully the characters of the chief men of those courts with whom he had most to do. He spent great sums on intrigues and negotiations, invariably preferring the crooked way to the straight. In political cunning and subtlety he had nothing to learn from the most finished Italian of the age, and he hated above all things expenditure on wars. In regard to money matters he was businesslike and honourably exact in discharging his obligations. Though suspicious and timid, he had an unbridled tongue, the origin of most of his worst scrapes. His religion was mere grovelling superstition. Though not perhaps vindictive, he was certainly cruel. He played an apparently losing game with endless resource and courage, and was seen at his best in adversity. As Charles VIII was still a minor, the government was carried on by a regent, his sister, Anne de Beaujeu, whose husband was a younger brother of the Duke of Bourbon. She was a woman of power and vigour, and inherited the political ability of her father. She had anything but an easy time, for the death of Louis was a signal for the outbreak of discontent. The States General at Tours presented a number of grievances reflecting upon the methods of the late government. The nobles, led by the Duke of Orleans, rose in rebellion and began to intrigue with Richard III. Of England. Anne therefore took advantage of the presence in Brittany of Henry of Richmond to support his expedition against Richard. René of Lorraine, too, who showed signs of attempting to recover his lost inheritance, was pacified by the present of the Duchy of Bar. The most important question for the regency was, however, the marriage of Anne of Brittany, heiress of the Duke, who had been for so long a thorn in the side of France. On the death of Duke Francis, Anne de Beaujeu began to negotiate for the hand of his heiress for the young king, but was indignant at finding that she was already the bride by proxy of Maximilian of Austria. On the ground that the royal consent was necessary for the marriage of a vassal and heiress, the regent swept aside the marriage. Anne of Brittany, however, still refused her royal suitor, and only submitted after a war in which her hand was the price of defeat. Maximilian was, however, too busy elsewhere to avenge the insult to himself and his daughter, for the marriage of Anne of Brittany with Charles VIII. Not only robbed Maximilian of his bride, but his daughter Margaret of her future husband. Anne de Beaujeu had now retired from the regency, but expressed her strong disapproval of a policy she was no longer able to prevent. This was a scheme proposed by the Sanseverini, barons of Naples, that Charles should lay claim to that throne as inheritor of the rights of the house of Anjou. The feather-brained young king was easily attracted by such an adventure, and so as to leave behind him a state of peace and goodwill, he concluded with Henry VII., already forgetful of the regent's support during his exile, the Treaty of Étaples, restored Roussillon and Cerdagne to Spain, and handed back to Maximilian the county of Burgundy and Artois, which had been the proposed dowry of Margaret of Austria. Charles then made ready for that fateful journey across the Alps, which may be called the first chapter in modern history. End of section 5. Section 6 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. Spain under Ferdinand and Isabella and Charles I. The history of the peninsula was, before 1479, the history of at least 5 kingdoms, namely Castile, Aragon, Portugal, Navarre, and Granada. All, with the exception of French Navarre, the western half of the little kingdom that bestrid the Pyrenees, came in one period under the rule of one man. In 1479, Ferdinand, who was already married to Isabella, Queen of Castile, succeeded his father John II upon the throne of Aragon, and the two countries were united ever after. Though the connection between them was personal, each kingdom keeping its own institutions and customs, their resources were often combined for common aims, and in this way the union had a great effect on the history of both. The kingdom of Spain also became heir to their foreign relations. It is true that circumstances caught her into the vast net of the Habsburg interests, and their multiplicity proved the ruin of Spain. Her resources were drained for Dutch wars, French wars, Italian wars, till exhaustion set in. But her own double character, shaped by the different aims and ambitions of Aragon and Castile, would have drawn her, apart from this circumstance, into European complications. Aragon's rivalry with France for the possession of Navarre and of Naples, and her dream of becoming a Mediterranean sea power, which explains her painful interest from the remote west in the Turkish advance. Castile's passionate orthodoxy, which marked her out as champion of the Church abroad, her covetousness of the maritime power of Portugal, leading to endless schemes for its possession, these and other aims would have driven Spain to play a leading part in Europe as soon as she had overcome the chief difficulties at home. There was some resemblance between the condition of Castile and Aragon. Both had lately suffered at the hands of careless or feeble rulers, and in both the succession was disputed. Isabella's firm diplomacy made good her claim to succeed her brother. Ferdinand's elder brother was removed by poison, and eventually he inherited all his father's dominions except Roussillon and Cerdagne, and these, though temporarily pawned to win the goodwill of Louis XI, were recovered from Charles VIII. Naples, which had formed part of the Aragonese dominions for a short time under Alphonse the Magnanimous, was bequeathed on his death in 1458 to his illegitimate son Ferrante, while Sicily and Sardinia passed from Aragon to the legal heir, Ferdinand's father. There were therefore two reigning branches of the House of Aragon: the lawful line in Aragon and its dependencies, and the illegitimate line in Naples. Both in Aragon and Castile the power of the crown had sunk very low, and the period that follows the accession of Ferdinand and Isabella is one of reform and revival. Theoretically, the powers of the crown in Castile were great. The Cortes, or Parliament, consisted of three houses: clergy, nobles, and commons. The first and second estates were free from taxation and had so little interest in attending that they dropped out altogether after 1538. The commons only represented certain towns and had no real share in law-making. The time, place of meeting, and agenda of the Cortes alike were fixed by the crown, and supplies were always granted before grievances were dealt with. Besides, the royal decrees were valid without the Cortes' assent. But in Aragon, where in addition to the three usual estates there was a house of knights, the Cortes was much more powerful. By law it must meet every 2 years, and the maxim that redress must precede supply was observed there as it had been in Lancastrian England. Even when the Cortes was not sitting, its powers were entrusted to a standing committee, which carried on the government. As peacemaker between king and his subjects, there was a notable official called the Justiciar, who came to be the guardian also of constitutional liberties. The first object of the new sovereigns was to recover from the nobles the powers they had usurped from the crown in both kingdoms. Everywhere in Europe at this time, kings were strengthening themselves at the expense of the feudal baronage, so that the policy of the Spanish rulers was part of a general tendency. They sometimes apparently forgot to summon the nobles to the Cortes, a privilege the latter rated low. They raised up a class of official nobles from the commons, many of whom were lawyers and inclined, as their way is, through familiarity with the maxims of Roman law, to uphold the royal authority. The new ministers of the crown were chosen not for their pedigrees, but for personal merit. Of these, the most famous was Cardinal Ximenes, who, having been promoted from the position of an obscure monk to be Archbishop of Toledo and Regent of Spain, energetically seconded his sovereign's efforts to crush the arrogant grandees. The grand masterships of the three great Spanish military orders of Santiago, Alcantara, and Calatrava had always attracted ambitious spirits on account of the immense patronage and large armed forces at their disposal. But now, as they became vacant, Isabella appointed Ferdinand to each office, and from thenceforth they were annexed to the crown, which thus enjoyed their revenues and no longer had to fear their military strength. During the reign of Henry the Impotent of Castile, the Queen's brother, the nobles had encroached upon the crown lands, and had even received some sort of title to their possessions. These territories were recovered by Isabella and Ferdinand, who also obliged the grandees to pull down their fortified castles, abolish their private mints, abandon their private feuds, forego the style of royalty, and yield themselves up as loyal and orderly subjects of the crown. The Hermandad, or confederacy of the towns, was revived for checking robbery and other crimes of violence in the open country, and it proved a very effective police system. The great hereditary offices of state were shorn of their chief powers and became merely honorary titles in carefully chosen loyal houses. The royal forces at the beginning of the reign had been insignificant, but the troops used to conquer Granada were retained in part as a standing force in 1492, and there was added to them a volunteer army trained by the great captain Gonsalvo di Cordova himself. Careful economy in the royal household made frequent assembling of the Cortes unnecessary, and the sovereigns made a good deal of use of royal ordinances in place of its legislation, without perhaps abusing this privilege. Though they fully deserved their titles, their Catholic majesties did not hesitate to resist all attempts on the part of the clergy to encroach upon their civil authority in the Church, and by threatening the Pope, Sixtus IV, with a general council, they gained from him a concordat, conferring upon the crown the right of appointment to the highest offices in the Church. Sometimes, too, they overruled the Pope's choice in smaller livings. The general work of government was carried on by different departments of the royal council, whose chiefs took their orders from the crown. Among these the most important were the Council of the Indies, a kind of colonial office, the Council of Aragon, which under Ferdinand ruled that kingdom and its dependencies, Naples and Sicily, and last but not least, the Council of the Inquisition. This court was at first revived to detect and punish relapsed Jews. It was a temptation to the crown to extend its scope, because of the profits arising from its confiscations. In 1492 the Jews of Castile were given 4 months in which to seek baptism or leave the country. More than 200,000 left Spain. Those who remained, however orthodox, were treated as outcasts from society. It was hardly to be expected that Ferdinand and Isabella, in their strong desire for national union and their fervid crusading zeal, should refrain from conquering, if they could, all that remained of the Moorish dominion in Spain, the kingdom of Granada. For 10 years, between 1482 and 1492, in spite of many reverses, they struggled on with a determination that finally overcame the enemy's lack of concentrated resistance. The conquest of Granada was the reward of systematic organization. On either side the line of march the country was invariably devastated. Forests were cut down, roads made, and towns built, most famous of which was Santa Fe, that literally sat down opposite to Granada. The inhabitants of captured towns such as Malaga were enslaved, and a new Christian population settled in their stead. Isabella herself was the life and soul of the undertaking. She rode on her war horse, clad in mail, at the head of her troops. She pawned her crown and personal jewels to raise funds. She fitted up hospitals at her own expense. Her energy and enthusiasm never flagged. At last, on receiving pledges of civil and religious liberty and of the safety of the lives and property of her defenders, Granada surrendered. But on the Spanish side, the promise was shamefully broken. 7 years later, the intolerant party at court got the upper hand and enlisted the Queen's narrow religious sympathies on their side. As in the case of the Jews, the alternative offered was baptism or exile. Many chose exile, and the irreparable loss of this diligent and thrifty population is silently testified to this day by the uncultivated tracts in southern Spain. The sovereigns themselves were their own foreign ministers, and in a later chapter some account will be given of the part played by Spain in the great Italian wars after 1494. The alliances formed at this time were also of great importance. By the marriage of their only son Juan with Maximilian's daughter Margaret, and of their eldest daughter Juana or Joan with his son Philip, The kings, as they commonly were called, not only formed a strong league against France, but in the case of the second marriage prepared the way for the great inheritance of their grandson Charles V. Henry VII. Of England was also anxious to be admitted into this august circle, and it was arranged that Arthur, Prince of Wales, whose place was afterwards taken by his brother Henry, should marry the youngest Infanta, Catherine of Aragon. The prestige of the crown was further increased by the discovery of the New World on Friday, October 12, 1492, by the Genoese navigator Christopher Columbus. From the first, Isabella had taken the deepest interest in his enterprise, and had shown it in a practical way. The Queen and her husband rose to receive Columbus when he came to Barcelona on his return, to recount his wonderful adventure, and to display the Indians, the parrots, gold, cotton, and countless curiosities he had brought with him. The newly discovered territories were regarded as the property of the crown rather than of the nation. By certain papal bulls, the countries east and west of an imaginary line were granted to Portugal and Spain respectively, while supreme control of religion in these western possessions was conferred upon the Spanish kings by Pope Alexander VI. Footnote: it was in this way that Portugal gained possession of Brazil. The death of Isabella in 1504 may be said to close the period of reform in the joint reign. It was important in lessening Ferdinand's power, and it was followed by a time of disorder which lasted till 1522. In appearance, Isabella was of a dignified presence, with regular features, chestnut hair, and blue eyes. She lived simply and dressed plainly, except at public ceremonials, when she knew how to be sumptuous. She had a strong will, a great sense of duty, tenacity, courage, and honesty. Her judgment, except in religious affairs in which she leant too much upon her confessor, was sound and independent. If bigoted and unmerciful, she was pious, and unlike some persons of her rather precise type, she was not small-minded. She had a better brain and a far better heart than her husband, whose illiterate mind and suspicious, false, and grasping nature combined to form a very unattractive character. As Isabella's beloved only son had died before her, her eldest daughter Joan and her husband Philip the Fair of Austria were declared sovereigns of Castile. But to the disgust of the Castilians, who were always jealous of Aragon, and of Philip, who tried to assert his authority, Ferdinand secured the regency. The real sovereign Joan was the victim of some form of hysteria, which plunged her into periods of gloom, when, since she would neither speak nor act, she was quite unfit to govern. It was finally settled that the government should be jointly carried on in the names of Joan, Philip, and Ferdinand. On Philip's death in 1506, Ximenes supported Ferdinand as candidate for the regency, for Joan's melancholy deepened and became permanent, and in this capacity he ruled Castile for his unfortunate daughter until his death. In the year after Isabella died, Ferdinand decided to marry again, and chose as his second wife Germaine de Foix, a niece of Louis XII., whose friendship he desired. The elder line of the same family reigned in Navarre, but when Germaine's brother Gaston fell at Ravenna, Ferdinand urged her claims to the kingdom as his heiress. A party in Navarre supported him, and the brave Queen Catherine de Foix, deserted by her cowardly husband John d'Albret, was forced to fly. Ferdinand seized all Spanish Navarre. But the d'Albret family continued to rule on the French side of the Pyrenees until their descendant, Henry of Navarre, brought the kingdom to France. From the outbreak of the Italian War, which will be fully described later, the interest of Ferdinand's last years centred in Italy. After the great French victory of Marignano, he decided not to divide his dominions between his elder grandson Charles and his favourite grandson Ferdinand, the two sons of Joan, but to make Charles his sole heir, so as to fit him for rivalry with so great a power as France had become. Charles I succeeded his grandfather at the age of 16 in 1516, and by the advice of his ministers decided to walk warily at first in the slippery paths of diplomacy. He therefore concluded the Treaty of Noyon, promising to marry Francis's infant daughter Louise, whose mother Claude had been his last proposed bride. By birth, Charles was the heir of 4 great houses. Through his mother Joan, he succeeded to the Spanish dominions, Castile, Aragon, Naples, and Sicily, and the possessions in the New World. From his father Philip the Fair, he received the great Burgundian inheritance of his grandmother, Mary of Burgundy and the Netherlands. From his Austrian grandfather Maximilian, the Duchy of Austria. At the time of his accession, he was a slow, awkward boy, tongue-tied in the one language, French, with which he was really familiar, and completely under the tuition of his Flemish minister, Chievres. The regent of Castile, Isabella's trusted servant Ximenes, urged Charles to lose no time in visiting Spain, where the greatest jealousy was felt of Flemish influence. Charles consented, but the cold ingratitude of his letter dismissing Ximenes from a long and devoted service is believed to have caused the death of the great old cardinal. The new king made an informal progress through his dominions, but as he journeyed through Castile, Aragon, and Catalonia, he created in each place a worse impression than in the last, and before his visit was accomplished to turbulent Valencia, he was relieved to be summoned to Germany by the news of Maximilian's death. In their dealings with Charles, the Cortes showed themselves on the defensive, slow to recognize his title to rule, suspicious of his confidential advisers, and indignant at his approaching departure from Spain. Charles's mind was full of the coming imperial election. He showed great carelessness of the feelings of his Spanish subjects, and want of tact in appointing his Flemings to high office, as in the choice of his tutor, Adrian of Utrecht, to be regent of Castile in his absence. Besides, while accepting such money grants as the Cortes would allow him, he turned a deaf ear to their grievances. In 1521, the unrest which had been stirring in many Castilian towns since Isabella's death now became active, and on the king's embarkation they formed an association or junta in defence of their privileges, and drew up a grand remonstrance condemning the royal acts. Then they drew Joan from her seclusion and proclaimed her queen. The regent's warning dispatches were treated by Charles in Germany with the utmost unconcern. In Castile, Aragon, and Valencia, the townspeople flew to arms. The chief centres of trouble were Toledo and Valladolid. There was, unfortunately, no thought of united action, but the causes varied with the district, being social, political, or religious, or all three at once. Their social programme alarmed the nobles, who declared against them. A decisive battle was fought between the two parties at Villars, after which the leader of the rebels, a noble from Toledo named Juan de Padilla, was executed with 2 of his comrades. The Castilian rebellion then subsided, and not without cruelty order was gradually restored in Valencia and Aragon. The rising had signally failed, and the royal authority emerged so strong that Charles was able to override the liberties of the Cortes in such important matters as freedom of speech and of elections, and redress preceding supply. End of section 6. Section 7 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. The Italian States in the 15th Century, Part 1. In the last half of the 15th century, Italy was not yet a nation, merely a bundle of states living a keen political life, and finding the great game of politics the most exciting of occupations. Each state played for its own hand, and for high stakes, with entire unscrupulousness. Thus absorbed, they none of them saw that they were observed by others from without, who, with new methods and greater resources, were coming unbidden to the board. A united resistance to the foreigner was out of the question, for it was only by ceaseless intrigue that any state managed to hold its own among the rest. Yet there was method in this intrigue, dictated by certain inevitable alliances and equally inevitable quarrels. By following these out briefly, we may unravel the tangled threads of Italian politics a little way. The 5 states of which special account must be taken were Milan, Florence, Venice, Naples, and the Papacy, a principality, 2 republics, a kingdom, and the states of the Church. During this half-century they were usually grouped into one of 2 leagues, the Triple Alliance or the Northern League. The Triple Alliance, consisting of Milan, Florence, and Naples, may be called the normal or usual balance of power in Italy, and the main exceptions to this rule, when the Northern League, Milan, Florence, and Venice, against the Papacy and Naples, prevailed, were during the Pazzi conspiracy and after 1485, when Naples became hostile to Milan on account of Ludovico Sforza's usurpation. These alliances were the outcome of certain permanent interests. For instance, it was difficult for Naples and Venice to keep on good terms, for they were rival maritime powers, to whom the possession of the Apulian port seemed equally necessary, and Venice regarded Naples as the chief foe to her advance in Italy and Greece. Again, except during a period of 16 years, when Venice was at war with the Turks, that republic was Milan's most serious rival for the supremacy of North Italy. On the other hand, Milan had a strong common bond with Naples against the claims of the French houses of Orleans and Anjou. As both Naples and Florence were likely to interfere with the Pope's ambitious family schemes in Romagna, the Papacy was usually hostile to them both, though the Medici did their best to maintain peaceable relations. But the Popes were drawn toward Venice by sharing with her the burden of resistance to the Turk, and by a common dislike of Naples. These general rules point to the triple alliance of Milan, Florence, and Naples being the natural outcome of circumstances, and we must look more closely at those of each state in turn. The kingdom of Naples, of which the Popes claimed the right of investiture, was deeply divided within itself. The rude mountaineers differed in race from the civilized coast-dwellers. In the struggle between Aragon and Anjou, the Abruzzi had always supported Aragon. Calabria, Anjou. This rivalry had rent in twain the land from the 13th century until the final accession of Alfonso the Magnanimous of Aragon in 1442. He proved a strong and popular leader, but the condition of Naples at his death in 1458 was showy rather than sound. There was a parliament, but it was scarcely representative, and had only been called once to confirm Ferrante's succession. The army was unreliable compared with the bands of retainers commanded by the great barons, for the social state of the kingdom was still thoroughly feudal, and Naples had been too long the happy hunting ground of the condottieri to rely upon native military talent. The court expenditure was lavish, and justice was already sold to raise funds. As Alfonso had no lawful heir, he was obliged to leave Aragon and Sicily to his brother. All he could bequeath to Ferrante, his illegitimate son, was Naples, his own conquest. This was the moment for the house of Anjou to reassert its claim to Naples, and John of Calabria, whom we recognise as a member of the League of the Public Weal, appeared as claimant. Like the rest of his house, he was inefficient, unlucky, and attractive. Ferrante tried to strengthen himself by alliances with Milan and the Pope, but his own harsh and cruel nature soon provoked a war with his barons, which should have given John his opportunity. At first the latter had some success, but after 1461 the tide turned. The new French king, Louis XI., disliked his Angevin relations, and as a token of his regard for Sforza was ready to present Milan with Genoa, which had been John's military base in Italy. Finally the fickle barons returned to their allegiance, and in 1464 John withdrew from the contest. His claim, as we have seen, eventually passed through his cousin the Count of Maine to the French crown, and the proposal that it should be adopted by Charles VIII. Came directly from the discontented Neapolitan barons, who had rebelled again in 1485 in favour of René of Lorraine. Ferrante broke his promise of pardon to the rebels, and put to death all but those who were beyond his reach. This time, in 1493, they appealed to the French king, and at the crisis in 1494 Ferrante died, leaving Alfonso, his heir and associate in his rule, to face the situation they had created between them. The Neapolitan exiles had been encouraged by Venice to apply to France, and we have now to trace the Republic's reasons for giving this advice. The 15th century was outwardly the most splendid period in the splendid career of what Comines describes as the most triumphant city I have ever seen, but the burden of dominion was pressing heavily upon her. The wealth of Venice was gained not from manufactures, but from her carrying trade, chiefly of timber and woolen goods, in return for spices and other goods of the East. And by this connection her possessions in the Levant had been built up. The opposite coasts of the Adriatic, the Ionian Islands, Crete, and some of the Aegean Islands, certain ports of the Morea, all belonged to Venice, with treaty rights of trade with Constantinople and a number of towns in Palestine and Egypt. It would perhaps have been the Republic's best policy to become an Eastern, that is, a Greek and Illyrian power. But unluckily her treatment of her Levantine subjects, in its corruption and injustice, bore a strong contrast to her government of the mainland. Up to the middle of the 14th century, Venice had no mainland possessions, and it was not until a century later that her advance became rapid. Partly because she despised her maritime subjects, partly because the claims of her inland trade and the jealousy of powerful neighbours drove her into increasing her territory, but most of all because of the appearance of an overwhelming foe, the Turk, in the eastern waters, Venice joined the general scramble for territory in Italy. No state there had more loyal subjects, but in greed and unscrupulousness in gaining them, Venice soon outdistanced even Italian competitors, and it was said of her at the time that she was the fame, the defence, and the ornament of Italy without, but her plague and torment within. From another standpoint, the change of policy was ruinous. Her wealth depended upon her maritime trade. The mainland provinces never paid their way and were costly to gain, and when her eastern possessions fell by degrees into Turkish hands, her revenues declined. As long as Venice retained her colonial empire and her vast commercial interests, she needed a class like her merchant princes to attend to her foreign policy. For this reason the Venetians became the most observant, acute, and practised of European diplomatists. Again the administration of affairs tended to fall to a few. The Doge had already become a figurehead, and the real rulers of Venice in the 15th century were a clique of the newer nobility who numbered in the 16th century about 40. They controlled the famous Council of Ten, which really consisted of 17 members from the Senate and Great Council, including the Doge. The Ten, or their chiefs, the Three, managed all the most important business of the state, and in their methods somewhat resembled the ephors of Sparta. They were therefore despotic and governed by secrecy and terrorism. At the same time they made no parade of power, there were few or no revolutions, and the order and prosperity of the state secured the support of its citizens. The year 1454 is a convenient starting point for a sketch of the history of Venice during the next 50 years, for it is marked by peace with Milan after a lengthy war and peace with the Turks. By the Peace of Lodi, Piacenza and Lodi were confirmed to Venice, and she came to terms with the new lord of Milan, Francesco Sforza. The capture of Constantinople the year before had been an even more serious shock to Venice than to the rest of Europe, for Venice desired not war with the Turks, but trade, and she saw that this new conquest meant war. However, Venice came to an agreement which staved off for a few years the evil day. In return for tribute, the Turks allowed the Republic to keep her possessions and trade in the Levant. Meanwhile, the Turkish advance under Mohammed II continued. The great conqueror overran Servia. Hungary was only snatched from his grasp by the splendid exertions of its hero, John Hunyadi, and the infectious fervour of Friar Capistrano. Hunyadi raised the siege first of the key fortress of Semendria in 1456, and afterwards of Belgrade. Breaking through a barrier of boats across the river, he entered the city, whose walls were shattered by a fortnight's assault, and drove the Turks, who greatly outnumbered his raw and ragged forces, in headlong flight, leaving 50,000 dead behind them. But a few days later Christendom lost its champion from the plague. Capistrano died of fever, and the main burden of defence fell to the lot of George Castriot, despot of Albania. His Turkish title, Skanderbeg, the Lord Alexander, recalls the fact that though brought up in the Sultan's court, he is one of the few who ever returned to their faith and fatherland. For 10 years he led his people to heroic defence of their country, of which he was acknowledged ruler by the Sultan. Then he joined the Pope, Hungary, and Venice, and after driving the Turks from Croja, his capital, cleared the country of the enemy. This athlete of Christendom died in 1467, commending his son to the protection of the Venetians, to whom he had been as shield and buckler. Elsewhere Mohammed's successes continued. The quarrels of the Greek rulers let the Turks into the Morea, which was devastated beyond repair, and in 1464 Bosnia was subdued. In 1473 Venice at last declared war, which was mainly maritime at first. The chief event was the fall of Negroponte, which might have been saved had the Venetian commander Niccolo Canale been a Hunyadi. For the rest, however, Venice fought valiantly and almost single-handed against a foe which, having added a new fleet to its equipment in 1471, had become more formidable than ever. Mohammed's conquest of Asia Minor had now left him free from Europe, and he renewed his attack on Albania, and this time took Croja and Scutari. By 1479 Venice could do no more, and concluded the Peace of Constantinople, retaining in return for tribute to the Sultan Crete, 7 ports in Greece, and her trading quarter in Constantinople. Having been an idle spectator of the war, Europe was filled with consternation at the peace. It set free the Turks, and also — this mainly concerned the Italians — the Venetians for further aggressions. By the advice, as all Italy believed, of Venice, the Turks besieged and took Otranto in Apulia in 1480. It seemed as if Rome might share Constantinople's fate. At this crisis, however, Mohammed's attention was diverted to Rhodes, and he died next year in 1481. By 1483 the Turkish conquest of Herzegovina was completed. Montenegro alone of all the Slavonic states in the Balkans held out. Its hardy mountaineers, under their ruler Ivan the Black, son of a comrade of Skanderbeg, deserted their capital and mounted to their new eyrie of Cetinje. They rose to where their sovereign eagle sails. They kept their faith, their freedom, on the height. Chaste, frugal, savage, armed by day and night, against the Turk. The death of Mohammed the Great was a welcome reprieve to Europe. With the exception of a short war in which the Turks raided Venetian territory as far as Vicenza and seized most of her Greek ports, nothing serious happened until the conquest of Egypt in 1517 by Selim I. The last of the trade routes from the east was thereby blocked, that is, along the Persian Gulf to Aden, up the Red Sea, and by a short caravan journey to Alexandria, whence the goods were distributed to Venetian and Genoese galleys and sent across the Brenner to Bruges. Since the discovery of the Cape route to India, the Portuguese had rapidly pushed on their commerce with the East. They were able by 1509 to offer spice, pepper, and sugar at such cheap rates that a general fall in the prices of Eastern produce ruined many of the older established merchants in the Netherlands, on the Rhine, and in Genoa and Venice. The Venetians joined an expedition sent from Cairo to fight the Portuguese, but even had they been successful, their Eastern trade was doomed, and the conquest of Egypt set the seal upon their doom. And we shall see that the year 1509 was to be fatal to Venice on land as well as on sea. That her ancient spirit was not yet dead, she was still to show in her dying resistance to the Turk in Cyprus in 1570 and Candia in 1669, and her love of pomp and luxuriant colour immortalised itself in the greatest school of Italian colourists, those artists of the 16th century, Titian, Tintoretto, Giorgione, Veronese, who have expressed on canvas the pride and glory of Venice. Meanwhile, Italy had been right in dreading the use Venice might make of the leisure bestowed on her by the Treaty of Constantinople. Certainly her policy from 1479 became more aggressive, as the three following instances may show. In 1481 she quarrelled with Ferrara, who was a rival for her salt monopoly, and war broke out, in which Pope Sixtus IV helped Venice to seize Rovigo. The Triple Alliance then interfered. The Pope, seeing that Venice would gain all the spoil, went over to the League. The Republic, whose supplies were exhausted, concluded the Peace of Bagnolo, which allowed her to keep Rovigo only of all her conquests. The Pope died immediately afterwards, it was said of vexation at the peace. Secondly, it was by high-handed conduct that Venice gained possession of Cyprus in 1488. The last king of that island, James of Lusignan, whose extraordinary personal fascination had secured for him his disputed throne, had married a Venetian lady, Caterina Cornaro, and to make her worthy a crown, the Republic formally adopted her as daughter of St. Mark. When shortly afterwards James died, Venice became the guardian of her daughter and her daughter's child. Next, the Republic undertook the government of the island, and finally, fearing the intentions of Alfonso of Naples, who proposed to marry the queen, persuaded Caterina, now childless, to abdicate in its favour. Caterina was loath to leave her little kingdom, but it was made clear to her that there was no alternative. A tiny state was found for her in the hill town and plain of Asolo, and there she reigned with the titles of Queen of Cyprus and Lady of Asolo, till the troubles following the League of Cambrai caused her to take refuge in Venice, where she died in 1510. Lastly, Venice, turning envious eyes on the 6 Apulian ports, Gallipoli, Otranto, Brindisi, Trani, Monopoli, and Bari, decided that her best chance of gaining them was to invite foreign interference, and by upsetting the balance of power in Italy, to secure her prey as the price of her help. So she encouraged the fugitive Neapolitan nobles, who came in 1493 to ask her advice, to call in Charles VIII and the Duke of Orleans to make good their claims upon Naples and Milan. It was a fatal mistake, for Galeazzo Sforza's words to Venice were still true. You are alone, and all the world is against you, not merely in Italy, but also beyond the Alps. End of section 7. Section 8 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. The Italian States in the 15th Century, Part 2. Turning now to the papacy, we will first sketch the history of the 7 popes belonging to this half-century, and then point out some of the chief changes that were taking place in their position and aims. The first of these was Nicholas V, 1447 to 1455. The librarian, as he was surnamed from his intense interest in the new learning and his collection of ancient manuscripts, which became the foundation of the famous Vatican Library. It was said that he was chosen pope for his perfect Latinity. His greatest desires were for the furtherance of peace and the promotion of learning and art in Rome. By the irony of fate, it was to him that Europe turned when Constantinople fell in 1453. But it was not in Nicholas to inspire a crusade. The Pope, it was said, is spending in buildings what ought to save us from the Turks. Among them were the Vatican and the Basilica of St. Peter's. From several points of view, Nicholas V may be regarded as the last pope of the Middle Ages. He was the last to crown an emperor, Frederick III, at Rome, the last to contest the throne of St. Peter with an antipope. The series of great general church councils ended at Basel during his pontificate. With the fall of Constantinople was closed the long rivalry between Eastern and Western churches, and after Nicholas, each pope frankly merged himself in the Italian prince, whose first object was territory. His successor was the Spaniard Calixtus III, 1455 to 1458, who, unlike Nicholas, was eager for a Turkish crusade, which he left as a legacy for Pius II. He is better remembered, however, as the first pope who systematically tried to advance the fortunes of his own family. Calixtus had 3 nephews of his own name, Borgia, for whom high preferments were found in the Church, one of them later becoming Pope Alexander VI. It is possible that their interests may have prompted him to refuse the investiture of Naples to Ferrante, but his death put an end to their projects. Pius II, 1458 to 1464, was already well known as Aeneas Sylvius, Frederick III's famous secretary, and had been the chief means of recovering the obedience of the German Church to Rome. In the course of a gay and varied career, he had travelled as far north as England and Scotland. On becoming pope, he was anxious to forget the past and devote himself to the needs of Christendom. He therefore acknowledged Ferrante of Naples, and summoned the Western princes to a conference on the Eastern question at Mantua. Only the Pope and his attendants arrived at the appointed date. A few envoys straggled in later, and the Venetians drove a hard bargain with the Congress, demanding pay for providing means of transport and all the spoil there might be. Before the assembly dispersed, Pius published the bull Execrabilis, denouncing as an execrable abuse any appeal against a pope to a future council. At this point, the outbreak of the war in Naples between Ferrante and John of Calabria distracted attention from the crusade. With immense exertions, the pope secured the help of Hungary and Venice, but a paltry handful of crusaders was all that met him at Ancona, and exhausted by his efforts, the pope sank and died there. The ideals of Pius II were no doubt beyond his achievements, yet his aims were higher than those of succeeding popes. His life was abstemious, and he loved the simple pleasures of the country. He was a distinguished man of letters, but to the last he kept his freshness of outlook and readiness to receive new ideas. Passing over the somewhat uneventful reign of Paul II, 1464 to 1471, we come to Sixtus IV, 1471 to 1484. The first pope, says Machiavelli, to show the extent of the papal power. It was employed by Sixtus in the interests of his family, with a thorough unscrupulousness that is only surpassed by Alexander VI. Sixtus had 5 nephews belonging to the Della Rovere and Riario families. He arranged for them marriages into princely houses or promoted them to high places in the church. 2 became cardinals, and 1, Giuliano della Rovere, was afterwards Pope Julius II. It was in the interests of Girolamo Riario that Sixtus set on foot the Pazzi conspiracy to overthrow Lorenzo de' Medici, and joined Naples against him. Fortunately, the capture of Otranto by the Turks brought the Pope to reason. Yet almost directly after, he is found with Venice and Naples attacking Ferrara for the benefit of the last Riario nephew. Having gained nothing by the war, Sixtus died of the peace at Bagnolo. Innocent VIII, 1484 to 1492, was a far less vigorous pope. Almost his only political exploit was an attempt to force from Naples the ancient tribute to the papacy, which had been gradually reduced to the formal annual gift of a white charger. He therefore joined the discontented Neapolitan barons in 1485, who invited young René of Lorraine to adopt the Angevin claims to the throne. But René was vainly occupied in trying to recover Provence from the French crown, and the Italian states were up in arms at the idea of foreign invasion. Ferranti gave in about the former tribute, and the barons submitted to him, as we have seen, only to be treacherously dealt with. Innocent VIII died before any further development of the survivors' policy in inviting Charles VIII had taken place. This pope was the first publicly to recognize his children, and by the marriage of his son with Lorenzo de' Medici's daughter began a connection between that family and the Holy See, which ended in giving 2 Medici popes, Leo X and Clement VII, to Italy. The election on Innocent's death was warmly contested by Giuliano della Rovere and Ludovico Sforza's brother Ascanio. But by giving much and promising still more, a third candidate won his way. This was Rodrigo Borgia, a nephew of Calixtus III, who, in spite of his notorious character as cardinal, was elected as Alexander VI, 1492 to 1503. Modern criticism has tried to prove that the Borgias, father and son, were less black than they are painted. Yet a few crimes less or more cannot really alter our opinion when so much remains to be answered for. Tried even by the low moral standard of their age, they were worse than their age, cruel, cunning, and resolute, audacious in crime beyond their contemporaries. And the part played by Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia during the Italian wars will speak for itself. Meanwhile, it may be noticed that the new pope soon threw in his lot with the Aragonese house of Naples by recognizing Alfonso as king on Ferranti's death in 1494. This, of course, pledged him to oppose the coming French invasion by Charles VIII. At this point it may be well to sum up the position of the popes since the consular movement to control them had failed with the Council of Basel. If we compare the papacy to a temporal monarchy, we shall find that the cardinals are the nobles or aristocracy of the Church, while the democratic element is supplied by the assembling from time to time of general councils. The Holy See had come out of the threatened ordeal of reform with all its privileges intact. In the first place, it had evaded control on the part of the cardinals, in spite of a number of compacts limiting the Pope's power over them. At the close of the half century, Alexander VI was still able to treat the cardinals as his tools, appointing whom he would, or selling the office at a high price to raise money for Cesare Borgia's wars. Secondly, the Pope had triumphed over reform in the shape of control by councils. Political and national jealousies had ruined the Council of Basel, and the failure of the movement was summed up in the bull Execrabilis of Pius II. Threats of appealing to general councils were indeed freely used against Sixtus IV, Alexander VI, and Julius II, but with little or no effect. Even the movement in favour of the liberty of national churches, which had seemed so vigorous in the early part of the century, had been minimized by agreements between their rulers and the Pope. Louis XI and Francis I gave up the liberties of the French Church, as Frederick III had given up those of the German. Nevertheless, in becoming political, the Papacy had lost the moral leadership of Christendom, which had been its unique and special task, and had become an Italian power, as yet not of the first rank. The failure of several popes to arouse Europe against the Turks was a judgment on the Papacy for the many false alarms it had raised in the past in order to replenish its treasury. No one believed any longer in the purity of the Pope's motives. Political intrigues were suspected behind every cause, however worthy in itself, and Europe was further enlightened as to the real character of the Papacy by the Italian invasions and Alexander VI's Jubilee in 1500. The popes, becoming wise in their generation, as children of this world, found that Italy would only respect their sway if they were too strong to be attacked. The problem was twofold: how to control the turbulent Roman populace, whose republican spirit slept but was not dead, and awoke at intervals under leaders such as Rienzi and Porcaro; how, secondly, to subdue the lawless Roman nobles of the Campagna, the Colonna, Orsini, and Savelli. Nicholas V attacked the first difficulty by gaining military control of Rome, by widening the streets and connecting the fortress of Sant'Angelo with the city, though Sixtus IV and Innocent VIII took the nobles in hand. The real suppression of the Colonna and Orsini was only accomplished by Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia. Towards a general solution of the problem, Sixtus IV and Alexander VI set themselves to gain territory, which in the hands of their relations should be the principal support of the Pope's power. In this way the Holy See might possibly have become hereditary, but it is clear that their plan differed altogether from that of Julius II, who is rightly regarded as the founder of the Papal States, because he built up a dominion which he passed on not to his family but to his successor. The Duchy of Milan had in 1450 come into the possession of the house of Sforza. With masterly skill, Francesco, the husband of Bianca, the last of the Visconti, had played off his two chief enemies against each other, namely the Republican party in Milan and the Venetians. First he defended Milan against Venice, then made peace with Venice, finally turning his victorious army upon Milan, and became its master. Milan was the richest prize ever won by a successful condottiere. However, Francesco was not only the greatest of the condottieri, but an able statesman, whose chief object thereafter was peace. Between him and Cosmo de' Medici a real friendship existed. He came to terms with Venice in the Peace of Lodi in 1454, by which the Adda was to be the boundary between the two states, and having a common interest with Naples in resisting French claims in Italy, he united his son and daughter in marriage with Alfonso's granddaughter and grandson. As has been already pointed out, Sforza was on the best terms with Louis XI, who yielded to him the French rights to Genoa. Galeazzo Maria Sforza, who succeeded his father in 1466, drew closer this connection by marrying Bona of Savoy, sister of the French queen. In him were united the worst vices of the Visconti and Sforza. Weak, cowardly, and a slave to the worst passions, he is one of the comparatively few who have delighted in cruelty for its own sake. After suffering 10 years of this unbridled tyranny, 3 nobles whose families he had wronged slew him in a church in 1476. 2 of them were killed by the guard, and their leader, Olgiati, maintaining to the last the justice of his cause, died with Spartan endurance under torture. The Milanese, taken by surprise, had not been prompt enough to save themselves, and the tyrant's son, Gian Galeazzo, aged 8, succeeded under the regency of his mother and Simonetta, formerly Francesco's secretary. In 1479 the peace of Italy was upset by the Pazzi conspiracy in Florence, and while Naples and the Pope armed against the Republic, Milan prepared to stand by her ally. To cause a distraction in Milan, Ferrante encouraged the return of the young duke's uncles, who had been exiled for hostility to the regency. A revolution followed in Milan. Simonetta was executed, and the nominal reign began of Gian Galeazzo, aged 12, his eldest uncle, Ludovico, being the real ruler. Ludovico Sforza, called the Moor, from his swarthy complexion, was, after his father Francesco, the ablest of his house. Yet he had no pretensions to soldierly qualities, was in fact wanting in courage in emergencies. Like the average Italian tyrant, he was cruel when political necessity demanded, cunning, grasping, and self-confident. Nevertheless, when once he had vaulted into the saddle, he was disposed to rule well, to maintain a splendid court, and dispense generous patronage to literature and art. But, like Richard III, he was encumbered with a nephew, and to make matters worse, that nephew took to wife Ferrante's granddaughter, Isabella of Naples. The young duke was a feeble creature, but Isabella was a princess of spirit, and complained to her own family of Ludovico's usurpation. She contrasted her own neglected position with that of Ludovico's new wife, Beatrice d'Este, the idol of a brilliant court, and the prospects of her infant son with those of Ludovico's heir. Remonstrances from Naples had no result, except that they warned Ludovico that he must strengthen his position against an open rupture. Florence could no longer be depended upon, for, as we shall see, Piero de' Medici was himself inclined towards Naples, and Ludovico was not blind to the greed of Venice. He therefore seconded the invitation given by the Neapolitan barons to Charles VIII, hoping to use the French as a screen between himself and Naples while he made good his own position in Milan. Afterwards he trusted to his own dexterity to relieve Italy of their presence. With the consent of France, Ludovico gave his niece Bianca Maria in marriage to Maximilian I. In return for a more than princely dowry, the emperor conferred upon Ludovico the investiture of Milan. Gian Galeazzo died soon after, precisely as might have been foreseen, though his uncle's share in the business has not been absolutely proved. Ludovico was not left long undisturbed in his new dignity. With the French came Louis of Orleans, bent upon making good upon Milan, his claim through his grandmother Valentina Visconti. And though this first attempt was foiled, we shall see that Ludovico was unable to withstand Louis XII at the head of a league for the partition of Milan in 1499. The history of Florence during this half-century is covered by the rule of the Medici family, for Cosmo was firmly settled by 1434 and ruled until 1464, and Piero was expelled exactly 60 years later. The means by which they won and kept their power may first be pointed out. The Medici owed their greatness to trade, and principally to their great European banking connection. By raising loans for foreign governments and lending large sums to Florentine citizens, they gained political influence at home and abroad. Both Cosmo and Lorenzo maintained their position in Italy, largely through their unrivalled knowledge of foreign politics. In their hands, politics and commerce worked together to advance the interests of both. Cosmo, it was said, made many a fortune besides his own. As employers of labour, collectors of books and gems, and patrons of literary men and artists, the Medici turned to their own pleasures and advantage the Renaissance movement at a time when it was one of the chief forces in Italian life. Their private revenues were at the service of the state, and they spent enormous sums on charity and public works, a system by which Florence was at first the gainer, but which later, when less attention to business diminished their incomes, led to these being largely supplemented from public money. At first the Medici were careful to live and marry like other people of their wealth and position. Cosmo's works were regal, says Machiavelli, his conduct civic. He rejected Brunelleschi's design for his palace as being too pretentious, and never allowed the luxury of his family to appear as royal state. Lorenzo was the first of his house to seek a bride outside Florence. At the same time, they thoroughly understood the value of public fetes and shows as a way of keeping their popularity with the pleasure-loving Florentines. Dazzled by these brilliant features of the Medici rule, the populace was blinded to the changes quietly and steadily at work in the government. A progressive income tax was introduced, and taxation was managed in such a way as to enrich friends and ruin enemies. Cosmo used the taxes instead of the dagger notes Guicciardini. The forms of government were preserved, but elections were in Medicean hands. The chief magistrates of Florence were the Signori, consisting of the Gonfaloniere of Justice and 8 priors, holding office for 2 months. Bills approved by them went through 3 councils representing the trade guilds before becoming law. It was their right to call a parliament and draw up the agenda for business. A parliament, in Florentine phrase, was simply a mass meeting of the rabble, who shouted their assent to certain names proposed by the dominant party, as being fit to exercise special powers. Thus elected, this body, called the Balia, proceeded to appoint 10 accoppiatori, joiners, whose chief duty was to collect in purses or bags, from which 8 at a time were afterwards drawn by lot, the names of some 400 candidates for office. Even without a Balia, the names were subject to a scrutiny, and the means of disqualification were numerous. But when the purses had been carefully weeded, there was no danger that any appointment would be made displeasing to the ruling powers. The Medici contrived that the Balia should generally be renewed every 5 years, and thus they secured the choice of all the magistrates. Occasionally the names were drawn by lot from the purses, but as a rule they were simply chosen by the accoppiatori. The drawback to the Signori was its very short term of office, and to remedy this defect Lorenzo de' Medici established a board of 70 life members, a kind of privy council. They were to act as standing accoppiatori, that is, to nominate 2 offices. That day, said one of them, was liberty dead and buried. End of section 8. Section 9 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. The Italian States in the 15th Century, Part 3. From this Council of 70 were chosen 2 permanent committees for police and war. After the fall of the Medici, the latter became known as the Ten of War, which is famous through its secretary, Machiavelli. The old councils were not abolished, but as a constantly changing body has little chance of influence compared with a permanent assembly, it is easy to see in whose hands the real power lay. Other arbitrary things they did, but it was not the people, but the wealthy citizens who suffered from their high-handed methods. Even with the private life of the nobles, their marriage alliances, and regulation of their incomes, the Medici interfered. Yet much was forgiven them, because by general agreement they were the most genuine of Florentines, in token of which Florence bestowed upon Cosmo his title of Pater Patriae. The last years of Cosmo's life were marked by important changes. Discontent in Florence led to the revival of elections by the people in 1455, but for a short time only. Luca Pitti, one of Cosmo's oldest supporters, was taken into his confidence and allowed to call a Balia, with the result that absolute rule was restored. It was said that Cosmo had to let his friends believe themselves as powerful as he was himself, and Luca Pitti actually tried to supplant his leader and began building himself the splendid palace which is now the great picture gallery of Florence. It was with the Pitti party that Cosmo's successor Piero had finally to deal. Cosmo's relations with other Italian states became the traditional policy of his house. He cultivated a good understanding with the Pope, and his friendship with Milan stamps him as the real founder of the Triple Alliance. Piero I, the Gaudy, 1464 to 1469, was a great contrast to his father. A man of average capacity, he was always prevented by ill health from taking an active part in affairs, and his rule was a critical time for the Medici power. He made himself unpopular by recalling his business loans at great inconvenience to the borrowers and investing the money in land. The support of Galeazzo Maria, who had just succeeded in Milan, was not worth much. At home the Balia was not renewed, and the opposition which Cosmo had left so strong was still more hostile to his son. A struggle between the Pitti and Medici parties followed, the mountain and the plain, so called from the position of the rival leaders' houses. The opposition tried 3 ways of getting rid of Piero. First, they hoped to overthrow him by the lawful method of restoring the lot in elections. But Piero's great wealth enabled him to buy up many of his opponents, among them Pitti himself, and the rest were exiled. Next, they unsuccessfully attempted murder. And finally, with the secret support of Venice, they hired the condottiere Bartolomeo Colleone to attack Florence. Piero strengthened the alliance with Milan and Naples, and his general, the Duke of Urbino, was held to have defeated the Mountain at Molinella, where, contrary to the usual experience in Italian warfare, a few lives were lost. It was clear that the prospects of the exiles had not improved, and as Colleone had another engagement to fight the Turks, peace was made. The exiles remained exiles. A new Balia was granted for 10 years, and there was no doubt that the hold of the Medici upon Florence was even stronger than it had been before Cosmo's death. Piero's eldest son, Lorenzo, 1469 to 1492, though under age for holding office, was invited to succeed his father. From the first, he was inclined to act as the prince rather than the citizen. He had visited at the chief Italian courts, and had taken his bride Cladice from the great Roman house of Orsini. He was young and self-confident, and ready to undertake the management of affairs. There is no doubt that the crisis of 1479 was brought about by 3 blunders of his own. First, certain changes were made in the government, which may be described as tending to sweep away old offices and concentrate business in the hands of the Signory, thereby reducing the number of families who enjoyed political influence. Among these were the wealthy family of the Pazzi, of whom 9 were qualified to hold office. Secondly, Lorenzo forced on a war with Volterra, whose chief source of wealth was its alum mines. Lorenzo himself had a private interest in alum, and took no pains to patch up the quarrel. Through an accident, the town was sacked, and to the disgust of the Florentines, a despoiled city was all they gained. Lastly, while keeping up the Triple Alliance, Lorenzo succeeded in adding the new Pope, Sixtus IV, and the Venetians to the list of his friends. But the jealousy between Venice and Naples made it impossible for the same league to hold them both. Naples was offended, and used her influence to win over Sixtus. This was all the more easy because the Pope's plans to buy Imola in Romagna for Girolamo Riario alarmed Lorenzo for the safety of Florence. He refused to lend the money, and in revenge Sixtus appointed Salviati to the archbishopric of Pisa against Lorenzo's wishes. Thus the ambition of Girolamo Riario in 1478 became the centre of a plot to destroy the Medici. He was on friendly terms with Francesco Pazzi, the papal treasurer in Rome, and they persuaded Jacopo Pazzi, the head of the family in Florence, to join them. There can be no doubt that the Pope was aware of the plot, though the active part in it was his nephew's, and that Ferrante was also implicated. The plot was well organized and was kept wonderfully secret. It was necessary to get rid of both Lorenzo de' Medici and his younger brother Giuliano, who was the more popular of the two, and at the same time. Several promising opportunities were missed through a slight illness of Giuliano's. At last it was settled to kill the brothers at high mass at the solemn moment of the elevation of the Host. This task was entrusted to two priests, who did not share the objection felt by the soldiers to committing sacrilege in church. Jacopo Pazzi was to raise the populace in the streets, and Archbishop Salviati to seize the palace of the Signory. At the given moment Giuliano was struck down, but Lorenzo, though wounded, found safety behind the bronze doors of the sacristy. The mob outside only responded to Jacopo's efforts with shouts of the Medici cry "Palle," and hustled his followers to the palace of the Signory. Here Salviati's nervousness had betrayed his errand, and he was already under arrest. Hearing that Giuliano was dead, the mob hanged Salviati, Francesco Pazzi, and others from the palace windows. The other leaders were captured and suffered death with several hundred of their accomplices. This, says Guicciardini, was the luckiest day of Lorenzo's life. He lost his brother and confirmed his power. Together with the changes in the government already mentioned, the failure of the plot left Lorenzo prince in everything but name. He was still, however, in danger from the foreign members of the conspiracy. Sixtus IV at once excommunicated him for the archbishop's death, and laid Florence under an interdict for refusing to give him up. Ferrante of Naples joined the Pope in declaring war. There was great danger from disloyalty within Florence herself and in her subject states. France threatening the Pope with a general council, and Ferrante with an Angevin invasion, seemed the only ally likely to be of practical help, as Venice, now freed from the Turks, was thinking to fish in troubled waters, and Milan, through Ferrante's contrivance, was in the throes of revolution. Florence was outnumbered by her enemies, and the plague broke out in the city. Only the quarrels among the rival generals of the League prevented her defeat on all sides. Lorenzo offered to sacrifice himself for the public weal. He would go on a mission of peace to Naples, and meanwhile the real feeling in the city would declare itself. The last suggestion contained the chief risk there was in carrying out this plan, which seems to have been talked over first with Naples. Ferrante, indeed, might prove treacherous, but after keeping Lorenzo 3 months to see whether Florence would rise or not, he decided to come to terms. The Pope was of the same mind, for the Turks had just seized Otranto. The terms were hard for Florence. She had to pay a yearly sum to Alfonso of Calabria, who was left in occupation of Siena, from which, however, pressure from the Turks soon forced his withdrawal. The Florentine forts taken during the war were to be given back at Ferrante's pleasure. 6 were actually restored in 1481. And the lords of Romagna, who were under Florentine protection, were left to the Pope's vengeance. Still, Lorenzo was enthusiastically welcomed on his return from a brave mission, and he met with no opposition to his new Council of 70 and the committees which we should call the War and Home Offices. These experiences proved of lasting value to Lorenzo. The tranquil state of Florence left him free to devote himself to foreign affairs. His tact, his judgment, his influence developed with years. He became, as it was said, the balance of Italy, for his policy was to keep the peace by means of the Triple Alliance. But even in Lorenzo's lifetime it became clear that the alliance itself was doomed by the growing ill feeling between Naples and Milan after Ludovico's accession. If any man could have prevented the rupture, that man was Lorenzo. But at the critical time in 1492, to the consternation of Italy, he died. During his later years, Lorenzo neglected mercantile affairs for political and social duties. He gathered round him a wonderful group of artists and men of letters. The Platonic Academy, founded by Cosmo, had its meetings at Lorenzo's palace. It numbered among its members the brilliant writers and scholars Politiano, Ficino, and Pico della Mirandola, the architect Alberti, and Michelangelo, the greatest of Florentine painters. It says much for Lorenzo's own gifts that of such a circle he was fitted to be the patron and leader. In his great history of Florence, Guicciardini sums up for us the character of Lorenzo. Though not a soldier, he had all the other qualities necessary to a ruler. He was much less able than Cosmo as a man of business, but more eloquent and cultivated. Universal deference had brought out a certain haughtiness in him, but he was a witty talker and good company. The title of Il Magnifico, commonly given to Italian magnates of no definite rank, was very fittingly used of Lorenzo in its literal sense of the magnificent. In appearance he was a man of middle height and dark complexion. His features were irregular and his voice unmusical. It may be asked whether on the whole the Medici rule was a gain or a loss to Florence. As to the answer, opinions differ. On the one hand, it may be said that their taxation was a great burden, and that they robbed the state, that they corrupted the public service, lowered its standards of honour, and stole from Florence her liberty and the power of her citizens to act for themselves. On the other, that they gave a peaceful and orderly government to the city without undue severity, that they brought her prosperity and fame, and made her the brilliant centre of the most brilliant age in history since the great days of Athens. Those who think that self-government, with all its mistakes, is best, will decide against the Medici. Others, remembering the general fate of despotism that overtook all Italian states at the time, may accept Guicciardini's summing up. The city had not liberty, but could not have had a much more pleasant tyranny. The Medici rule really ended with Lorenzo, for even had the invasion of Charles VIII not suddenly terminated it, Piero's misgovernment would have brought about the same result, if less quietly, almost as soon. Piero II, 1492 to 1495, was not without brains, but he was headstrong and giddy and ignorant of politics. He haughtily set his secretary to take his orders to the Signory. He offended all his father's friends, and played ball with his minions in the street to the public inconvenience. His manners were those of an ungracious princeling, not of the first citizen of the state. His marriage with Alfonsina Orsini renewed the tie with his mother's family, and drew him towards Naples, between whom and the Orsini there was a long-standing connection. The Florentines, however, disliked the house of Aragon, and Milan had now still stronger reasons for doing so. It is clear, therefore, that the old balance of power was upset. Charles VIII was nearing Florence on his march south, and Piero felt himself unequal to the occasion. He decided to imitate his father's bold journey to Naples at an equally critical time. As the feeling of Florence was all in favour of a French alliance, Piero resolved, without consulting his government, to be the first to approach the French, and set out to meet them at Sarzana. With a little foresight, the French might have been turned back. Their way lay through barren pasture lands where food was scarce, and a line of fortresses might have been manned to shut off the enemy between the mountains and the sea. But no effort had been made even to defend the passes of the Apennines. Thus, when Piero found himself in the king's presence, he yielded the 4 fortresses, Sarzana, Pietrasanta, Pisa, and Logorn, without a struggle, much to Charles's astonishment. When he returned to Florence with well-founded misgivings, the city revolted against the idea of such an unauthorized surrender, and shut the gates of the palace of the Signory in his face. All exertions to raise the populace on the part of Paolo Orsini with a troop of horse, and of Piero's brother, the young Cardinal Giovanni, were useless, and Piero fled by way of Bologna to Venice in 1495. On the same day, Pisa, after 87 years of Florentine rule, revolted and became independent. End of section 9. Section 10 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. The Italian Wars to 1518, Part 1. At this point, it may be as well to collect together the various causes that brought about the invasion of Charles VIII in 1494. The king himself was ambitious of making good his claim on Naples, and perhaps, in the second place, of using his conquest as a stepping stone to a crusade against Constantinople. Secondly, the Pope, by the scandals of his life and his hatred of the Cardinal della Rovere, who had fled to the French court, indirectly gave ground for interference in Italian affairs. It was as a scourge to the Church that Savonarola had predicted that Charles should come to Italy. Thirdly, Ferrante's broken word and harsh treatment had driven the revolted Neapolitan baronage to be the first to call in French aid. Fourthly, the usurpation of Milan by Ludovico had upset the old balance of powers and led to his appeal to France to distract his chief enemy, Naples. Lastly, the old tie between Florence and France, strengthened by the prophecies of Savonarola, inclined the Florentines in the same direction, and the hasty action of Piero de' Medici placed the city almost at Charles's mercy. The only powers prepared to resist the king were Naples and the Pope, while Venice counted on remaining neutral till she saw how things turned out. Charles crossed the Alps in September by the pass of Montgenèvre with the bulk of his army, which was thoroughly up to date in its 3 divisions of infantry, cavalry, and artillery. The first states on his line of march, Savoy, Montferrat, and Genoa, were only too ready to give him passage. From Genoa also sailed a squadron accompanying the French fleet, and attacked the Neapolitan ships which had occupied Rapallo. There a rude shock was felt by the Italians at the amount of blood spilt in this first engagement. By Asti, Pavia, Piacenza, and Sarzana came to the king, whose meeting with Piero de' Medici occurred at this last Florentine town. A second embassy under Savonarola reached the king at Pisa, and besought him to deal mercifully and honourably with Florence. But forgetful of the fact that he came as the ally and guest of the city, he proceeded to release Pisa from her oppressive yoke. In the same spirit, with lances in rest as conquerors, the French entered Florence. The officers even chalked out the lodging for their companies at will. The inhabitants gazed at what was for them a great military display. The king, conspicuous by his ugly face and his misshapen figure, arrayed in black velvet and cloth of gold, was surrounded by several cardinals, including his minister Briçonnet, and della Rovere, and by his bodyguard of bowmen. He graciously declined to allow the Signory to hold his bridle, as was their custom for pope, emperor, or king. Then followed knights on foot, the fierce-looking Swiss vanguard, Gascon light infantry, the chivalry of France, fine men on fine horses, and the Scottish archers, whose height attracted notice. Charles was lodged in the Medici palace, which had been set in order after its sack at the hands of the mob on Piero's flight. He put forward unreasonable demands for the restoration of Piero and control of the city through his lieutenant. Bold words followed to clothe the secret fear which each party had of the other. "Then we will sound our trumpets," cried Charles impatiently, and Capone, the most independent Florentine in the city, tearing the insolent treaty in pieces, retorted with his famous "And we will ring our bells." The king lowered his demands, but Florence was obliged to leave in his hands the 4 fortresses and furnish him with a huge sum of money. The French then left for Rome. The Pope was filled with alarm at their approach. Visions of a general council and the exposure of his many crimes rose before his eyes, and he came to terms. He was obliged to abandon the Neapolitan alliance, dismiss Ferrantino, Alfonso's son, with his army, and admit the French. But in negotiation the Pope proved the better man of the two. He agreed to send his son Cesare Borgia as a hostage, and to deliver to Charles Gem, the brother of the Sultan. The affair of Gem, which was extremely discreditable to the Pope, is also important, as bearing evidence to Charles's intention of leading a crusade. Gem was the gifted younger brother of the Sultan Bajazet, son of the great Mahomet. To his schemes of dividing the Turkish dominion with Bajazet, the latter had objected that the empire was the bride of one lord. Gem, defeated in battle, took refuge with the Knights of Rhodes, who were paid by Bajazet for keeping him, but they presently sent him under guard to France as being at a safe distance from Turkey. From being a guest, with a safe conduct for his departure from Rhodes, Gem had become a prisoner. Innocent VIII arranged with the knights to hand Gem over, thinking he might be used with advantage against the Sultan once the crusade was under way. It was, however, the policy of Alexander VI to enlist the Sultan's help against the coming French invasions, and part of Bajazet's correspondence with him was, unfortunately for the Pope, seized and opened by the French. It contained an offer from the Sultan of 300,000 ducats, wherewith your Highness may buy some dominions for your children, in return for the Pope's compassing Gem's death. Charles VIII was as anxious as Innocent VIII had been to secure Gem for his crusade, and the prince, as has been seen, was delivered to him by Alexander. But when they reached Naples, Gem died. It was thought from some form of slow poisoning. The Pope has always been suspected of the crime, and appearances are certainly against him. Meanwhile, it was disturbing to find that the hostage, Cesare Borgia, had escaped at the first opportunity. Charles' steady advance on Naples drove the craven Alfonso into flight. Though Ferrantino prepared to stand his ground, his troops showed no pluck, and Trivulzio, a Milanese in his pay, of whom Ludovico had said, "A halter awaits him when caught," made terms with the French. Ferrantino, truly declaring that the sins of the fathers were being visited on the children, followed Alfonso to Sicily. In less than a month, all Naples, save a few forts, was in French hands. 1495. The success of Charles's expedition has something of the glamour of a fairy tale. It was made possible by the miserable divisions in Italy and the panic of the Italians on being brought face to face for the first time with the grim realities of war. For instance, the deadly nature of the French artillery, which fired iron and not stone, was a revelation to them. But the loss of Naples was no less rapid than its conquest. The French made every kind of mistake when it came to political dealings with the people. The Italian states began to consult together at last in their own defence. A league was formed at Venice between the Republic, the Pope, Spain, Milan, and the Emperor, for protection against aggressive powers in Italy. Seizing the pretext of an attack by Orleans on Novara, they declared war. Charles, after lingering at Naples, at last turned north, leaving Montpensier as viceroy. Italy, glad to see the last of him, offered no resistance till he reached the river Taro in the Milanese, where the Marquis of Mantua, in command of the army of the League, awaited him. The allies lay on the opposite bank of the river, which was swollen by a thunderstorm. The French rear was attacked by them after the army had crossed. The artillery hardly came into action at all, and more than half the allies never fought. Ludovico, who was still hedging between Venice and France, forbade his troops to act vigorously. The French marched away without further hindrance, and the allies left some 4,000 dead on the field. The Battle of Fornovo may be regarded as a French victory, though a useless one. The departure of Charles was followed by a general revolt in Naples. Ferrantino returned with troops lent by Spain under the great captain Gonsalvo di Cordova, and a fleet lent by Venice in return for her possession of the much coveted Apulian ports. Fever carried off Montpensier and other French officials. One stronghold after another fell into Ferrantino's hands, and though he died before the war was over, his uncle Federigo succeeded to a recovered kingdom. The results of Charles's invasion may here be summed up. Nothing whatever was left to him in Naples. Yet his expedition had one lasting effect. It had introduced Italy to the northern nations, and the wealth, beauty, and possibilities of this almost unknown land made a deep impression on their minds. For some 65 years, Italy was to be the prey of the nations beyond the Alps. For the rest, Florence, the only cordial ally of France, came off worst, for she did not regain the promised fortresses, and Pisa recovered her independence. Venice was the gainer by the 6 Apulian ports. The war left Milan, for the time being, as it found her. For several years Charles amused himself in France with schemes for restoring French influence in Italy, but in 1498 these were cut short by an accident. The king struck his head against a doorpost in his fine new tennis court at Amboise, and died immediately from the effects. As none of his children had survived their infancy, the Duke of Orleans, his sister Jeanne's husband, succeeded him as Louis XII. We must now return to Florence, where events of the first importance had been taking place since the downfall of the Medici. In this crisis of her fate, the city turned to the man who had long foreseen what should come to pass, confidently expecting that now his prophecy had been fulfilled, he would tell them how to act. Girolamo Savonarola, a Dominican friar from Ferrara, had come to St. Mark's convent in Florence in 1481, and had made himself famous by the remarkable series of sermons he preached in the cathedral. He foretold that a sword should come upon the earth to reform the Church, and that without delay. He applied his intimate knowledge of the Bible to everyday problems. Though ceremonies and formal repetitions had no charm for him, he never in any sense departed from the fold of the Church. His creed was the simplest and most direct, yet he was the only preacher who could keep the attention of the critical and fickle Florentine public year after year without falling in their estimation. His fiery natural eloquence was suited to subjects generally chosen from the prophetic books or from the Revelation, and his sermons were largely political. He was no respecter of persons. His portrait of the Italian tyrant of the day was so true to life that each guilty ruler recognized in it himself. To Lorenzo on his deathbed, to Charles VIII, and Pope Alexander VI, his attitude was equally bold and unswerving. In 1492 the convent of St. Mark had become independent of all authority save that of the Pope and the head of the Dominican order. As its prior, Savonarola was therefore given almost a free hand, and he proceeded to reform the convent and develop its activities. But in the next year, with the sudden onset of the French, Savonarola became the chief political power in Florence. First, he used all his influence to keep order in the city. Then he set to work on the new constitution, which had to be framed in place of the government of the Medici upon their fall. It was not original, nor did the friar always suggest the borrowed ideas, but his hand seems mainly to have shaped them. The councils representing the guilds were abolished, and in imitation of Venice, a permanent Grand Council was formed of all citizens aged 29, who had paid taxes and whose families for 3 generations had been drawn for the 3 chief offices. About 3,500 citizens fulfilled these conditions, that is, about 1/25 of the population. Their duties were to pass laws, hear appeals, control the elections to magistracies by lot, and choose a senate of 80, holding office for 6 months, to advise the Signory, who, with the priors and gonfalonieri, remained part of the scheme. In 1502, however, the latter was chosen for life. The Ten of War also continued to control foreign affairs. All bills were originated in the Signory, but to become law must pass through the Senate and be sanctioned by the Grand Council. As only 1/25 of the inhabitants sat in the Grand Council, it will be seen that Florence had not become a democracy. We should call it an upper middle class government. Yet, in comparison with the personal rule of the Medici, it seemed almost democratic. The Parliament or mass meeting was abolished. In this and in some general features of the new government, Savonarola's influence may be traced more clearly than in its institutions. The law of appeal in political offences from the Signory to the Grand Council was certainly passed with his support, as was also an inquiry into the robbery of public money. Again he tried to rouse public feeling in favour of the reforms. All must do their part to ensure success. He saw that a people so long corrupted by a tyrant's rule could not be fit for self-government. He therefore aimed at founding his reformed government upon a moral reform of the population. The friar's personal influence had often worked wonders upon frivolous young men. It found new scope in leading a Puritan movement in Florence. At the burning of the Vanities, great public bonfires, a clearance was made of many articles of luxury or fashion: false hair, cards, charms, masks, scents, undesirable books, and pictures. Even the street boys of Florence, who were hitherto terrible hooligans, were enlisted in the cause to collect alms in organized bands. Noisy festivities and processions were suppressed. An extraordinary change came over the outward life of the city, which must be admitted in many cases, at least, to have been the visible sign of real inward change. In becoming a politician, however, the friar became the leader of a party, and speedily party divisions, always rife in Florence, became fierce. His own party, the Piagnoni or Weepers, were by degrees opposed by the Bigi, the Greys, so called because, working for the Medici restoration, at first without much vigour, they were neither white nor black; and the Arrabbiati, enraged, who hated Puritanism, and though not desiring Piero's return, eventually came round to supporting the younger branch of his house. Of this faction the Campagnacci were an offshoot, consisting of the dandies of the city. They both regarded the Piagnoni as little Italians, on account of their leaning toward France. They themselves were in league with Milan, and their motto might have been Italy for the Italians. The foreign policy of the Piagnoni made them unpopular with other Italian states, while outside Florence we must add to the friar's opponents Pope Alexander VI, whose life he continued freely to denounce. In spite of the papal prohibition in 1495, in the following Lent The Signory encouraged the friar to continue his sermons. The Pope then tried the bribe of a cardinal's hat. "Come to my next sermon," replied Savonarola to the envoy, "and you shall hear my reply." It was a yet fiercer attack on the sins of the Church, and a forecast of great troubles still to come upon Italy. Savonarola's boundless energy as preacher and ruler reached its height in the Carnival of 1497. From that time there were signs that his power was on the wane. Hitherto the Piagnoni had been politically in the ascendant. The election of the Medicean Bernardo del Nero as Gonfalonier showed the beginning of a change, which was confirmed by an attempt of Piero upon Florence, and by the tumult raised by the Campagnacci in the cathedral, where Savonarola was preaching on Ascension Day. End of section 10. Section 11 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. The Italian Wars to 1518, Part 2. The Pope took advantage of the opportunity to excommunicate Savonarola for disobedience and heresy. The Signory pleaded for the withdrawal of the brief, and in the meantime stopped Savonarola from preaching, so that the excitement in Florence subsided. The new Signory was even favourable to the friar, and the sudden discovery that 5 leading citizens had been concerned in the late Medici plot stirred Florence to its depths. The 5, including Bernardo del Nero, were condemned to death, and so strong was popular feeling against them that they were refused the right of appeal to the Great Council and were executed. Though Savonarola himself seems to have taken no direct part in the matter, it would have been quite safe to allow the appeal, so strongly was the Piagnoni majority supported by the feeling of the city. The refusal no doubt injured him. From this time the friar never recovered his position. Alexander, fearful of Savonarola's constant appeals to France and their probable result, a general council, and mindful of the fact that a French invasion could be barred merely by the union of Florence and Ferrara, now resolved upon the friar's ruin. He threatened the city with an interdict if it continued to defend Savonarola. The latter appealed against the Pope to the kings of Europe, but the letters never reached their destination, and one of them was intercepted and carried to Rome. If any other proof of the friar's audacity were needed, it was now in the Pope's hands. In Florence itself, his old rivals, the Franciscans, were clamouring for some sign of his prophetic gift. Many waverers in the city awaited this test to confirm their belief in him, and that it should take the form of the ordeal by fire was suggested by past events in Florentine history. The challenge of the Franciscans was accepted by Fra Domenico, a faithful disciple of the friar. A huge pile of wood, gunpowder, and oil was laid in the piazza, and thither thronged all Florence, eager for a spectacle. The monk who could walk unscathed in the narrow path through the lighted pile would, by the divine judgment, have proved his innocence. Amid the suspense of the waiting crowds, the Franciscans began to object. First to the Fra Domenico's robes, then to his carrying the sacrament through the fire. Hours passed in dispute. A furious thunderstorm swept the piazza. Night was falling, and the Signory announced that the ordeal was postponed. Wet and hungry, and cheated of the expected sensation, the mob had to be thrust back from the friars by the guard. Next day, led by the Campagnacci, it attacked St. Mark's. The monks and the Piagnoni defended it valiantly. The leader of the party, Francesco Valori, fell among the slain outside. The Signory interfered to restore order, and Savonarola and his 2 chief followers, Fra Domenico and Fra Silvestro, were arrested. It was decided that the Pope should send a commission to try them for offences against the Church, and that the city should deal with their offences against herself. Under torture, Savonarola is said to have confessed that his prophetic visions were false, but that the evidence is unreliable is certain. He never, however, denied his mission to reform the Church and give Florence free government. Though nothing worse than ambition could be proved against him, the Arrabbiati and the Pope were bent on his destruction. 200 Piagnoni were forcibly excluded from the Grand Council, and a Signory of Arrabbiati was returned, but none dared to protest. The Pope granted to the city a tax of 3/10 on church revenues, for which, said one of the Piagnoni, they have sold our master. The 3 friars found guilty of heresy, schism, and treason to the state were sentenced to be hanged from the gibbet and their dead bodies consumed by fire. On May 23rd, 1498, the end came. "What have I done to thee, O Florence?" murmured Savonarola as he gazed his last at the silent crowd beneath him. Neither his party nor his influence died with him. The former became all-powerful once more. His constitution, except during the period of the Medici Restoration, lasted till the overthrow of the Florentine Republic. But it is not chiefly as a politician that Savonarola appeals to succeeding ages. He belongs, in more senses than one, to those who see visions and dream dreams. We cannot explain his prophetic, strangely fulfilled utterances, except by believing that to the spiritually minded of all ages has undoubtedly been given some insight into the unseen which is beyond common experience. We are no longer puzzled to decide, as were some of his contemporaries, whether or not he was a good man. His place is among those who are given a power beyond their fellows to love righteousness and hate iniquity. It was this force in him that called forth the devotion of his followers, that attracted to him men of the world and level-headed politicians, that has forever enshrined his memory in the city that he loved. At the crisis of Savonarola's fate had died Charles VIII, whose interference might possibly have averted it. The new king, Louis XII, 1498-1512, was generous and tolerant, but the credit for his useful and popular domestic government, which won him the title of Father of his People, rather belongs to his minister, Cardinal Amboise. Louis gained the clergy by yielding to them the right of free elections, and the nobles by relaxing the tight hold kept upon them by the last kings, granting them, for instance, certain royal rights of the chase. He proved the truth of his saying that it would ill become the king to avenge the wrongs of the duke, by showing Suzanne, the only child of Anne of Bourbon, a special favour. Anne, as regent, had imprisoned Louis for opposing her government, but the king allowed her daughter to succeed to the Bourbon estates, which were due on the failure of an heir to fall to the crown. Louis also made himself popular with the middle classes by granting a share in patronage to the parliaments, by keeping an economical court and strict accounts, and by the frank geniality of his manners. Taxation was light. The taille, or perpetual tax on land and income, which fell only on the middle and lower classes, and had been steadily increased, was reduced almost to its original rate. The development of trade, thanks to the wise measures of Charles VII and Louis XI, added to the general contentment of the country. Peace was maintained within the kingdom without effort, the first reign of which this could be said since the accession of the Valois. Nevertheless, the continuance by Louis XII of Charles VIII's disastrous Italian policy cannot be justified. It added to the woes of Italy and wasted the resources of France. It was made possible by persuading Venice to desert the League in return for the possession of Cremona and the Ghiara d'Adda, by bribing Florence with troops to assist in recovering Pisa, still in revolt, and by a discreditable bargain with Alexander VI, whom Louis won over from the League. The same Pope, be it remembered, who to gain Florence for the same League had contrived Savonarola's fall. Alexander declared Louis divorced from his first wife, Jeanne of France, in order that he might marry Charles VIII's widow, Anne of Brittany. He also raised Amboise to the rank of Cardinal of Rouen. The Pope fitted his side of the bargain to the needs of his new policy. He was bent on making his son Cesare Borgia Duke of Romagna, a district long in theory the property of the Holy See, but always held by a number of petty Romagnan princes. The opportunity had come because Florentine protection of the district had ended with the Medici rule, and Venice was occupied with the Turks. Cesare, who had already been deprived of his rank as cardinal, is believed to have made away with his elder brother in preparation for his new career. Louis consented to give him the French title of Duke of Valentinois and the hand of his niece, Charlotte d'Albret, in marriage. Other members of the Pope's family became pawns in the game. His daughter, the placid, fair-haired Lucrezia, had been married to the son of Alfonso of Naples. The Neapolitan alliance was no longer important, while that of Ferrara, which secured Romagna on its northern side, now became so. By Cesare Borgia's contrivance, Lucrezia's husband was murdered, and at the age of 21 she found a fourth husband provided for her in Alfonso d'Este, son of the Duke of Ferrara. Cesare proceeded to conquer Romagna. It was devoured piecemeal by the dragon. The French invasion of Milan had just taken place, and Imola, Forli, and Pesaro, all Sforza lordships, were his first prey. The Malatesta were driven from Rimini, the Manfredi from Faenza. By 1501 Cesare was Duke of Romagna, that land which Dante had said never is and never shall be without war. Apart from its cruel and ruthless conquest, the fate of Romagna is not to be regretted. Its 16 petty lordships were always at strife. It had supplied Italy with a long line of brutal condottieri. Cesare, in overcoming it, had succeeded in an attempt which had been vainly made by Ladislaus of Naples, the Visconti, the Sforza, and several popes. Cesare now turned his mind to more ambitious plans. The Pope supplied him with plenty of money, and he was able to secure the services of the best condottieri. France and Spain, as will be seen, had begun to quarrel over their prey, and Cesare was the vulture in their train. He advanced into Florentine territory, fixing his attention upon certain surrounding strongholds and arousing the deepest suspicion in the city. But his expulsion of the good Duke Guidobaldo from Urbino opened the eyes of France, and Louis made Cesare understand that he must keep his hands off Florence. Pisa, however, offered to make him her lord, and he was about to attack Bologna when a serious conspiracy broke out at Sinigalia among his discontented condottieri, including several of the Orsini. Aided by help from France, Cesare used the wisdom of the serpent in beguiling the rebellious captains to their doom, while the Pope completed the downfall of the Orsini family in Rome. Cesare then resumed his plans for becoming king of Tuscany, or even of Italy, with the help of Spain, for it was becoming apparent to the Borgias that in the duel with Spain, France was losing ground. He also hoped, by increasing the number of Spanish cardinals, to control the next papal election in the event of Alexander's death. But he could not foresee what actually happened. In 1503, after a banquet given by the Borgias to some rich cardinals, the Pope and Cesare fell violently ill, and the Pope died, with every appearance of having been poisoned. It was said that a cup prepared for the guest of the evening had found its way into the wrong hands, and no attempts to prove that the summer heat and the insanitary state of Rome might have produced fever and apoplexy have ever seemed really convincing. So died Alexander VI, of whose pontificate it was said that Rome in his day was a cave of robbers and assassins, a man without religion or honour, stained with the worst vices and infinitely ambitious, the wickedest and luckiest of the popes for centuries past. lucky the Pope would certainly have admitted himself to be. He was devoted to his family, for whom in fact he sacrificed worldly goods and his immortal reputation. Despite his vices, he had many human qualities, and he shared to the full the Italian joy of living. At the all-important crisis of the papal election, Cesare was paralyzed by illness. The Cardinal of Rouen was successfully opposed, but the Borgia party was unable to prevent the choice of Pius III, a nephew of Pius II. When a second opportunity occurred on the Pope's death a month later, Cesare, somewhat strangely, allowed himself to be brought over by the enemy of his house, Cardinal della Rovere, who was duly elected as Julius II, 1503 to 1513. Meanwhile, Romagna was recovering its independence, not rapidly, for its duke had humbled the strong and protected the weak, and his government, though harsh, had been so just and upright that he was greatly loved there. Julius II became the real heir to his conquests, but allowed Cesare to go free. He was, however, sent as a prisoner to Spain, and having escaped to Navarre, he was run through in a petty fight with a rebel subject of his brother-in-law. The career of Cesare has been given in some detail because it has a twofold importance in history. Of all the Italian adventurers, he came nearest to uniting Italy into one kingdom. No other was equally conspicuous for craft, brains, and treachery. No other was so favoured by fortune. So it came about that Cesare, the most resplendent rogue of history, is held up to the admiration of all who would learn how to gain and govern states, as the hero of Machiavelli's wonderful study of the Prince. Meanwhile, the French invasion of Milan was being accomplished by a brilliant army under Trivulzio, who had formerly been in the pay of Naples. Ludovico, in 1499, relied on the services of the Sanseverini brothers, but Galeazzo, who was defending Alessandria, lost heart and fled, and a few days later Ludovico himself with his valuables escaped from Milan into Tyrol. 2/3 of his duchy west of the Adda was seized by the French, the remaining third east of the river by the Venetians. But Trivulzio turned out an unsatisfactory governor, and Ludovico soon felt encouraged to try, with the help of Maximilian and the southern Swiss cantons, to join Galeazzo Sanseverino and regain his duchy. The Swiss of the other cantons in the pay of France found themselves face to face with their countrymen at Novara. Knowing that their employer was short of money, those on Ludovico's side declined to fight. In the retreat, the Duke himself was captured and sent to Loches in Touraine, where he died a prisoner in 1508. The French army entered the city of Milan, and the Cardinal of Rouen arrived to take Trivulzio's former place as governor. For the next 3 years French influence was supreme in Italy. From the conquest of Milan, Louis turned to Naples, in which, however, France was no longer the only interested foreign power. Federigo had been restored by the help of his kinsman Ferdinand of Spain, and by a great error of judgment, Louis decided to take Ferdinand into partnership in his attack on Naples. In the hypocritical pretence of uniting against the Turk, with whom Federigo, in his sorest need in 1494, had been for a short time allied, the kings of France and Spain agreed in the Treaty of Granada, 1500, to share Naples equally between them, Louis taking the Abruzzi and Lavoro, Ferdinand Calabria and Apulia. This arrangement was presently confirmed by the Pope. Federigo, a gifted and capable ruler, retired in the face of overwhelming odds to France, where he was considerately treated. His young son Ferrante lived out a long life of exile in Spain. Soon, however, the robber kings fell to quarrelling over the division of their spoil. The central districts of Naples, the Basilicata, Capitanata, and the Principati had not been definitely given to either, and they could not settle their claims peaceably. War broke out between them in 1502. a war made memorable by the deeds of a goodly company of famous knights, among whom the French Bayard and the Spanish Gonsalvo di Cordova are the most renowned. At first Spain had difficulty in holding her own against the superior quality and quantity of the French troops, but time and fortune were on her side. The French were not quick to make the most of their advantages to begin with, and two important changes in the situation were favourable to Spain. In the first place, Louis was induced by the Treaty of Lyons, conferring Naples as a dowry upon two infants, Ferdinand's grandson Charles and his own daughter Claude, to withdraw the reinforcements which were in the act of joining his army in Naples. Secondly, the Spaniards gained command of the sea, which cut off French supplies. These two facts encouraged Spain to take the offensive in the war, with the result that the two important victories of Seminara and Cerignola made them masters respectively of Calabria and Apulia. The French retired to Gaeta, and it was soon found that no fortress could hold out long against the skill of the famous Spanish engineer, Pedro Navarra. In 3 weeks the French resistance would have been at an end had not Louis sent a new army to Naples. It was, however, detained at Rome by Amboise, to add weight to his chances in the papal election. Again, therefore, the slowness of the French hampered their cause, and they suffered even more than the Spanish army from lying long in a damp and cold position. They were hemmed in between Gaeta, their last foothold, and the river Garigliano, across which their way south was barred by Gonsalvo di Cordova. At last, just after Christmas, Gonsalvo himself crossed the river above the French position and fell upon their army unexpectedly. The French discipline had been weak for some time, and the battle of Garigliano was a mere rout. The French fled towards Gaeta, pursued by the victorious enemy. Among the fugitives trying to escape by boat was Piero de' Medici, who was upset and drowned. On New Year's Day, 1504, the French surrendered what territory was still left to them, and in the next year Louis made a wedding present of his rights over Naples to his niece, Germaine de Foix, on her marriage with Ferdinand. End of section 11. Section 12 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. The Italian Wars to 1518, Part 3. The sudden reverse of fortune in the war is not difficult to explain. The Spaniards were always at an advantage in possessing Sicily as a base of supplies, and in Gonsalvo they had a matchless leader, equally at home in the arts of the court and the arts of war. The great captain is the most splendid type of the Spanish soldier, who thenceforth for nearly a century and a half was to teach the laws of war to Europe. But he served a jealous master. His invariable success roused Ferdinand's suspicions, and 4 years after his conquest of Naples he was dismissed from public life. The kingdom of Naples, his conquest, remained part of the Spanish monarchy until the division of the latter by the Treaty of Utrecht. On the downfall of Cesare Borgia, Venice had intended to become his heir in Romagna, and having succeeded in gaining everything but Imola and Forli, was prepared to offer the Pope tribute. Julius II, however, as we have seen, was not only determined to recover all Romagna for the Holy See, but also to make the States of the Church the strong central power in Italy, holding the balance between France in the north and Spain in the south. As Venice was now the only Italian state able to dispute the Pope's intentions, Julius decided upon the ruin of Venice. This was unfortunately only too easy to accomplish, for the Republic had many enemies. Spain and France had become reconciled at the time of the marriage of Ferdinand with Germaine de Foix, and both powers coveted Venetian territory. Spain wanted the Neapolitan ports to complete her conquest, and France eastern Milan. The Emperor had claims on Padua, Verona, and Friuli, while the Pope desired Faenza, Rimini, and Ravenna. Thus came into being the disgraceful compact known as the League of Cambrai, 1508, whose members were nothing more than brigands of unusual eminence. Venice made ready to face her foes, hired the cautious Pitiliano and the fiery Alviano, and finding it difficult, as always, to raise troops, only attempted to defend Romagna, bar Maximilian's advance, and hold the Neapolitan ports with small garrisons, trusting to their natural strength. So the war broke out from 1509 to 1519, a war whose consequences were to last for 10 years. France was first in the field, Louis XII having had occasion to send troops in 1507 to punish a riot in Genoa. The French army encountered the Venetians on the Republic's frontier, and a battle was fought at Agnadello or Vaila. It was a struggle between the Venetian rear under Alviano and the French vanguard. Pitiliano, in command of the Venetian van, for some reason never engaged his forces at all. The rain damped the powder, and a large part of the artillery fell into the enemy's hands, but the struggle was hot, ending in the capture of Alviano and the complete rout of his army. This defeat was the signal for the temporary break-up of the Venetian dominion. Cremona, Crema, and Bergamo were at once seized by the French, and the other greedy powers swooped upon their coveted prey. As Venice could no longer defend her subject cities, it was decided to release them from their allegiance. But a brief experience of other masters soon made them appreciate the blessing of Venetian rule. Before long, Padua was recovered from Maximilian, and an attempt on his part to reduce the city completely failed. He revenged himself by ravaging Friuli for more than a year, setting the inhabitants hopelessly against him. Meanwhile, the Pope's views were changing. He had recovered Romagna for the Church and had humbled Venice. As an Italian patriot, he had no desire to see Italy overrun by the foreigner again. He therefore not only came to terms with Venice, but challenged the French, the most successful of the crew of bandits, by attacking the Duke of Ferrara, who had gone over from the League to their side. The capture of Ferrara proved a task beyond the Pope's powers, yet, in spite of old age and illness, his indomitable spirit carried him successfully at the head of his army through a bitter winter campaign against Mirandola. In the spring, however, the French retook Bologna, the earliest of the Pope's conquests, and the tide seemed to have turned in their favour, until they took the ill-advised step of summoning a general council at Pisa to depose the Pope. With this plan, Europe, dreading a renewal of the schism, was not in sympathy, and the Pope triumphantly concluded the Holy League with Spain, England, Venice, and the Swiss in 1511 to drive the French out of Italy. The French governor of Milan, Gaston de Foix, Duke of Nemours, closely related to both parties as the brother-in-law of Ferdinand and the nephew of Louis, was in command of the French army. The wonderful lad, as a contemporary calls him, for he was only 23, flashed through a brief 3 months' campaign with meteoric speed and splendour. Confronting a double foe, the Spaniards before Bologna and the Venetians within Brescia, he raised the siege of the first, and after a march of extraordinary rapidity, stormed and sacked the second within the fortnight. Turning south, he drove the enemy from the neighbourhood of Bologna, and made ready to march on Rome and capture the Pope. The Spaniards lay at Ravenna, and Gaston, throwing a bridge of boats across the river in the night, determined to force them to battle before Maximilian and the Swiss could come into the field. Easter Sunday dawned blood-red, a sign it was foretold that one of the leaders must fall. Gaston trained the famous artillery of Ferrara on Caradona's position, which was defended by ditches, wagons mounted with scythes, and heavy guns. For 3 hours the cannonade lasted, then the opposing cavalry and infantry hurled themselves upon each other, and the furious onset of the French horse dislodged the troops of the League from their entrenched position and decided the day. Caradona fled, Pescara, Pedro Navarra, and the future Pope Leo X were among the fine haul of prisoners taken by the French. It was a battle of picturesque contrasts: knights in armour, infantry fighting behind crossed spears, Gaston in coat of mail with his lady's colours on his arm, directing the bloodiest battle yet fought in Italy, and wresting a victory by means of the most up-to-date artillery. The day was already won when, catching sight of a retreating band of Spaniards, he dashed with a handful of followers into their midst. He was unhorsed and fought desperately on foot. "Spare him," shouted Lautrec to the unheeding Spaniards. "He is the brother of your queen." With 14 wounds in front, Gaston fell. "I had rather have lost the battle," lamented Louis XII. When the news reached him, and in truth the death of the brilliant young leader meant the loss, not indeed of the battle, but of the campaign. It was soon found that the Spaniards had no cause to summon the great captain from his retirement, for La Palice, who succeeded Gaston by seniority, had not Gaston's hold upon his troops. Besides, Maximilian, in the hope of winning Milan, chose this moment for deserting the League, while the Swiss, who had done Louis yeoman service in the past, now fell under the influence of the Bishop of Sillon, the sworn foe of France. Only 2 months after the Battle of Ravenna, in 1512, the French army crossed the Mont Cenis, leaving everything but a few castles in the enemy's hands. Machiavelli severely sums up the causes of this collapse as follows: Louis increased the power of the Church, invited the Spaniards into Italy, and ruined Venice, his best friend. The members of the League divided the spoil, of which the Pope secured the chief part. They then took in hand Florentine affairs and demanded the retirement of the Life Gonfalonieri Soderini and the restoration of the Medici. The reluctance of the citizens to depose Soderini brought upon them the brutal sack by the Spaniards of Prato, a subject town a few miles away. Accordingly the Medici in 1512, that is Piero San Lorenzo with his uncles, returned once more to Florence and swept away all the changes that had taken place in the government since the death of Lorenzo the Magnificent. Among those who were driven from office was Machiavelli, who occupied himself in writing The Prince and other works. By a curious coincidence, the Sforza family were restored at the same time to Milan by the Swiss, who carved out a fine reward for themselves in what are now the Italian cantons. Maximilian Sforza, Ludovico's son, reigned in his father's place, but as little more than a vassal of the Swiss, who, it was said, came as deliverers and remained as masters, after repulsing a French attempt to rescue Milan in the famous Battle of Novara in 1513. Other members of the League were active elsewhere. Henry VIII of England, anxious to make an impression upon Europe, carried out an invasion of northern France at the moment when Ferdinand was lured from invading the south by the chance of conquering Navarre. The Scots, the inveterate allies of the French, chose the opportunity to attack England, and suffered the great disaster of Flodden, just after Henry had driven the French from Ginugat in the Battle of the Spurs. However, before long, Henry and his minister, Cardinal Wolsey, convinced of the greed and worthlessness of their allies, Ferdinand and Maximilian, came to terms independently with the French. Henry's young sister, Mary, much against her will, became the third wife of Louis XII. But through keeping late hours and sharing in the unwonted gaiety of the court, the elderly bridegroom overtaxed his strength and died 3 months after the wedding, leaving his kingdom to his hot-headed and ambitious cousin and son-in-law, Francis of Angoulême, aged 20, who reigned as Francis I from 1515 to 1547. The new king was bent on losing no time in enforcing his claims, as a descendant of Valentina Visconti, upon Milan, and at the time of his accession the champion and originator of the Holy League had already passed away. Julius II died in 1513, having secured for the Papal States, thereby earning the title of their founder, the Campagna, the March of Ancona, Urbino, Romagna, Modena, Parma, and Piacenza. In the leisure of his strenuous old age, the Pope gained another title to fame as the patron of Bramante, Michelangelo, and Raphael, and with masterly insight, Raphael presents him to us in one of his finest portraits. In his scheme to rid Italy of the foreigner, the Pope had, however, signally failed, as the invasion of Italy by Francis I was soon to prove beyond a doubt. The election of the successor of Julius astonished everyone, for the choice fell on Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici, who was not yet 40, and who reigned from 1513 to 1521. To have shared in the changing fortunes of his family seemed to him enough excitement for a lifetime, and he was prepared to settle down as Leo X to an uneventful reign in Rome. "Since God has given us the papacy," he is reported to have said, "let us enjoy it." Circumstances demanded, however, that he should at once declare himself for or against the coming French invasion, and to save unpleasantness he joined the French in the league against them in turn. To avoid the Swiss, Francis crossed the Alps in 1515 by the difficult pass of the Col d'Argentière, leading the largest army that France had yet sent to Italy. As Swiss infantry were no longer available, their place was supplied by Germans, and forces raised by Pedro Navarra, who had been driven into the arms of the French by Ferdinand's mean refusal to ransom him after the Battle of Ravenna. Maximilian Sforza's defenders, the Swiss, were unfortunately divided against themselves, one party, led by Bern and Fribourg, being ready to retire, while the men of the forest cantons were lured to battle by the prospect of booty. Finally, preceded by the Cardinal of Sillon, and dragging with them some small pieces of artillery, the whole body of the Swiss marched out of Milan to encounter the French army encamped near Marignano, on ground that was intersected by ditches and small canals. 1515. Francis lined with his German Landsknechts the causeway by which the Swiss must approach, and stationed Navarro with the big guns in a strong position close by. The Swiss, hoping to carry the day by furious charges of the kind which have played so large a part in our own Highland warfare, hurled themselves upon their sworn foes, the Landsknechts. The situation was saved by the king in person, who led a brilliant cavalry charge to rescue his guns from falling into the hands of the Swiss. They fought on confusedly till the setting of the moon, about 11 o'clock, plunged the field in darkness, when they lay down to rest where they stood. All night long, however, the French trumpets and the Swiss horns sounded, indicating reformation of the troops, and at dawn the French appeared in a stronger position than before. In 3 divisions the Swiss advanced upon the French centre and wings, but they failed to dislodge the main body of the enemy. The cry of San Marco announced the arrival of the Venetian vanguard under Alviano, and being caught in the flank by the French artillery, the Swiss gave the signal for retreat, carrying with them their wounded and leaving 7,000 dead upon the field. The defeat was a mortal blow to their military reputation. Never again were they to play an independent and decisive part in European warfare. The causes of the sudden downfall of this hitherto invincible infantry are not far to seek. Their only idea of fighting, said Machiavelli, is to receive the enemy on their pike points. Their victories were in truth soldiers' battles, and their want of generalship and prejudice in the face of modern military methods against the use of artillery rendered even their valour of no avail. The French losses at Marignano were also heavy. Trivulzio, whose 18th big engagement this was, pronounced it a battle of giants, in comparison with which all the others were child's play. Francis had covered himself with glory, and on the scene of victory received the honour of knighthood from Bayard, the knight without fear, without reproach. Milan opened its gates to the conqueror in 1515, and Maximilian Sforza, surrendering all his claims to Francis, retired contentedly into private life in France. Leo X hastened to come to terms. Francis took the Florentine Republic under his protection, promising to support the Medici. The Pope gave up Parma and Piacenza to Milan, but skilfully dissuaded Francis from carrying out his intention of conquering Naples, a fief, it will be remembered, of the Holy See. The king and pope, being made friends, proceeded to destroy the liberties which the pragmatic sanction of Bourges had confirmed to the French Church. Henceforth, by the Concordat of 1516, the king dispensed all the patronage of the sees and monastic communities, while the pope confirmed the royal appointments in return for the restoration of first fruits to the Holy See. In every sense, the French Church ceased to be the national guardian of liberties. These proceedings of Francis in Italy had alarmed Ferdinand, who hoped to make his grandson and heir Charles a match for the French by bequeathing to him the entire Spanish monarchy. The young king, upon his accession in 1516, concluded the Treaty of Noyon with France. The French were to keep Milan, the Spaniards Naples. Venice, the only ally of France, recovered Verona from the Emperor, who accepted the treaty a little later. All the possessions of which the Republic had been robbed by the League of Cambrai were now restored to her. The Swiss and the English also came to terms with France, the former concluding at Fribourg an everlasting peace, which actually outlived the French monarchy, 1518. The English surrendered their recent capture Tournai. Thus the year 1518 saw general peace in Europe, and even a fantastic scheme of union between the Western powers against the Turk. It was at least to prove a welcome breathing space between two long and weary periods of war. End of section 12. Section 13 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. The Rivalry of Charles V and Francis I. The general peace of 1518 left Francis I at the height of his fame. Success fired his ambition into disastrous rivalry with Charles, a rivalry which the character and position of each made almost inevitable. Francis was the elder, dashing, irresponsible, frivolous, and vain of his military reputation. Charles was as yet an inexperienced boy, but serious, persevering, and much more resolute than Francis to become the first sovereign in Europe in war and peace. And wherever their dominions lay, their interests clashed. To the little kingdom of Navarre, Francis was ready to assert the claims of his kinsman d'Albret, who, it will be remembered, had been driven out by Ferdinand the Catholic. In Italy, the two kings disputed the right to both Milan and Naples. Charles already represented the Aragonese claims to Naples, and on his election to the Empire revived the imperial claim to Milan, while Francis was heir to the House of Orléans in Milan, and to the House of Anjou in Naples. Charles was actually in possession of Naples, and Francis of Milan, and each coveted the other's landmark. It has been said that at first the centre of gravity of Charles's policy was neither German nor even Spanish, but Burgundian. He aimed, in fact, at recovering the Duchy of Burgundy and the Somme towns, which had been torn from the Duchess Mary, his grandmother, by Louis XI. On the other hand, Francis regarded Flanders and Artois as French fiefs, and Charles in return pretended to consider Provence and Dauphiné imperial fiefs. And as if there were not enough cause for hostility, there was added the stimulus of the contest for the imperial crown at Maximilian's death in 1519. The election was keenly contested by the two chief candidates, Charles and Francis, for Henry VIII soon withdrew. In favour of Francis was his military reputation, pointing him out as the coming champion of Europe against the Turk, the support of the Pope and the electors on the Rhine, and his position as leader of the independent states of Europe against those united under the Austro-Spanish house. But Charles was a German and a Habsburg, and his family had now worn the imperial crown for 81 years in succession. The Elector Frederick of Saxony declared for him after declining the crown for himself, and the famous knight Franz von Sickingen, at the head of forces of the Swabian League, was prepared to draw the sword for Charles. Money was poured out like water on both sides, but eventually the contest was decided by German feeling in Charles's favour. On his election in June 1519, he took the title not of the King of the Romans, but of Emperor-elect. The ceremony over, Charles and Francis both set themselves to secure Henry VIII as an ally. Henry received the Emperor at Canterbury, paraded himself with Francis on the Field of the Cloth of Gold, and on his return journey met Charles again at Gravelines, when no doubt they came to an understanding. The Pope, who had been wavering between the rival attractions of Charles and Francis as allies, decided that Charles had most to give, since he might restore Parma and Piacenza to the Holy See, expel the French from Milan, replace Francesco Sforza on the throne, and unite with the Pope in crushing the reform movement under Luther in Germany. In 1522, war broke out between Charles and Francis. It was fated to last until 1559, and the first of its 5 periods ends in 1525 with the Battle of Pavia. The 2 opening campaigns in Navarre and the Netherlands were uneventful, except for the wound received by Ignatius Loyola at the siege of Pamplona, which was destined to become the turning point in his career. The real business of the war began as usual in Italy, where the combined papal and imperial forces drove the French army under Lautrec out of Milan, repulsing an attempt on his part to regain it by a crushing defeat at Ricocca. Francesco Sforza was duly restored in the duchy, and the delight of Leo X at recovering Parma and Piacenza was so unbounded that he is said to have died from joy. The only purpose of his life had been artistic, and he is chiefly to be remembered for his patronage of men of genius and learning, notably of Raphael. Easy-going toward himself and others, he was so blind to realities that the great religious crisis to which Germany was hastening scarcely even caused him uneasiness. The conclave passed over Wolsey for Charles V's Flemish tutor, Adrian of Utrecht, who had proved himself unequal to his position as regent of Spain. Austere, pious, earnest, and totally without artistic sympathies, he was the greatest contrast to his Medici predecessor. But Adrian VI failed to satisfy one single section of the Roman community, and a placard posted on his doctor's door at the time of the Pope's death in 1523 expressed the thanks of the Senate and the people of Rome for their country's deliverance. Henry VIII, on behalf of Wolsey, and Charles were keenly interested in the next election, but feeling was strongly against a foreigner, and Giulio de' Medici, whose father Giuliano had fallen in the Pazzi conspiracy, was easily elected with the title Clement VII. 1523 to 1534. Much was hoped from the new pope. His life was respectable and his views moderate. His ecclesiastical career had been generally successful, and he was in sympathy with the artistic tastes of the time. Unfortunately, as pope, he proved neither independent nor decided. He was swayed alternately by his two confidants, one of whom was attached to the emperor's interests, the other to those of Francis. Such a policy was certain to end in treachery to one or the other party, and, as will be seen, to expose the pope to extreme humiliation and disaster. The campaign in Italy, it will be remembered, opened badly for the French, and events in France also turned to the emperor's advantage. Charles of Montpensier, the greatest subject of Francis, had been estranged from the court by claims which the king and his mother Louise of Savoy asserted to his great inheritance. Louis XII. Had allowed the Bourbon lands to pass to Suzanne of Bourbon when the male line had failed, and on her marriage with Charles of Montpensier, her husband took the title of Duke of Bourbon. When, however, Suzanne died childless in 1521, Francis and Louise respectively asserted the royal rights and the claims of next of kin to the great Bourbon estates, whereupon the Duke of Bourbon offered his services to the emperor and escaped into Burgundy. Francis was detained at home by this misfortune, and the army led by Bonnivet into Italy was soon forced to retreat under the conduct of Bayard, his second in command. At his post of danger, protecting the vanguard, Bayard was mortally wounded, though he succeeded in conveying his troops safely out of Italy. Excited by their recent success, the Imperialists under Bourbon and Pescara invaded Provence and besieged Marseille. The town, however, had been put into a good state of defence, and nothing was achieved. The Imperialists retreated into Italy, with Francis hard upon their heels. The two armies reached Milan almost together, and the disheartened Imperial troops, feeling unequal to a pitched battle after abandoning Milan itself, threw a garrison under De Leyva into Pavia. The position of things looked hopeful for Francis, but he made two bad blunders in refraining from a prompt attack on the disorganized enemy, and in detaching part of his troops for service in Naples. He then turned aside and blockaded Pavia, and in January 1525 the Imperial army, having recovered itself, arrived to attack the besiegers. A third interested party was the Pope, who, convinced of the probable success of Francis, had thrown over his alliance with Charles for a secret understanding with France. The dawn of February 24th, 1525, the Emperor's 25th birthday, broke clear and cold upon the Imperialist army breaching the park walls of Mirabello, once the scene of the light-hearted gaieties of the Milanese court, and now occupied by the French entrenchments. The attempt of the Imperialists to file past the enemy and to join hands with De Leyva and the garrison in Milan was frustrated by the deadly fire of the French artillery, and the former were forced into a direct attack. From that moment the battle was so fierce and so confused that accounts of it are difficult to reconcile. The shock of the French cavalry charge led by Francis was so overwhelming that the king cried out, "Today I will call myself Duke of Milan." But Pescara coolly reformed his troops. The Lanzknechts in French pay, who formed the right wing, were mowed down by a merciless fire, and the centre met with a like fate from the deadly accuracy of the Spanish arquebusiers. The Swiss, surrounded on all sides, gave way and fled. Francis, supported by the flower of his chivalry, desperate with the resolution of men who will not retreat nor surrender nor survive disaster, flung himself upon the enemy's cavalry and arquebusiers. Pescara was now in touch with the leva from Pavia, and he rallied his generals round him for a final fight. Amid the devastation of the royal bodyguard, the king's horse fell under him, and angrily declining to surrender to Bourbon, Francis I yielded his sword to the Viceroy of Naples. 10,000 French soldiers lay dead upon the field, among them heroes of every fight upon Italian soil during a quarter of a century. "All is lost save life and honour," wrote Francis to his mother, and indeed the enthusiasm for their captive shown by the victorious soldiers is witness to the valour displayed by the king on that fatal day. With great composure Charles received in Spain the news of this astonishing victory. It seemed as if Europe lay at his feet. Yet its results were very far from fulfilling expectations. Henry VIII urged Charles to join him in invading France, proposing that the emperor should wed his daughter Mary and succeed to the French throne. Charles offended Henry by declining the offer, and Wolsey had already a grudge against the emperor for failing to secure him the papacy at either of the last two elections. A French alliance was not generally popular in England, but to redress the European balance it had become necessary, though it was not definitely concluded until 1527. Meanwhile, Charles was irresolute as to the terms he should impose, and Francis was removed to Spain to await his pleasure. Captivity and loss of his accustomed exercise preyed upon Francis's health, until Charles suddenly realized that there was a danger of his prisoners slipping through his fingers. News from Italy hastened his decision. Fear of the emperor's supremacy had driven the Pope and the leading states to support the French. The imperialist army was clamouring for pay. From his best general, Pescara, sick unto death, came a last message urging Charles to make peace with France if he hoped to save Italy. The outcome of these considerations was the Treaty of Madrid, 1526. 1. Francis agreed to surrender Burgundy, his feudal rights over Flanders and Artois, and all Italian claims, and to abandon his late allies, notably d'Albret and the Duke of Gelderland. 2. The Duke of Bourbon was to recover his wife's inheritance. 3. Charles's sister Eleanor, the widowed Queen of Portugal, was to marry Francis. 4. The two little sons of Francis were to remain in Spain as hostages until the treaty should be fulfilled. Francis swore upon the Gospels and on his knightly word to fulfil it, but in his own and contemporary opinion he was, as soon as free, absolved from his promise on the ground of compulsion. He at once declared against the treaty and joined the League of Cognac with the Pope, Florence, Venice, and Sforza to drive Charles from Italy. The second period of the Italian War consequently began, 1525 to 1529. The League, however, showed itself lukewarm in waging it. The Imperialists captured the fortress of Milan and expelled Sforza. The arrival of 6,000 Spanish troops and 8,000 Germans, mostly Lutherans, under Freudsberg, a declared enemy of the Pope, fulfilled an unusually candid prophecy of the emperor's before the Battle of Pavia: "I shall go to Italy to obtain my own, and to take my revenge on those who may have wronged me, especially on that villain Pope. Who knows but some day Luther may become a man of value?" It must not be supposed, however, that Charles foresaw what actually occurred. Yet while the Pope showed himself irritatingly irresolute, the German and Spanish troops were pressing with ever greater insistence for their arrears of pay. At Milan the two armies united and were soon manifestly out of hand. They demanded to be led to Rome. In the heat of argument, Freudsberg was seized with apoplexy, and Bourbon resigned himself to circumstances. The mutinous forces marched on Rome, and at the second assault the city was at their mercy. Bourbon was shot in the act of scaling the walls, and his death left his starving and utterly uncontrolled troops face to face with the undefended wealth and treasures of the Eternal City. 1527. The horrors of the 8 days' sack that followed exceeded all the outrages Rome had ever suffered from Gaul or Vandal. About 4,000 people perished in the capture. Cardinals, writes a witness, bishops, friars, priests, old nuns, infants, ladies, pages, servants, the poorest of the poor, were tormented with unheard-of cruelties, often 3 times over, first by the Italians, then by the Spaniards, afterwards by the lance knights. The Spanish soldiers showed themselves most brutal and cunning in hiding their plunder. The Germans were the most irreligious and prodigal of their booty, the Italians the most refined in their cruelty. Arrayed in vestments of silk and brocade, the mad soldiery robbed and feasted, stabling their beasts in the churches, tearing nuns from the shelter of their convents, holding the richest cardinals to ransom and exacting payment by torture. It was 9 months before the Prince of Orange, who had nominally succeeded Bourbon, dared to take up his command. The Pope escaped, not a moment too soon, from the Vatican to the impregnable fortress of Sant'Angelo, and as all help from the League failed, he was obliged to come to terms with Charles. He was chiefly distressed by tidings from Florence of the expulsion of his family and the restoration of the Republic. The news of the sack of Rome was received with universal horror in Europe. That the armies of the Catholic king should ruin and plunder the capital of Christendom caused a revulsion of feeling against Charles which had practical results. Henry VIII openly declared for France. Lautrec set out with a new French army to reconquer Milan, and was presently master of all the duchy, but the capital still held by the dauntless de Leyva. Andrea Doria, the great Genoese admiral, who was, as it has been well said, in himself almost a European power, joined France and set up in Genoa the party favourable to her cause. The war between Charles and Francis broke out again in 1528, the 2 rulers exchanging a challenge to single combat, which was not, however, followed up. The imperialist position in Italy rapidly became alarming. Practically all that remained to Charles was the 2 capitals, Milan and its starving garrison, held by de Leyva, and Naples, held by Orange and blockaded by Doria's fleet and Lautrec's army. Charles was at his wits' end for succour. He had no money, and his brother Ferdinand, who had so often proved his right hand in difficulties, had been elected to the Hungarian throne on the downfall of the Jagellon family on the fatal field of Mohacs in 1526. The new king was defending his throne against a formidable rival, John Zopolia, and his kingdom against the advance of Solyman the Magnificent, the conqueror of Mohacs field. Yet, as once before, light dawned for the imperialists when all seemed darkest. Francis offended Doria by haggling over money matters, and by encouraging at Genoa's expense the commercial aspirations of Savona, a neighbouring port. The admiral offered his services to Charles at the price of the freedom and independence of the Genoese Republic, and the offer was accepted. Suddenly the Genoese squadrons off Naples hoisted the imperial colours, provisions were thrown into the town, and the French army was forced to raise the siege. In the north, Genoa now lay as a barrier on the direct route between France and Italy. The armies of the League made a last effort to take Milan, but were beaten by de Leyva at the small but very decisive battle of Landriano. Both parties ardently desired peace, and as Charles and Francis, since the affair of the duel, were not on speaking terms, the negotiations were entrusted to Charles's aunt Margaret, ruler of the Netherlands, and Louise, the mother of Francis. The result was the Peace of Cambrai, also known as the Ladies' Peace, in 1529. It was a repetition of the Treaty of Madrid, with 2 differences. The immediate cession of Burgundy to Charles was no longer insisted upon. and the little princes were to be redeemed from captivity by a money payment. Francis and Eleanor proceeded to celebrate their marriage. 8 years of warfare had left Spain unquestioned ruler of Italy. Milan and Naples were under her direct government. The Pope and Florence were in a sense subject allies. Charles visited Italy for the first time in 1529 to view his new possessions and to receive the Iron Crown of Italy and the Imperial Crown of Rome at the Pope's hands. The ceremony, however, took place at Bologna, for the pressure of German events did not allow time for a journey to Rome. This, the last Italian coronation of a Roman emperor, was a military pageant, conspicuous by the presence of imperialist soldiers of 3 nations and of the hero of the Milanese defence, old, gouty, valiant de Leyva. Charles received the homage of Sforza for Milan and yielded to the Pope's demand for the restoration of his family in Florence. As the Florentines declined to have the Medici on any terms, even as private citizens, the city underwent at the hands of the Prince of Orange a 10 months' siege. It was fortified by Michelangelo and heroically defended by Machiavelli's militia. Orange was killed during the siege, but Florence was obliged to surrender and accept as ruler in 1530 the worthless Alessandro de' Medici, the Pope's cousin, who was married to Margaret, an illegitimate daughter of Charles. It must be admitted that the fortune of war had favoured Charles, but his success was due also to his own dogged persistence and to the great ability of those who served him. His generals invariably rose to the occasion, and the soldiers caught something of the spirit of their leaders. Francis had no such commanders as Pescara, de Leyva, Lannoy, Bourbon, and Orange had proved themselves. He had, moreover, an unfortunate knack of offending powerful supporters at a critical moment. And though he was not harassed as Charles was by eternal want of pence, his lack of steady purpose must have influenced others, and must have told in the end upon the issue of the war. End of section 13. Section 14 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. The Reformation, Part 1. Renaissance and Reformation are words commonly enough used, but a clear understanding is needed of their meaning in relation to each other. They are alike the outcome of the spirit of intellectual activity that quickened Europe in the 15th century. This new spirit first made itself felt in Italy, and across the ages it communicated with and became mastered by the kindred spirit of Greek civilization. So, for the most part, the Italian Renaissance was pagan, classical, and artistic. By the failure of Savonarola's movement, we can measure the slight extent of religious revival in Italy. Upon the German mind, this spirit of inquiry had a different effect. Italian civilization was older than Christianity, but to the Teutonic world, civilization had come through Christianity. Though the German mind was slower, it was more earnest and religious than the Italian. When, therefore, later than in Italy, the spirit of inquiry took hold upon it, and, as in Italy, stirred it to its depths, it was not pagan but Christian thought, as expressed by the Fathers of the Church, that came uppermost. So we understand the important part played by the theology of St. Augustine in the German Reformation. In Italy, criticism applied itself to literature and the arts. In Germany, to religion. We may take the great scholar Erasmus, whose translation of the New Testament into Latin appeared in 1516, as typical of the Renaissance movement in Germany. He was linked to it by his learning and to the Reformation by his sympathies, though he was too broad-minded and perhaps also too timid to make a reformer. The new intellectual movement in Germany took a religious form for several other reasons. The close connection between the Catholic Church and the Holy Roman Empire had made Germany the greatest sufferer from the exactions and tyranny of the Holy See. With the rise of the state system in the Empire, the all-embracing papal authority was irreconcilable, and the great variety of the states made it almost certain that somewhere among them the Reformed doctrines would take root. In every way, Germany was prepared by her past to be the leader of a revolt, which should be at once religious, national, and social. The doctrine of justification by faith, the financial burden of indulgences, and the shortcomings of the clergy combined to produce the religious movement. The condition of the peasants caused a social insurrection, and papal interference with justice and taxation had to answer for the national movement led by the princes. The hour produced the man, and the man was Martin Luther. In medieval Christendom, Church and State were so closely bound up together that acceptance of the Reformation by an individual meant also a revolt against the State, while its acceptance by a State meant revolt from the European system. Thus England, Denmark, and Sweden, following the lead of their kings, put themselves outside the pale of the general community, and in these countries the movement was favourable to the monarchy. In Germany, after a weary struggle, it was settled in favour of the princes and nobles as against the monarchy, and the same nearly happened in the strife between the Scots lords of the Congregation and their sovereign. In France, however, Calvinism allied itself at different times with aristocratic and republican movements against the crown. In Holland it upset one monarchy and set up another, and in certain German states it took the part of monarchy against republicanism. Whether for a nation or an individual, acceptance of the Reformation at first meant isolation, and self-chosen isolation generally means some degree of courage, and among Luther's many gifts, courage was perhaps the greatest. Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546, was the son of a Thuringian miner and born at Eisleben in 1483. His parents were simple, pious people who brought up their children strictly. The boy Martin was intended to be a lawyer, but in the midst of his studies at Erfurt, religious doubt and despair drove him suddenly into the Augustinian convent. There he at last found conviction and peace in the study of the Bible and the writings of St. Augustine, particularly in the doctrine that men are justified in God's sight, not by works, but by simple faith. The Elector of Saxony, anxious to secure the best teachers for his new University of Wittenberg, appointed Luther professor of theology. Before taking up his duties, he paid a visit to Rome, which revealed to him the true state of affairs in the capital of Christendom. Through his success in lecturing and preaching, Luther had already become a force in Wittenberg, when in 1517 a monk named Tetzel came round selling indulgences in aid of the building fund of the new St. Peter's at Rome. The practice of the Church allowed indulgences to be obtained as from a kind of spiritual bank, in which were accumulated the good works of all the faithful. The shortcomings of sinners could be made good by drawing, with the Pope's authority, upon this inexhaustible treasury in return for some act of penitence. By degrees, however, money payments took the place of these penances, and the system became at last a recognized means of raising funds for any ecclesiastical object. In Tetzel's hands this doctrine of indulgences became a mere matter of commercial dealing, and Luther's wrath was aroused by the error which was being sown among his flock. On All Saints' Day, 1517, he nailed to the door of the University Church 95 theses or headings on the subject of indulgences, challenging Tetzel to a discussion. With this famous act began the first stage in the Reformation. Leo X appointed Dr. Eck to meet Luther at Leipzig. The discussion was chiefly important in arousing interest in Luther, and encouraged by the sympathy of his countrymen, he published a series of pamphlets, in one of which he appealed to the Christian nobility of the German nation to rally together against Rome. Thus Luther advanced rapidly from his original attack on indulgences to a position from which he proceeded to reject the authority of the Pope, and finally even the doctrine of the Roman Church. Leo X, who had been at first inclined to make little of the German movement, was roused at last to publish a bull of excommunication against the truculent reformer. Luther's reply was an act of open defiance. He publicly burned the bull at Wittenberg in 1520. Intense national feeling stirred Germany to the depths. All eyes were turned to the new emperor, who in the midst of this mighty agitation was about to make his first appearance in the country, neither understanding nor sympathizing with its vital needs, its hopes and fears. The Pope urged Charles to publish the ban of the Empire against Luther, and though inclined to condemn him unheard, the Emperor gave way to the force of public opinion and summoned the reformer to Worms. At that famous Diet the fate of Germany, it is not too much to say, hung in the balance. Here were problems religious, constitutional, social and economic, foreign and political, awaiting solution, and first in importance and difficulty was the religious problem. Luther's journey to Worms had been as that of a hero, conquering and to conquer. But when first confronted with the emperor and princes, nervousness made him appear ineffective. "This man will never make a heretic of me," said Charles. In reply to the question whether he would retract the opinions expressed in his writings, he asked for time to consider his answer. On the next evening it was ready. In plain and vigorous terms, Luther boldly declared himself unable to recant unless convinced by Scripture or clear argument. Against conscience he could not act. The audience was over. As he left the hall, Luther lifted his hand, the signal of a Landsknecht who had delivered a telling stroke. Next morning Charles read to the princes his decision to stake upon this cause all his dominions, his friends, his body and blood, his life and soul. Proceedings against Luther must no longer be delayed, and he was ordered to quit Worms at once. He left the city amid the profound sympathy of Germany, and a fortnight later, before his safe conduct had expired, he mysteriously disappeared. By the order of the Elector of Saxony, he was carried off by an armed band to the Wartburg, where he could follow events in safety, working at his translation of the Bible till the danger was over. The Emperor's decision reads like his honest and unalterable conviction, and in face of it, it is difficult to condemn him for failing to rise to the height of his great opportunity to unite Germany in a national movement. If it be granted that Charles was an orthodox and devout Catholic, it is still impossible to deny that time and again he allowed political considerations to outweigh his religious principles. At the Diet of Worms itself, his eagerness to condemn Luther was due to his desire to secure the alliance of the Pope in the coming war with France. The attitude of Charles to the whole course of the German Reformation was determined by political events unconnected with religion. For stronger even than his zeal for Holy Church was his hostility to his rival Francis. Whichever side Charles had adopted, he could not expect the unanimous support of his subjects in religion. But had he identified himself with the national and larger party, at least he would have avoided the danger of falling between them both. The Catholics would have upheld an attempt to reform the abuses of Rome and of the clergy. The Protestants would not have been driven by relentless opposition into a more extreme position of reform. A review of Charles's dealings with his later diets leads to the conclusion that at Worms he sacrificed an opportunity. How great a one he was perhaps ignorant, not to his unalterable belief, but to temporary advantage. In comparison with the religious question, the other business of the Diet flagged in interest. but one or two points must be noticed. The Council of Regency, which had broken down under Maximilian, was restored. It was to consist of a president, 4 delegates of the Emperor's choosing, and 17 sent by the electors and circles of the Empire, and to deal with general business and the question of alliances, in particular during the Emperor's absence. The Imperial Chamber, under the Council's supervision, was revived as the supreme judicial court, representing all interests but those of the towns. A general tax was voted, but the principle of the common penny, levied on every individual, was abandoned in favour of the matricular roll, on which each state was rated according to its resources. Charles gave up to Ferdinand the South Austrian provinces of Austria, Tyrol, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, to which were added later the Swabian and Alsatian territories and Württemberg. This was the origin of the later division of the Habsburg Empire between the Spanish and German branches of the family. The Edict of Worms, issued by the Diet against Luther, was followed by 2 social outbreaks in Germany. They were not directly caused by the Reformation, but the Reformation brought all their forces up to fighting point. They were the Knights' War and the Peasants' Revolt. The Knights' War, 1522-1523, followed hard upon the crushing blow dealt by the Diet of Worms to the hopes of political and religious reform. Its leaders were Franz von Sickingen, a recent supporter of Charles at his election, the typical German knight of the age, an enemy of the peaceful life, and his friend Ulrich von Hutten, the trenchant champion of humanism. The war itself grew out of a little preliminary feud between von Sickingen and the Archbishop of Treves, round whom the lay and ecclesiastical princes rallied when the struggle became general in the district. Sickingen's castles of Eberburg and Landstuhl on the Rhine crumbled beneath the fire of the enemy artillery, and their master fell mortally wounded at Landstuhl. Hutten fled to Switzerland, to perish sadly a few months later. The princes used to the full this opportunity of trampling out the resistance of their ancient foes, the knights, and with the knights, self-condemned for its failure to keep the peace, fell the Council of Regency and the last hope of setting up a representative national government. The heralds of the approaching social revolution, the Peasants' Revolt, 1524-1525, were a band of popular preachers, the prophets of Zwickau, who took up their abode at Wittenberg. Rumours of their extravagances reached Luther in the Wartburg, and he left his retreat to silence and disperse them. Soon, however, they won even greater notoriety as travelling preachers, wandering far into South Germany and preparing the minds of the peasants for revolt, as the Wycliffite priests had done in England before the rising of 1381. The outbreak began in Swabia in the autumn of 1524 on the estate of a certain count, who compelled his serfs on a holiday to gather snail shells on which to wind the countess's wool. Everywhere the ecclesiastical lords especially were attacked. The peasants drew up the celebrated 12 Articles, supported by scriptural references, and bearing mainly upon the abolition of serfdom, the lords' rights of the chase, of fishing and of enclosure, arbitrary punishments, and increase of dues. It must be remembered that the peasants were entirely unrepresented and without constitutional means of expressing their very real grievances. Though not bent on using violence, they were driven to it by the utter indifference displayed by their lords to their reasonable demands. The Swabian League at once joined hands with the nobles to crush the insolent serfs. 2 bloody battles on the Aargau and on the Danube brought the Swabian rebellion to an end. But the movement had already spread north to the Neckar, where the hasty action of the serfs in putting to death their lord, the Count of Helfenstein, drew upon them a terrible vengeance. In savage cruelty there was nothing to choose between the lords and serfs. In Franconia, the rising under Götz von Berlichingen, the robber knight, was strongly political in character, and actually aimed at strengthening the monarchy on a democratic basis. In Thuringia, on the other hand, where the leading spirit was Münzer, one of the prophets of Zwickau, religious fanaticism was the chief feature, and under the rule of saints most excessive doctrines were put into practice. After the battle of Frankenhausen, in which 5,000 of his followers were slain, the prophet was executed, and the revolt, which had spread over nearly all Germany save the north, was stamped out with the utmost rigour, at a cost of about 100,000 peasant lives. The general result was to make harder the already hard lot of the peasants, and to delay their emancipation till the middle of the 19th century. Lack of able leaders, of united action and discipline, and above all the declared hostility of Luther and his party to the movement, were the chief causes of its failure. The insurgents had laid great stress on the oppression of the lower classes, thereby encouraging the growth of democratic ideas. But Luther saw clearly that the whole future of Protestantism was doomed if it once became associated with disorder, and he hounded on the nobles in suppressing the outbreak. From this time forth he learnt to rely on the support of the princes rather than on the national enthusiasm that had surrounded him at Worms. It has been said that in his attitude to the progress of reform in Germany, Charles allowed himself to be influenced by foreign policy. In fact, the embarrassments arising out of his relations with Francis and with the Pope were the strongest allies of the Protestant cause. To the Pope, as an Italian power, fell the task of holding the balance between France and the Empire, while as a spiritual power his main object was to defeat the plan of a general council with which Charles proposed from time to time to settle religious difficulties in Germany. In the Italian wars, when Charles seemed on the brink of disaster, he was often in reality nearest to victory. The reverse is true of his experience in Germany. Indeed, an Italian victory sometimes wrought failure in Germany. Thus, after the Battle of Pavia, when the fate of the Reformation seemed at his mercy, followed the League of Cognac, which drove Charles to consent to the decrees of the First Diet of Speyer, the first measure of toleration that the reformers received. It established a temporary settlement in the spirit of the famous compromise, cuius regio, eius religio, which finally closed the struggle at Augsburg. In other words, it left to each prince the power to decide the religion of his own subjects. A few years of success for Charles in Italy resulted in the upsetting of this decision at the Second Diet of Speyer in 1529, and the reenactment of the Edict of Worms. This was followed by the formal protest of the Reform party, the rejection by Charles of the statement of the Protestant doctrines as drawn up by Melanchthon in the Confession of Augsburg, and the formation of the Armed League of Schmalkalde by the Protestant princes and cities in 1531. But the Turks were threatening Vienna, and to use force against the Reform party was out of the question. Indeed, the Protestant princes hailed this chance of showing that Protestantism was no enemy of patriotism, and even if gratitude for their timely aid had not prevented the Emperor from taking action against them, his absorption in the difficult business of Ferdinand's election as King of the Romans had the same effect. At the Peace of Nuremberg it was decreed that no persecution should be permitted until a general council had been assembled, and all processes against the Protestants in the lately revived imperial chamber should be stopped. This arrangement the Emperor regarded as merely temporary, but since the First Diet of Speyer, Luther's Bible and hymns had been largely adopted, Protestant doctrines taught in the schools, and monastic revenues used for the endowment of Lutheran churches and of education, and the Protestants expected some recognition of their position. At this point, Charles was called away from Germany by Italian and Spanish affairs, and reform went steadily forward, invading South Germany, with the restoration of Ulrich of Württemberg to his duchy. The Duke had previously been expelled, had become a Protestant, and was reinstated by the League of Schmalkalde, with the sanction of Ferdinand, whose attention was urgently claimed for the defence of Hungary against the Turks. Not long after, changes in the ruling families of Brandenburg and Albertine Saxony ranged those states upon the side of Protestantism. Indeed, about 1540, the only influential states left to Catholicism were Austria, Bavaria, the Duchy of Brunswick, and the ecclesiastical electorates of Mayence and Trèves. End of section 14. Section 15 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. The Reformation, Part 2. During these years, Charles had been occupied in the third period of the war with France, namely from 1536 to 1538. On the death of Francesco Sforza in 1535, the Duchy of Milan as an imperial fief was annexed by Charles. Francis, who was steeped in intrigue with the Pope, the League of Schmalkalde, and even with the Turks, brought forward the claims of France. After a series of unsuccessful campaigns in Provence, Picardy, and Languedoc, Charles was ready to conclude with Francis a 10 years' truce at Nice, confirming the Peace of Cambrai. But the investiture of Charles's son Philip with the Duchy of Milan reopened the Italian question, and with war imminent, Charles came to the Diet of Ratisbon to meet the Protestants. It was the most promising opportunity for a union that had occurred since 1526. A reform party led by Cardinals Contarini and Pole had arisen in the Church itself, and agreement on the Lutheran doctrines of justification, redemption, and original sin was actually made. Most unfortunately, however, nothing further was achieved, and the Church lost her opportunity of securing a broad and tolerant reform. To the strong opposition of the zealous Catholics, and Luther's inability to believe in the sincere acceptance of the doctrine of justification by Pole's party, was added a general dread of Charles becoming paramount in Germany. When the whole question needed the utmost tact and delicacy in handling, Francis found little difficulty in stirring up discord among the princes. Thus the opportunity for reconciliation was lost. Charles made up his mind to suppress Protestantism by force, yet for the next 3 years he had to bide his time owing to the fourth outbreak of war with France, lasting from 1541 to 1544. Francis had found allies in Cleves, Scotland, Sweden, Denmark, and Turkey, and had made vain advances to the League of Schmalkalde. Charles, however, secured the support of Henry VIII, from whom he had been long estranged by the king's divorce from his aunt Catherine, and by the recent efforts of Henry's great minister Cromwell to unite his master with the princes of the Schmalkaldic League, notably by the marriage with Anne of Cleves. But Catherine and Cromwell were now no more, and Henry was incensed by the invasion of England by James V, the ally of France. The campaigns themselves, which were unimportant, were abruptly ended by the Treaty of Crespy, leaving Henry to make his own terms with France. Peace brought to a close the long personal rivalry of Charles V and Francis I. All conquests since the Truce of Nice, 1538, were to be restored. Charles gave up his claims to Burgundy, Francis his to Naples, Flanders, and Artois. The Emperor promised either his daughter or his niece in marriage to Francis's second son, Orléans, with the dowry respectively of the Netherlands or Milan. Orléans' death prevented the fulfilment of the last article. The death of Francis in 1547 prevented anything coming of a secret understanding for the suppression of heresy between the parties to the treaty. France has never found it hard to forgive a king who sinned pleasantly, and this indulgent view, added to his own brilliant deeds of arms, has secured for him a reputation higher than his deserts. In the long rivalry with Charles, it is true that France suffered less than Spain in the Empire, but this was due to no merit of the king, and there can be no doubt that the war was from first to last a mistaken policy, which laid the country under a heavy burden of debt. The corruption of the court and of the administration, the sacrifice of the independence of the French Church, the increase in the absolute power of the crown, the state interests of a policy that associated Protestant persecutions at home with Protestant alliances abroad, these evils found poor compensation in a certain shallow attractiveness of character and good service rendered to the cause of art. Even the artistic movement, in which the French Renaissance reached its second stage, and which was made famous by the names of the versatile artist Cousin, the sculptor of Goujon, the writer Rabelais, and the borrowed glory of Da Vinci and Del Sarto, betrays a lack of originality and distinction that indirectly witnesses to the poverty of feeling and the prevailing moral deadness which centred in the Valois court. We must now return to Germany, where Charles, released from the pressure of foreign affairs by the Peace of Crespy, was ready to deal with the reform movement. He succeeded in persuading some of the princes that the existence of the League of Schmalkalde threatened the unity of the Empire at least as much as that of the Church, in fact, that the question between them was political rather than religious. German opinion was ranging itself into two camps, in which Empire and Church were opposed to princes and Protestantism. Just as the movement for reform of the Empire under Maximilian had ended in leaving the chief power with the princes, so it seemed likely that the religious movement too would end. It was exactly this result that Charles was bent upon preventing, in the first place because it would reduce his position in Germany to the level of an ordinary prince, and secondly because in religion, as in his general habit of mind, he was conservative. In his slow fashion he had come to the conclusion that war could be the only means of settling the religious difficulty, but he had never lost sight of that oft-threatened General Council to which the Lutherans were also favourable. Alarmed at the reconciliation between Emperor and King at Crespy, Pope Paul III at last agreed to summon the Council of Trent in 1545. The death of Luther in the following February removed a strenuous advocate of peace, and was the signal for the Emperor's declaration of war against the Schmalkaldic League. Charles had already been active in attracting to his side Protestant princes who were also imperialists, among them two from the house of Brandenburg, Hohenzollern, and Maurice of Saxony. Maurice had not long succeeded his father, Duke Henry, of the Albertine line of Saxony, who had become a convert to the Protestant views of the Ernestine branch of the family which had befriended Luther. Nominally a Protestant himself, Maurice was by no means on good terms with his cousin John Frederick, keen patriot and Protestant, whose electorate he coveted. Personal and political aims with Maurice stood first, and he modelled his career on Machiavelli's advice to princes. As the League seemed to offer him no special opportunities for a career, he threw in his lot with Charles, on the understanding that the electorate should be handed over to him. The Emperor struck boldly at the League and overran South Germany, while the princes withdrew their forces to defend Saxony. But at the Battle of Mühlberg, 1547, Charles captured the Elector, John Frederick, and soon after the other leading spirit of the League, the Landgrave of Hesse, surrendered to Maurice. Both were treated with extreme rigour of imprisonment, and Maurice was duly installed as Elector of Saxony. Charles was, as usual, however, prevented from using his victory to the full. The Pope feared nothing so much as the complete subjection of Germany by its Emperor, and a month before Mühlberg he took the sudden step of removing the Council from Trent to Bologna. Thither the Imperialists declined to follow the Papal party, and by remaining at Trent created a schism. The Protestants thereupon declared themselves freed from obedience to the decrees of a divided council. In this state of affairs, Charles had to come to some kind of understanding with the Protestants at Augsburg until the council should obey his summons to return to Trent. The interim of Augsburg for the most part reasserted Catholic doctrine, while yielding on certain points of Protestant practice, such as the marriage of the clergy and lay communion in both kinds. Its reception, however, was not cordial. Various causes about this time tended to make Charles unpopular. He was succeeding in strengthening his authority in Germany, with the object of building up a strong military power in which the princes should be utilized as his generals. The imperial chamber had become little more than a cabinet selected by the Emperor. Spanish garrisons were gradually being distributed over Germany, and so little did Charles realize the intensity of German feeling against Spain that he was urging the election of Philip as the next king of the Romans, not only in the face of the strongest opposition of his German subjects, but also of his brother Ferdinand. Nothing in the past or present that the dead king of France did against me, nor that the present king would like to do, has ever pained me so deeply as my brother's behaviour towards me, wrote Charles to his wise sister Mary, regent of the Netherlands. She succeeded in reconciling the brothers, but the electors would not hear of Philip's succession. Maurice of Saxony was influenced by the general suspicions of Charles's Spanish policy, and was affronted by the Emperor's treatment of his father-in-law, the Landgrave of Hesse. He began to draw away from Charles, and to formulate a new programme with the object of delivering Germany from foreign troops, and recovering for the princes the power of which imperial oppression seemed fast to be depriving them. To this end he concluded the Treaty of Friedewald with Henry II of France, who, like his father, Francis I, found no difficulty in being Protestant abroad and Catholic at home. He also came to some understanding with Ferdinand, king of the Romans, whose object was to remove religious questions from politics, so as to rally his subjects around him for the defence of Hungary against the Turks. The lull in the Ottoman advance that had set in under Bajazet, Mahomet the Great's successor, had ended at the accession of the vigorous Selim I, the conqueror of Syria and Egypt. His son, Solyman the Great, was one of the most remarkable rulers of the 16th century. After capturing Rhodes, the Turks under him advanced once more into Hungary, took Belgrade, and overthrew the last Jagiellon king on Mohacs field. Ferdinand, on succeeding to his throne, found that the Turks were masters of the greater part of his kingdom, and not until the death of Solyman in Hungary, 40 years later, was Eastern Europe relieved of its fears of the last great warrior sultan. The war between the Emperor and the princes was not religious, for the Lutheran party distrusted Maurice far too deeply to accept him as leader, and the great Catholic house of Bavaria stood aloof, which on religious grounds should have deplored Charles's defeat. A certain religious appearance, however, was given to the war by the conduct of Maurice's ruffianly ally, Albert Alcibiades of Brandenburg, who harried everything but the lands of the Church by preference. Meanwhile, Charles, depressed and inert from a bad attack of gout, refused to heed the warnings that reached him of Maurice's doings. He had a big dog in leash, John Frederick, he said, to set on Maurice. Yet it was Maurice who acted first and nearly surprised the Emperor at Innsbruck. Ill and white as a ghost, Charles was hurried on a gusty, rainy night in a litter over the Brenner Pass to safety in Carinthia. By the Treaty of Passau he came to terms with Maurice in 1552. 1. The captive Lutheran princes were to be released. 2. Complete liberty of conscience was to be granted to the Lutherans, who were also to be admitted to the imperial chamber. Even then, Charles absolutely refused to give way on the question of full religious toleration until it had been laid before the Diet. He had set his heart on recovering the 3 frontier bishoprics of Metz, Toul, and Verdun, already seized by Henry II as the price of his help to Maurice, and confirmed to him by the Treaty of Vaucelles. The Emperor, however, first came to terms with the ruffian Albert. "God knows," he wrote, "what I feel at seeing myself at such a pass as to treat with the said Marquis as I am doing. But necessity knows no law." Albert, however, earned his sovereign's gratitude by his skill in saving the imperialist guns in the retreat from Metz, which was successfully defended by Francis, Duke of Guise, the future conqueror of Calais. Albert then returned to his raids, and his flying figure, wild fair hair, and freckled face became once more a vision of terror to Germany, until in the interests of public order the army of Maurice of Saxony cut short his excesses in the fierce battle of Sieverhausen, 1553. Albert fled under the imperial ban to France, but a chance bullet put an end to Maurice's checkered and brilliant career, his championship of princely privilege, and his dreams of the imperial crown, at the early age of 32 in 1553. His brother Augustus succeeded in the electorate, and his unfortunate cousin, the good Elector John Frederick, did not survive him many months. Charles had for some time longed to withdraw from the wearisome and perplexing struggle, and with the death of Maurice, the downfall of Albert, the failure of his plans for Philip's succession, and the agreement arrived at between Ferdinand and some of the leading Protestants, he judged that the time had come. Moreover, he could not face the necessity of yielding on the religious question, so he left Ferdinand to deal on his own responsibility with the Diet of Augsburg, and setting his face toward the Netherlands, turned his back for ever on Germany. The agreement concluded between Ferdinand and the Diet, which is known as the Peace of Augsburg, 1555, contained the following clauses. 1. It laid down the principle of cuius regio eius religio, that is to say, it left each prince free to dictate the religion of his subjects. 2. All church property appropriated by Protestants before the Treaty of Passau in 1552 was to remain in their hands. 3. No form of Protestantism but Lutheranism was to be tolerated. 4. Lutheran subjects of ecclesiastical states were not to be obliged to renounce their faith. And 5. By the ecclesiastical reservation, any ecclesiastical prince on becoming a Protestant was to give up his see. By this peace it was acknowledged that the unity of the medieval church was broken up for ever, and indirectly that medieval persecution was abandoned, save in the one form of banishment. Protestantism was now legally recognized, though only in the shape of Lutheranism. There was to be no toleration of either Calvinists or Zwinglians. Worse than this, toleration was only considered from the prince's point of view. The only privilege allowed to the Lutheran subjects of a Catholic prince, or to the Catholic subjects of a Lutheran prince, was that of finding a home elsewhere. Liberty of conscience did not, in fact, enter into the question. By this means divisions in Germany were made deeper, until at last the only way of settling them seemed to be by the sword of the 30 Years' War. It was impractical to suppose that while appropriation of church property was still of daily occurrence, a settlement could be satisfactory which recognized no transfers made since 1552. The ecclesiastical reservation opened the way for endless difficulties. It was held, for instance, that when a chapter became Protestant, it might elect a Protestant bishop, Had it been strictly enforced, on the other hand, it must have effectively checked the growth of Protestantism. The principle which made the prince the sole authority upon the religion of his state was fatal to the imperial power. The imperial chamber, the organization of circles, the maintenance of the public peace ceased by this treaty to be under the emperor's control, and in each state the position of the prince made it inevitable that the people should transfer their allegiance from the shadowy emperor to the ruler with the real authority. Charles in the Netherlands fully realized the effects of the peace, which hastened his resignation. His plans for the religious and political unity of Germany had failed utterly. He was personally unpopular there. His cherished scheme of marriage between Philip and Mary Tudor had turned out unhappily. The struggle to meet financial embarrassments never abated, while Henry II had wrung from him by the Treaty of Vaucelles more than Francis I had ever done by force of arms. To his subjects in the Netherlands only did he choose to bid a formal farewell, since from them alone could he count upon a sympathetic response. In the Hall of the Golden Fleece at Brussels, Charles, leaning upon his stick and supported by the young William of Orange, made his last public appearance in 1555. Both emperor and audience were moved to tears by the simple pathos of his leave-taking. In the spring of 1556, Charles resigned the Empire, the Spanish kingdoms, and Sicily. His son Philip succeeded to Spain, the Netherlands, Milan, Naples, and Sicily, and Ferdinand, already king of the Romans, duly followed him in the Empire. In the autumn of 1556, Charles sailed to Spain, and at once retired to the monastery of Saint Just in Estremadura. Here, in his little four-roomed retreat, he performed his religious exercises, received visitors, followed the events of the great world, and amused himself with mechanical toys. In August 1558 he died. The great emperor, Charles V, used to be a common phrase of historians, but it is probable that his greatness was of the kind that position thrusts upon a man. In private life, Charles would not have been remarkable. Fate had called him to play his part upon a stage that would have dwarfed it any man but the greatest. Slow, irresolute, and at the same time very obstinate, narrow-minded, unsympathetic, and limited in his affections, he yet compels respect by his honest intentions, his sense of duty, his modesty, and his shining moments of fortitude. The coldness of his character is partly redeemed by his love of wife and son, his fondness for children, pet animals, and flowers. He was moderate in all his private tastes, with one important exception: his indulgence in enormous, hasty, and unwholesome meals early pointed the way to a martyrdom of gout. But between its attacks, Charles remained incorrigible as ever. Though not highly educated, he was well read and genuinely devoted to the fine arts, especially to music. Few men, harassed as Charles was by continual toil and vexation, can have realized more bitterly the experience attributed to King Herod, that they who grasp the world, the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, must pay with deepest misery of spirit. End of section 15. Section 16 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8. The Counter-Reformation, Part 1. The Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563, has been referred to several times during Charles V's reign. Its work must now be considered as a whole. To meet the emperor's wishes, it was held in German territory. Pope Paul III, 1534 to 1549, who has been called the last of the Renaissance popes, as distinguished from those of the Catholic revival, at last brought his mind to the formal summons of the council in 1542. So few, however, were the bishops who arrived to attend it that the assembly was adjourned. The chief question before the second meeting of the council in 1545 was whether reform or the definition of dogma should have the first place. The Pope was a watchful guardian of church privilege. He was determined that doctrine should be considered before reform, and kept in close touch with the council's proceedings. By a compromise it was arranged that they should be considered simultaneously by different sections of the council. The moderate Catholic party, led by Contarini and Pole, were quite prepared to join hands with the Lutherans in some matters of doctrine, and with this end in view, the great questions of justification by faith, free will, and the sacraments were debated. At this point, however, some members of a hitherto little known order, the Society of Jesus, came forward, and by their able and determined arguments succeeded in upholding the Catholic standpoint. At this stage the Pope became alarmed by Charles's success in Germany, and with the excuse that a slight outbreak of the plague in Trent made the place unsafe, he removed the council to Bologna in 1547. Charles declined to recognize any further acts of the council. The Diet of Augsburg gave its support to the minority who remained at Trent, and the Interim of Augsburg provided a temporary settlement of religious affairs in Germany. The Pope found it necessary to give way, though he died before any further stage of policy was reached, and his successor, Julius III, 1549 to 1555, whose chief aim was to live a quiet life, summoned the council to reassemble at Trent in 1551. Much discussion of doctrine followed, revealing the deep differences which separated Protestants and Catholics. However, the untimely descent of Maurice of Saxony in pursuit of Charles scattered the members with all speed before a definite decision was made, relieving the Pope of much anxiety. Not long after, the latter was succeeded by Marcellus II, who was upright, wise, and enthusiastic for reform, but he unfortunately only lived 3 weeks longer. His successor was Pope Paul IV, 1555 to 1559, the austere and rigid Caraffa, who had founded the Order of the Theatines, a society of parish priests bound by monastic vows and upholding the doctrine and government of the medieval Church. The new Pope was therefore wholly opposed to the more enlightened party of Catholic reformers led by Contarini, and as an interval of 10 years occurred in the work of the council after it was dispersed by Maurice, Paul IV applied himself to the reform of Rome itself. He thoroughly overhauled the government of the Papal States, and armed with the powers of the Inquisition on one hand, and with the new index of prohibited books on the other, his orthodox zeal triumphed over the champions of a more tolerant and liberal Catholicism. Yet, in attempting to recover from Europe a general acknowledgment of the papal claims, he defeated his own ends. Thus he drove Elizabeth of England to ally herself with the Protestant party in Scotland, and practically assured the triumph of reform in Great Britain by insisting that the Queen should submit her claims upon the throne to his judgment. In the same way his hostility to Ferdinand I obliged that emperor to rely on the support of the moderate party, with the result that many South German bishoprics passed into Protestant hands. Then, in 1559, he died, and the new Pope, Pius IV, pledged himself, in response to a general wish that reform should not be left entirely to the Holy See, to summon once more the Council of Trent. At this, the third and last session of the Council, no Protestants were present, and the reforms undertaken were simply those of the Church from within. There were many Catholics who desired a thorough reform in doctrine and practice, but their aims were defeated by the powerful and energetic Jesuit opposition. Thus the use of the mother tongue in services, the marriage of the clergy, communion in both kinds, practices which would have united them to the Protestants, were all rejected. The doctrines of purgatory, indulgences, and invocation of saints, though defined in accordance with medieval belief, were for the first time completely defined. It is true that on some important questions, such as that of justification by faith, Protestant theories were not entirely excluded. But such concession was deceptive, since the Pope's authority was declared to be supreme in all doctrinal matters in the future. The resolve of the French to settle the question of the superiority of councils to the Pope, and the Spanish prejudice in favour of making bishops independent of the Holy See, were defeated by successful papal diplomacy at the two courts concerned. There was, however, a real reformation in morals. The popes undertook to set their house thoroughly in order. They gave up the pursuit of family interests, and Pius V decreed that church property should never be alienated from the Holy See. The education of the clergy was carefully provided for. The breviary and the canon law were revised, and the florid church music of the period met with its own much-needed reform at the hands of the great and austere genius Palestrina. A radical change in the character of the popes enabled them to recover much of their lost influence in Europe, with the aid of the new order of the Jesuits and the Inquisition, the brain and arm of the papacy. The Papal Inquisition, as set up in 1542, is adapted from the system of the Inquisition as formerly worked by the Dominicans in the suppression of heretics, notably of the Albigenses in the 13th century. Having accomplished its work only too well, it would naturally have disappeared had not Ferdinand and Isabella gained leave to introduce it into Spain as a weapon against both Jews and Moors. From this time the Spanish Inquisition, so called because it was after 1497 independent of papal interference, continued to flourish, not without dire results, as will be seen before long in the Netherlands. The Papal Inquisition, however, which dated from the Council of Trent, confined its attentions to Italy. The second great prop of the Holy See was the Society of Jesus. The founder of this famous order was Ignatius Loyola, the son of a noble Spanish house of Basque origin. As an enthusiastic young soldier, he had been lamed for life at the siege of Pamplona, and had had to renounce his chosen profession of arms. During his slow recovery, he resolved to enlist his services in the cause of Christ and the Virgin, and began his career by a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, which inspired him with the idea of a lifelong warfare against the infidel. Realizing, however, his lack of knowledge, he devoted himself to study in Paris, where he won over to his views 3 fellow students, Lefebvre, Xavier, and Lainez. This little band took vows of poverty and celibacy, and placed themselves at the Pope's disposal for work among the Mahometans in the Holy Land. Paul III, however, took the view that heretics at home, rather than infidels abroad, needed their labours, and accordingly they formed themselves in 1540 into the Society of Jesus for the special service of Christ and of the Pope, under Loyola as the first general of the order. Every member of the order was bound to surrender all personal judgment, and to become as wax in the hands of his superiors. It was the business of those superiors to acquaint themselves intimately, by an elaborate spy system, with the characters, actions, and thoughts of those whom they directed, that all gifts might be turned to account for the order in the choice of careers. A priest must hold himself in readiness to go to the ends of the earth at the bidding of his superiors, not delaying even to complete the letter of the alphabet he might be writing. The order had 6 divisions, of which the professed of 4 vows were the only fully privileged members, in whose hands lay the election of the general. They were without a fixed place of abode, and took a 4th vow of obedience to the Pope. The order was forbidden to accept ecclesiastical preferment. No monastic habit was worn, nor did the rules of the society permit the powers of mind and body to be worn out by excessive asceticism or long-continued religious exercises. Into the work of education and of missions the Jesuits threw themselves with the utmost zeal and heroism. They made themselves indispensable as confessors. Their learning seated them in the professors' chairs at the universities. They mixed in politics and in society. All their work was performed gratuitously, for the order was enriched not only by the property surrendered to it at admission, but by many gifts bestowed upon it. In 16 years it numbered over 2,000 members. The order has been well named the brain of the Holy See. It may be imagined how great was the influence of a highly trained body of men, acting with the obedience of perfectly regulated machines, at the bidding of some of the most intellectual and resolute minds of the times. But in the individual it must be admitted that the absolute surrender of private judgment and the acceptance of the doctrine that the end justifies the means tended to undermine independence of character and moral judgment. In summing up the work of the Catholic reaction, the following results will be noticed. The Church, purified of abuses, inspired by new enthusiasm, and carrying the war into the enemy's country, encountered Protestantism at a time when its first zeal was spent and disunion had begun to appear. The revived papacy made Rome once more the centre of south-western Europe, as it had been under the Roman emperors, and once more brought under its sway the recently revolted regions on the Danube and the Rhine. At the same time, in the political world, two great agencies of the Catholic revival were the Spanish monarchy under Philip II and France under the influence of the Guises. In the reign of Philip II, 1556 to 1598, the aims and methods of revived Catholicism are fully illustrated. The king regarded himself as the divinely appointed leader of the chosen people, whose dominion of the world was to be the guarantee of its recovery to the Church. Not one of the many disasters that marked his ill-starred reign ever shook Philip's faith in his twofold mission as champion of the Church and of Spanish supremacy. Yet, like a blight, his reign rests upon the history of Spain. He crushed all power of initiative in the court and in the nation at large. The king's family heritage was one of gloom and bigotry. The slow, secret, and cautious policy which was his by circumstances and education hid him like a mask, even from those nearest to him. He grew old before his time in trying to keep pace with the thousand petty details which are the proper business of subordinates. No clerk ever toiled more industriously at his papers. Hours were passed in making marginal notes on affairs that might have been settled in conversation lasting perhaps as many minutes. But Philip shunned interviews. He never realized that statesmanship is the most human of occupations, based on a knowledge of men in a world of men. He clung to his purposes, blind to things as they really were, conscientious as far as his cruel bigotry allowed. He strove to grapple unaided with problems too big for him to solve, cold except to the very few for whom he felt any affection, frugal and secluded in his habits, constantly disillusioned throughout his reign, yet never turning aside from the goal he had marked out for himself. There is something of the relentlessness of fate about this mysterious, inhuman figure, in whose service men broke their hearts and sacrificed their lives. Yet at the end of a long reign, as he lay slowly dying in great bodily anguish, no visions of the persecuted and oppressed arose to disturb his mind, which indeed was sustained and comforted by the thought of services he had rendered to God. By a freak of fortune, Philip's reign opened with a collision with the Pope. Paul IV, the Neapolitan Carafa, had family leanings to the Angevin cause in Italy, and disliked the Spaniard. As Julius II had called in the House of Aragon to drive out the French, he determined to call in the French to drive out the House of Aragon. Henry II agreed to send an army under the Duke of Guise, and the Duke of Alva, of all men, found himself in the position of leader of his Catholic Majesty's army against the Pope, 1556 to 1559. By bribing Ottario Farnese with Piacenza, and Cosmo de' Medici, Grand Duke of Tuscany, with Siena, Philip gained their support in Naples, where the war was marked by the gallant resistance of Civitella to Guise. And in the Papal States, Alva carried all before him, and but for religious scruples might indeed have taken Rome. The Pope was obliged to come to terms, but they were of his own choosing, and in Philip's name Alva asked and received absolution in 1557 for the crime of resisting an unprovoked attack. Meanwhile, war had broken out on the northeastern border of France, and Philip II had prevailed upon his English wife, Mary Tudor, in spite of an express understanding to the contrary, to engage English troops on his behalf. The Spanish and English forces were under the command of the dispossessed Duke of Savoy, who claimed his duchy from France. The blunders of the Marshal Montmorency gave them a complete victory at Saint-Quentin, and the town itself, though bravely defended by Coligny, fell into their hands. They would have been better employed in taking Paris, but this enterprise, though it had every chance of success, did not commend itself to the cautious Philip. Early in 1558, Guise more than avenged the defeat by falling unexpectedly on Calais, of whose weak defences the English government had repeatedly been warned, and thus the last English stronghold on French soil was lost to the great grief of Queen Mary. A brilliant victory won by Count Egmont over the French at Gravelines had no practical result, though it may have enabled Philip to make peace. Proceedings were somewhat delayed by the death of Queen Mary and Elizabeth's reluctance to accept the terms. In 1559, at the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis, she agreed at last to the surrender of Calais for a term of 8 years. The Duchy of Savoy was restored to its duke. France retained the 3 bishoprics taken by Henry II, but gave up all other conquests except 5 Piedmontese fortresses, and Philip in return surrendered his captures in Picardy. By this arrangement Philip, however, recovered far more than he lost. Henry and Philip agreed to summon a general council and to root out heresy in their dominions. Philip was to take as his third wife Henry II's daughter Elizabeth, the girl princess who had been bespoken for Don Carlos his son, while the Duke of Savoy was to marry her aunt, Margaret of Valois. At a tournament held in honour of the 2 weddings, Henry II, distinguished rather as an athlete and pleasure-seeker than for more kingly qualities, was in a final bout pierced in the eye by a lance, and the wound proved fatal. His son Francis II, husband of Mary Queen of Scots, succeeded him. End of section 16. Section 17 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8. The Counter-Reformation, Part 2. The Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis marks the end of a period for 3 reasons. It closed the series of wars which for nearly 40 years had exhausted France and Spain. It ended the struggle between France and the united Habsburg power, for henceforth Spain and Austria are divided. For the rest of the century, the wars of Europe are mainly religious rather than political. Even before the treaty was signed, Philip had begun to deal with the religious question in his Spanish dominions, where he took up his residence in 1559. Charles V, in a long reign, must have spent years merely in travelling between Spain, the Netherlands, Germany, and Italy. But Philip never quitted Spain again before his death in 1598. Protestantism had not gained any hold upon the country during Charles's reign, but since Philip's accession its growth had been rapid, and the Pope urged the king to call the Inquisition to his aid. It was worked mainly by the Dominican order, which was devoted to royal interests. The head of the Council of the Inquisition was the Grand Inquisitor, nominated by the king, and Philip found the council a valuable ally in politics. All lands confiscated by its decrees fell to the crown, and no man, however privileged, was exempt from its jurisdiction. It was therefore useful in hunting down political offenders and in exacting money. The terror inspired by the Inquisition was due to the suddenness of its arrests, to the secrecy of its trials, and to a spy system which worked its way into the most intimate secrets of family life, filling the air with suspicion and a sense of insecurity. The prisoner was often ignorant of both the charge and the evidence against him, and confession was exacted by torture. If loss of goods and imprisonment did not bring him to repentance, he was handed over to the secular arm to be burned at one of the autos de fe, which took place as bullfights do now at every national festival. The methods of the Holy Office in Spain were completely successful in destroying Protestantism. Philip could congratulate himself that not a heretic remained in his kingdom. Yet, in crushing Protestantism, he also crushed all power of independent thought, leaving Spain far in the rear of European intellectual progress. In the same way, the commercial prosperity of the country was choked by the persecution of the industrious Moriscos, the real source of the industrial wealth of Spain. These people were, at least outwardly, converted Moors, who were successful farmers and craftsmen. The attitude of the Spaniards toward them at its best was but that of an armed neutrality, and a change of affairs in the Mediterranean soon aroused an active hostility. In the first place, the onslaughts of the Barbary pirates, their kinsmen, provoked 2 expeditions against the former, which met with only moderate success, and in the second, another great Mahometan power, the Turks, in 1565, laid siege to Malta, which was relieved, somewhat grudgingly, and only just in time, by the Viceroy of Naples. The outcome of these struggles with the infidel was a series of edicts against all the most cherished national customs of the Moriscos, so outrageous as to provoke remonstrance even from the Spanish nobles. The Moriscos then broke into rebellion in 1568, set up a king of their own, and took a cruel revenge upon all Christians in their power. Even at this point, a policy of conciliation would probably have succeeded, but Philip preferred to enter upon a war of extermination. Men, women, and children were mercilessly slain, prisoners were massacred in cold blood, and when the back of the rebellion was broken, all the surviving Moriscos were forced to leave Andalusia in 1570 and find new homes in less favoured parts of Spain until their final expulsion from the country in 1609. The thankless task of crushing the last signs of the rebellion had fallen to Philip's young and brilliant half-brother, Don Juan of Austria. The prince, who had every quality that Philip lacked, including that of military prowess, had unusual power of attracting loyalty and enthusiasm. He begged Philip, when the rebellion had just subsided, to accept a pressing invitation from the Pope to rescue Cyprus, then surrounded by an Ottoman fleet. The timid policy of Selim II had preferred an attack upon Cyprus to the alternative of an attack on Spain, and by so doing united against himself the forces of Venice, of Philip II, and the Pope. Great preparations were accordingly made, but not in time to save the island, whose heroic commander was flayed alive by the Turks. Don Juan succeeded in infecting his crusaders with his own fervid enthusiasm, and with the confidence of youth led the attack in opposition to the advice of older heads against the Turkish fleet in 1571 in the Bay of Lepanto, the scene ages before of the great sea fight of Naupactus. The Turkish ships were unseaworthy and manned by slaves. Although considerably outnumbered, the Christian fleet was irresistible in its onset. Not only were the Turks for the first time defeated at sea, but their naval power in the Mediterranean never recovered from the blow, and this disaster hastened the general decline in their power which had already set in. The Ottoman Empire rested upon military foundations entirely, and as long as strict discipline prevailed, it was irresistible in war. But after the death of Solyman the Magnificent in 1566, the chief supports of its power began to give way. The sultans gave themselves up to luxury and pleasure. The janissaries, from being the obedient tools of the sultan, became as arrogant as the Praetorian Guard at Rome. Lastly, corruption found its deadly way into every department of official life. In Persia, in the Balkans, and in Hungary they were losing ground, and the defeat at Lepanto, besides being significant of the state of things, had a great moral effect. Don Juan's head was filled with dreams of retaking Constantinople and driving the infidel from the Mediterranean. Though prompt action might have achieved much, the deadly procrastination which characterized Spanish policy of the time proved fatal. Don Juan sailed for Africa and reduced Tunis, which he hoped to make the capital of an African kingdom of his own. But this plan at once aroused Philip's jealousy. Supplies from Spain ceased, and in a few months the Turks recovered Tunis and also took Goletta, one of Charles V's African conquests. It was in the Netherlands, however, where the methods of the Inquisition had a very different reception from that which they met with in Spain, that Philip's antagonism to religious reform was most remorseless. At the same time, the attempt to override local privileges and to make Spanish authority supreme contributed almost equally to the revolt of the provinces, which will be more fully described in the next chapter. Philip's religious zeal was goaded to continual effort by the belief that the displeasure of heaven manifested itself in his family life. He lost 3 wives in succession, and the death of the third, the exquisite and beloved Elizabeth of Valois, was a grief only second to the anguish of mind Philip endured on account of the tragic state of his only son. Carlos was the son of Philip and his first wife, Mary of Portugal. He had never known a mother's care, and his education by his aunt had done little for the defects of a very difficult character. The boy was cruel, irreverent, and passionate, and a fall on his head at the age of 17 seems to have permanently injured his brain. There can be little doubt that he was epileptic, and his conduct after the accident became more violent and extraordinary. He insulted the court ladies, made murderous attacks on Alva and Don Juan, plotted against his father's life, and tried to escape from Spain. By Philip's orders he was put under restraint, and his guardians were men of rank, carefully instructed as to his treatment. Politics and literature, except religious books, were forbidden, as was all communication with the outside world. His warders might entertain him with conversation, but they were never to lose sight of him day or night. Under this close confinement, Carlos, who had always been weakly, lost all interest in life, and rapidly sank and died at the age of 23 in 1568. His death remains a mystery. Many rumours were current that Philip had contrived it by poison, but natural causes seem quite a satisfactory explanation. The reason of his captivity was undoubtedly his madness, of which there seems ample proof. Though Philip might wage war on Turks and Moriscos, and attempt to stamp out by the Inquisition the reformed faith in Spain and the Netherlands, he came to understand in his slow way that the real obstacle to the success of his religious policy lay in England and Scotland. His great scheme for their conversion forms the climax of his reign, but the story of the Invincible Armada belongs to the next chapter. So far we have considered Philip's reign from the point of view of the Catholic revival. The attempt to establish his own supremacy must now be noticed. In 1579 occurred an unlooked-for opportunity of adding Portugal to his dominions, thereby bringing the whole peninsula under Spanish rule. Philip's young nephew, King Sebastian, whose religious aims were not unlike his uncle's, had been killed in a mad expedition against the Moors of Morocco. The heir to the throne was his great-uncle, Cardinal Henry, who died, however, in 1580. Philip, as the son of the cardinal's sister, the Empress Isabella, now brought forward his claim, to which the only serious rival was that of Antonio, prior of Crato, the half-Jewish son of Henry's brother Louis. Sebastian, Henry, and Antonio were all descended in the male line from Emmanuel the Great, while Philip's claim was through his mother. But this disadvantage counted for little, since he was by far the strongest candidate in the field. It was of the utmost importance in his bankrupt condition to secure the wealth of the great Portuguese colonies in Brazil, Africa, and the East Indies, and an army under Alva and a fleet commanded by Santa Cruz was dispatched to Portugal. The prior was personally popular, which Philip as a Spaniard was not, but the peasants who formed Antonio's chief following were soon scattered by trained forces. The prior fled to England, where Queen Elizabeth made much of him as long as it suited her purposes. Twice, though he attempted with ships lent by Catherine de' Medici to seize the Azores, he was baffled each time by Santa Cruz, and he never returned to his own country. Philip was crowned at Lisbon in 1581, promising to uphold Portuguese liberties, but he made the great mistake of offending the nobles by trying to reduce their privileges and by extending the crown lands. Spanish rule never commanded any affection in Portugal, with the result that in 1640, at the first opportunity, the Portuguese recovered their independence. Philip, however, successfully introduced into his Italian provinces the arbitrary system of government which was to provoke the great revolt of the Netherlands. In Spain itself he set to work further to curtail national liberties, after the example of his father. Castile had always been more subject to the royal authority than Aragon, and not much independence had been left the latter since the nobles had withdrawn in 1538. Their chief function, indeed, was to present petitions to the king. The terrible drain on its resources, steadily continuing for half a century, had reduced it to the direst poverty. But in Aragon self-government was still a reality, for the principle was yet alive that redress of grievances must precede supply, and that the power of the justiciar still safeguarded justice from royal interference. The Inquisition, too, was somewhat kept in check by public opinion. Charles and Philip had long desired to curtail the independence of Aragon, but not until the close of Philip's reign did an opportunity arise. The king's chief secretary, Antonio Perez, an uncommonly clever rogue, had been deputed by his master to bring about the death of Escobedo, Don Juan's secretary, who abetted the prince's ambitious plans. It was Perez who had poisoned Philip's mind against Escobedo and the prince, but he failed to entrap his victim. Long after the special reasons for the murder had disappeared, Perez used the king's authority to have Escobedo killed in the street to avenge a private grudge. Perez was thrown into prison, but he escaped to Aragon and claimed the protection of the justiciar, who by the law of the land could detain him in his own prison and secure for him a legal trial. When Philip demanded his surrender, all Aragon was up in arms to defend its judicial privileges, and after the king's failure to bring him under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, he was hurried over the Pyrenees into France in 1591. Henry IV. And Elizabeth were equally ready to give him a welcome to their dominions, and to learn all that he was ready to divulge of the state secrets of Spain. Philip's arm was not long enough to reach the fugitive, but upon Aragon his vengeance fell heavily. An army was sent on the pretext of restoring order, the justiciar was beheaded, and the Inquisition dealt severely with all who were in any way connected with the resistance to the king. At the same time, the members of the Cortes, from being freely elected, were reduced to the position of nominees of the crown, which also usurped the appointment of all officers of justice. The evil effects of this absolutist system appeared even in Philip's lifetime. If the government of a country be carried on by a few, unless the few be also the wisest, the country will not prosper. The king and his officials were, for instance, entirely ignorant of the laws of public economy, and the financial question was the most serious of all national questions in Spain. The income from the New World was greatly exaggerated. By far the largest proportion of the revenue came from the Low Countries. In the Netherlands are those mines, treasures, and Indies which have rendered the Emperor's wars possible, was said in the lifetime of Charles. And when the revolt of the Netherlands began, the burden of taxation was thrown upon already exhausted Castile. Every imaginable means of raising money was tried: a tax on wool sales, the sale of offices, the seizure of money from merchants, increase of customs duties, and the year after the Armada failed, an excise called the millones was levied on the necessities of life, wine, oil, and meat. Later still, a house-to-house collection was made, which was nothing less than a public almsgiving for the benefit of the crown. Even under Charles V. recourse had been had to loans, and every year the interest upon them swallowed up the taxes before they reached the treasury. Every year, it was said, ruined that which succeeded it. By wise management, commerce should have been brought to the rescue of this terrible state of things, but it was rapidly passing into the hands of foreigners. Castile is not naturally a fertile country, and the Spaniard has an ingrained dislike to manual labour. The vast system of taxation, corruptly administered and involving great expense merely for its collection, devoured all the capital of the country. Spain became absolutely dependent on foreign countries for its supply of arms, articles of luxury, and handicrafts. To make matters worse, home industry was hampered by a network of restrictions on imported and exported goods. Internal trade in raw materials was regulated with the object of making goods cheap. When expenses continually increase and income as steadily declines, bankruptcy is not far off. And this is what befell Spain as the price paid for Philip's system of government. By the ignorance, incapacity, and bigotry of its rulers, the life-blood of a great state was drained. In the reign of his successor, the only visible sign of national life was the great literary age of Cervantes, Lope de Vega, and Calderon. And in his caricature of Spanish devotion to lost causes and forsaken beliefs and impossible loyalties, the author of Don Quixote expresses the feeling of a country that had lost all faith in its old ideals. End of section 17. Section 18 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. The Revolt of the Netherlands, Part 1. From Charles the Bold to Charles V, the rulers of the Netherlands had chiefly aimed at uniting together the 17 duchies, counties, or lordships that composed their dominions. Between the north and south were strongly marked differences. The north, on the whole, was Teutonic in race and democratic in feeling; the south, Celtic, and in the country districts, aristocratic. while the towns everywhere were famous for their independent and wealthy burghers. Each state was complete in itself, and strong local jealousies marked their attitude to one another. Though Charles V had undoubtedly persecuted the people of the Netherlands, shorn them of many of their liberties, and burdened them with taxes, his geniality kept him popular with them to the end. But though they were outwardly peaceable when they passed to Philip II, two questions were becoming critical: religion and taxation. Unfortunately, Philip had nothing in common with his subjects of the Low Countries, not even speech, and his first measures were a series of blunders. To begin with, there was the choice of a regent. For this important post, two men on the spot seemed naturally fitted. William of Nassau, Prince of Orange, was Stadtholder of Holland, Zeeland, and Utrecht, and had been a favourite of Charles V, and though only 26, had already seen important political service. The other, Lamoral, Count of Egmont, the Stadtholder of Brabant and Artois, and victor of the battles of Saint-Quentin and Gravelines, was an attractive and popular soldier, lacking perhaps the more solid qualities that William was soon to display. Philip, however, preferred docility in a regent to independence of character, and he chose his half-sister, Margaret of Parma, the wife of Ottavio Farnese, in 1559. Discontent at the appointment of a foreigner was increased when the Council of State of native nobles was ousted by a cabinet of 3 under another foreigner, the Burgundian Granvella, Bishop of Arras. Though quite the ablest of Margaret's advisers, Granvella was ambitious and grasping, and far too subservient to Madrid to command any confidence in the Netherlands. Upon Charles V rests the blame of bringing the Inquisition into the Netherlands, but Philip greatly widened its scope. The 3 existing bishoprics were undoubtedly unequal to the work of the Church in so populous a country, yet Catholics and Protestants alike stormed with indignation at the creation of 14 new bishoprics under the 3 new archbishoprics of Cambrai, Utrecht, and Mechlin, each with special inquisitorial powers. Aware of the opposition he had aroused, Philip decided to keep in the Netherlands some troops that had been collected for the French war. But the hostility to their presence became so strong that Granvella and Margaret begged Philip to withdraw them. Next, the nobles supported by the regent, who had often found the cardinal's advice preferred to her own, insisted on the recall of Granvella in 1564. Philip received him with pretended displeasure, but the fallen minister remained high in the king's confidence at Madrid until his death in 1582. After Granvella's departure, the persecuting edicts were more ferociously enforced than ever, and the regent was almost distracted between her duty to her subjects and her duty to her sovereign. A number of the younger nobles, headed by William's brother Louis of Nassau, formed an association called the Compromise for the abolition of the hateful Inquisition. "Why, madam," said one of the cabinet, to quiet the regent's alarm at this new movement, "is it possible your highness can fear these beggars?" And the name Gueux was forthwith adopted by the members of the association, who took for their badge the wallet carried by their professional brethren of the streets. The feeling against the Inquisition showed itself among the lower classes in riots at Antwerp, Saint-Omer, and many other towns, where the images and decorations of the churches were ruthlessly destroyed. For once Philip was roused to open fury. But Margaret, imprisoned in her palace by the mob, was compelled to promise that the Inquisition should go. The people were pacified, and a number of leading Catholics, disgusted at the desecration of their churches, rallied round the government. Even Orange, who had hitherto been a Catholic and was at the time passing into Calvinism, used his influence to maintain loyalty. It really seemed as if an understanding at last might be arrived at, when the nobles were commanded to take a fresh and more explicit oath of allegiance. Many of them chose rather to resign their offices, and William, warning Egmont against the perils of submission, moved with all his household into Nassau. Immediately after, Alva arrived with an army to take the regent's place and reduce the Netherlands by force. "I have tamed men of iron in my time," said the Duke. "I shall know how to deal with these men of butter." The arrival of Alva was the final cause of the revolt. Margaret of Parma, hurt to the very bottom of her soul by this slight upon her authority, soon resigned. The new regent lost no time in arresting Counts Egmont and Horn, only regretting that as they had not caught William they had caught nothing. A reign of terror followed upon the terrible blood council created by Alva's sole authority, and directed entirely by Spaniards, one of whom, the Vice President Vargas, forestalled Judge Jeffreys in brutal behaviour to his victims. It was Alva's boast that he had put to death over 18,000 persons, and it was estimated that 3 times as many fled the country, many of them to England. Great efforts even by the most exalted personages were made on behalf of the imprisoned counts. Louis of Nassau led an armed force into the country and defeated the Spaniards at Heiligerlee. This decided their fate, as Alva's presence was needed in the field, and he would not leave his prisoners alive behind him. Their trial, which had been illegal in every respect, hastily ended in sentence of death for high treason. In the great square of Brussels, where now stands their statues, they met their unexpected doom with unshaken courage, in the midst of a vast and sorrowing crowd. 1568. Resolute for vengeance as the Netherlanders were, their cause appeared to Orange, pondering over it in exile, to be almost hopeless. He sold his plate and jewels and collected money to raise forces, knowing how ill they must compare with Philip's trained troops. The proof of this appeared at the first encounter with Alva's army, when, after Louis of Nassau's men had been utterly annihilated at Jemmingen, William, attempting to retrieve the disaster, was forced to retire without an engagement. The 2 brothers then joined Coligny in his Huguenot campaign in France. Meanwhile, Alva was pressed for money, and he introduced from Spain the taxes known as the 20th and 10th pennies. These were imposts of 5 and 10% on every sale of land or goods. The increase in cost of every article that had been thus taxed from its first stage as raw material to the last one as a finished product was ruinous in a commercial country like the Netherlands. The bakers refused to bake, the brewers to brew, and the tapsters to tap. Shops were shut, and trade stagnated or removed to happier climes. In the prevailing gloom, suddenly an unexpected ray fell upon the scene. About 1569, William of Orange granted letters of marque to a group of pirates of mixed origin, part Dutch, part English, who terrorized the North Sea, making bloody reprisals on Spanish towns and shipping. Their loot, splendid church vestments and gold chalices, they openly sold in Dover, and that Elizabeth tolerated these proceedings was a sign of growing recklessness in her treatment of Spain. Since her refusal of Philip's offer of marriage, the relations between them had been civil, but as France became involved in her religious wars, and Spain hampered by the Netherland troubles, the danger diminished that these 2 Catholic powers might unite in favour of Mary Stuart. Elizabeth, therefore, careless how she might provoke Philip, harboured the sea beggars in Dover roads. She was not, however, ready for open rupture, and since this had not been brought about even by Philip's clearly proven share in the Ridolfi plot against her life, she yielded to pressure from Spain and refused de la Marck further shelter. This wild rover, who had sworn never to cut his hair until he had avenged his kinsman Egmont, accordingly made for the Zeeland coast. On the spur of the moment he seized Brill as a refuge in 1572, taking formal possession in the name of Orange as Stadtholder, whose flag, for the first time hoisted over the little port, was the symbol of the new sea power on that day born into the world, Edmondson. For from the capture of Brill dates the rise of the Dutch Republic. Like a flame, open revolt spread through the northern provinces, and funds began to come in for the cause. William, already acknowledged Stadtholder by Holland, Zeeland, Gelderland, and Utrecht, began to hope that with help from Elizabeth and Charles IX, then under Coligny's influence, he might make way in the south also. These hopes were soon dashed by the tidings of the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Alva drove Louis of Nassau from Mons, which was intended to be the base of the patriot resistance in the south, and William himself only escaped capture through the watchfulness of his favourite spaniel. Satisfied of the security of the south, Alva entered upon a campaign for conquest of the north, in which there is nothing to choose between the two sides in savage cruelty and unyielding valour. The war in the northern states principally took the form of sieges. The conquest of Zeeland went on under Mondragon, a tried and valiant soldier, whose most famous exploit showed true Spanish tenacity. A shallow channel 10 miles broad divided the island of South Beveland from the coast. To save Hos, its chief town, from the besieging patriot army, 3,000 of Mondragon's men crossed this channel at night. Even at low tide the water was breast high, and the 10 miles had to be covered in 6 hours, or the full tide would sweep away the invader. Yet grim determination carried all but 9 safely to the rescue of Hos. The patriots, in their turn, made a memorable resistance at Haarlem. The town is without natural defences, but the citizens were spurred to great exertions by the cruel slaughter that had followed the surrender of Zutphen and Naarden. They kept up communication by means of carrier pigeons and swift skaters. When the Spaniards had recovered from surprise at the strange sight, Alva ordered 7,000 pairs of skates, and had his soldiers taught how to use them. Within the town, women and children worked at the breaches, fought in the ranks, and helped in pouring boiling water, oil, and pitch on the besiegers' heads. The Spaniards now and then threw into the town the heads of leaders of defeated relief expeditions. The Dutch retaliated with interest whenever they could. Alva's son, after failing in 2 great assaults to capture Haarlem, was only kept to the task by his father's threat to disown him if he gave it up. But when rats and mice, nettles and hides had all been devoured, at the end of 7 months the town itself surrendered. Its garrison was slaughtered, and many leading citizens were either hanged or drowned in Haarlem Lake. Yet the fate of Haarlem may be said to have saved Holland by steeling other towns to even greater resistance. Alva was at last weary of his work and begged for his recall in 1573. He left behind his memorial in more senses than one. His services in having extinguished sedition, chastised rebellion, restored religion, secured justice, and established peace were already recorded upon his colossal bronze statue at Antwerp. His rather colourless successor, the Grand Commander Requesens, 1573 to 1576, was anxious to bring the war to an end, but nothing could move Orange from his 3 indispensable conditions: religious toleration, restoration of national liberties, and withdrawal of all foreigners from public service. So the war went on. Mondragon was forced to surrender the last Spanish stronghold in Zeeland to the sea beggars. However, Louis of Nassau, marching to relieve Leyden, which was strongly invested early in 1574, was killed with his younger brother Henry at the Battle of Mokerheide. The position of Leyden seemed so hopeless that Orange persuaded the States to cut the dykes and let loose the sea. the Rhine and the Meuse upon the carefully cultivated land. It is better to drown it than to lose it, he urged. Yet the winds held contrary, till it seemed as if this sacrifice had come too late. Early in October, however, a furious westerly gale heaped the waters upon the land, and the sea-beggars, their ships laden with provisions, flew before the wind, past chimney-stacks and fruit-trees to the Spanish entrenchments. The sight of the oncoming flood drove the Spaniards into flight, but succour was already too late for some 8,000 of the famished citizens. The following day the wind changed, sweeping the waters back to the sea, so that the rebuilding of the dykes began almost immediately. In memory of the great defence, William founded the University of Leyden. As Philip remained inflexible on the subject of toleration, a conference held by the two parties at Breda had no result. The Estates of Holland and Zeeland then agreed to offer the sovereignty of the Netherlands to Queen Elizabeth. But the moment had not arrived for the Queen to declare herself against Spain. The sudden death of Requesens in 1576 was followed by a wave of mutiny, which passed through the army from north to south and overwhelmed Antwerp. The rebel forces from outside combined with the garrison to sack the town. With shouts of Santiago, Spain, blood, fire, pillage, the savage soldiery slew and robbed and tortured in the Spanish fury of 1576. They stole or destroyed about 12 millions worth of property, including jewels, lace, rich stuffs, and the private savings of the poor. The flames of 1,000 burning houses raged about the cathedral, sparing the grand building itself, but the wealth and splendour of Antwerp were laid in ruins. End of section 18. Section 19 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. The Revolt of the Netherlands. Part 2. The strong indignation aroused by the Spanish fury united both North and South in the famous Pacification of Ghent. 1. All were to unite in expelling the Spanish troops. 2. All persecution was to cease, and a States General representing the 17 provinces was to consider the religious question. 3. Orange was to continue as governor in Philip's name. 4. All prisoners were to be set free, and all confiscated property restored. Just at this time, in 1576, arrived the new governor, Don Juan of Austria, who had ridden through France disguised as a Moorish slave. By the perpetual edict, since his instructions were to yield, he confirmed the pacification of Ghent on condition that his authority should be acknowledged and the northern citadels handed over to him. William, however, cautioned the States against fulfilling these demands, and kept himself more than ever on the alert. Don Juan came with high hopes. His youth and confidence, his personal attractions, and his great military reputation made him popular everywhere. He looked forward, after settling affairs in the Netherlands, to winning a crown as husband of either Elizabeth or Mary, Queen of Scots. But he soon discovered that the only recognized authority in the Netherlands was that of the wise and wary William of Orange, and that, as we have already seen, Philip's minister Antonio Perez was setting to work to poison his master's suspicious mind against him. At the same time, William, whose highest point of success was reached with his entry into Brussels a few months after Don Juan's, was also being disillusioned. His leadership was never again unanimously accepted. This apparent lapse of loyalty in the southern states is explained when we remember that differences of race, religion, and language divided north and south, that the great Jesuit centres of Douai and Saint-Omer acted as powerful magnets on their surroundings, that Requesens and Don Juan, and still more successfully Parma, turned to account the religious rivalry between the North and South, that the latter, though more easily aroused, was less steadfast than the North, and that a strong section of the Walloon nobility regarded Orange as usurper of their position and rights. To sum up, William had become too closely identified with the party of the northern Calvinists to be accepted as ruler by the United 17 States. The first sign of the change was the setting up of the Archduke Matthias of Austria by the southern nobles as a rival to Don Juan. Mainly by the help of his nephew Alexander Farnese, Don Juan defeated this party decisively at Gembloux, and the Archduke retired. A substitute was found in Francis, Duke of Anjou, brother of Henry III of France, who, though mean in person and base in mind, was the object of Elizabeth's flirtations. She allowed it to be understood that she favoured his pretensions in the Netherlands, while she intrigued secretly against this dangerous opening to French influence. Meanwhile, Don Juan, forced to inaction through want of definite instructions and much needed supplies, became utterly dispirited, and sank into a fever which rapidly overcame his strength. After fighting imaginary battles in delirium, he then died quietly on October 1st, 1578, worn out and disappointed at 33. His successor, Alexander of Parma, 1578 1592, was for William a far more formidable opponent. The son of Charles V's daughter, Margaret of Parma, and her second husband, Ottavio Farnese, he had been brought up with Don Juan and Don Carlos at Madrid. His passion for fighting found an outlet at first in incognito duels, but at 23 he was already a master in fortification, and he distinguished himself for daring at Lepanto. His military genius was almost equalled by his diplomatic gifts, to which must be added the advantage of personal fascination. A rare engraving of the time shows him alert and dignified, with aquiline features and pointed beard, wearing a deep lace ruff, gold inlaid armour, and the collar of the Golden Fleece, as became a prince of fashion. Athletic and temperate habits kept a perfect balance between his bodily and mental gifts, and so, armed at all points, Alexander Farnese brought his energy, persuasiveness, and concentration of purpose to bear upon the problems of the Netherlands. Meanwhile the Calvinists were growing more aggressive and lawless, and the great nobles and others were rallying to Catholicism. In 1579 the Treaty of Arras in support of that faith was concluded between Artois, Hainaut, and certain Flemish towns. The northern provinces responded in the Union of Utrecht, and these two important measures already forecast the ultimate division of the Netherlands. By this union Holland, Zeeland, Gelderland, Utrecht, Friesland, and later Groningen and Overyssel formed a confederation to defend their civil and religious liberty. Farnese continued to win supporters by bribes of gold or promotion, and even approached Orange with splendid offers. These tactics failing, in 1580, by Granvella's advice, Philip published a ban against William, offering 25,000 gold crowns and the rank of noble to any man who should hand over the traitor, alive or dead. William replied in a vigorous apology, defending himself from the charge of rebellion, and denouncing Philip for his tyranny as no true king. Despairing of success without foreign aid, William circulated the apology in the courts of Europe, came to a final understanding with Anjou, and with his own hands fastened upon Francis's shoulders the ducal mantle of Brabant. Holland and Zeeland, however, regarded Anjou with disfavour, and chose Orange as their hereditary count. Thus the Netherlands at this time formed three groups: the west under Spain, the centre under France, and the north under William of Orange. But the choice of Anjou as sovereign of the Netherlands did not lead, as Orange had hoped, to a European alliance against Spain. Queen Elizabeth gave up her pretences of engagement, and Henry III's offers of help ended in talk. Parma continued to gain ground, and Anjou grew restive under the authority of Orange and of the Estates. Hoping to assert his independence by capturing the Prince, he organized an attack on Antwerp. After the first shock of surprise, the burghers flew to arms in the French Fury 1583, and in less than an hour the streets were piled dead with French soldiers. His own followers expressed their disgust at such an act of treachery, but Anjou, unabashed, publicly attributed the affair to mischance, while he confided to Henry III that the manifest intention of the States to make a Matthias of him had been the cause of the catastrophe. Still, Orange remained convinced of the necessity of maintaining the French alliance, and though much criticised for doing so, he married about this time as his fourth wife Coligny's daughter Louise. He continued to negotiate with Anjou in France until the Duke's death, and for a time became so unpopular that he moved into the midst of his loyal Hollanders at Delft. One attempt upon his life by Jarigi had already failed, when in July came the Burgundian fanatic Balthazar Gerard, with the pretext of bringing the news of Anjou's death. He bought a pair of pistols with some money Orange had given him, and under an arch in the passage outside the Prince's dining room he awaited his return from the family dinner. On July 10th, 1584, as William, leading the way, mounted the stairs, Gerard fired 3 bullets, and the Prince fell into the arms of one of his soldiers, crying, "God have mercy upon my soul and upon this poor people." A few minutes later he died. Gerard rushed out of doors, but he was caught, and, glorying in his crime, was put to death with barbarous tortures. At the time of his murder William was 51 years old, and, in spite of his arduous life, in full vigour of mind and body. In an early portrait, at the age of 28, his expression is that of a man not yet certain of himself. His latest picture shows him white-haired and a little weary, but serenely calm, as having weathered some of the worst storms of human experience. When the assassin struck him down, his work was done, for the future of the United Netherlands was assured. William's character was a union of wariness and simplicity. Though sparing in all his private tastes, he was good company at table and a frank and genial talker. His title of the Silent is said to have been earned by his discreet reserve when Henry II confided his plans of persecution to him. He was quick to grasp and cautious to act, and in emergencies conspicuously brave. Though far more open than most rulers of his time, he did not disdain to meet craft with craft. Like Philip and Elizabeth, he was served by spies, but he never stooped to employ assassination. For 10 years he daily received copies of Philip's most secret correspondence, and at one time he carried on all his political business under the name of a firm of merchants, G. and L. Certain. He had a close knowledge of men, and the useful faculties of hearing everything and forgetting nothing. His energy and steadfastness were inexhaustible. In toleration and breadth of religious views he belongs to the modern world. William's eldest son Philip had been, in 1568, forcibly carried off to Spain and brought up to hate his father's cause. The second son, called after his famous grandfather Maurice of Saxony, was elected to rule Holland and Zeeland. For several years after his father's death, Maurice, from the age of 17, was absorbed in the scientific study of war, for the son of William the Silent, strangely enough, was to prove no politician, but one of the first soldiers of his age. Had Orange accepted the sovereignty of the Netherlands, as he was so often pressed to do, some central authority would have remained at his death. But by the federal constitution of the United Provinces, each retained its own government under its own stadtholder, and dealt with its own financial and foreign policy. The business of the federal government was to organize in the States General the defence of all the provinces under their appointed officials, the captain and admiral general. Under these circumstances, the 5 states, feeling the need of a visible bond of union in the face of Parma's rapid progress south of the Meuse, applied in turn to France and England. Henry III. And Elizabeth both declined the honour for themselves, but English troops under the command of the Queen's favourite Leicester were dispatched to the Netherlands, 1585 to 1587. Without consulting his mistress, he accepted the office of Governor-General, and in high displeasure she refused for months to recognise the appointment. Leicester's own strong Calvinistic leanings, his unwise appointments, exclusive support of the popular party, and quarrels with his subordinates increased his difficulties. His military undertakings were nearly always unsuccessful, and are chiefly remembered in connection with the loss at Zutphen of his nephew, Sir Philip Sidney. Finally, in 1587, he returned to England. Elizabeth still hoped to avert a rupture with Philip by intriguing with Parma, who was merely playing with her to gain time for his master. Instead of disowning her responsibility for Drake's singeing of the Spanish king's beard and doling out niggardly support to the Netherlands, the wisest course would have been, as nearly always, the boldest. Had Elizabeth thrown herself unreservedly into the cause of Holland, it is possible that the Armada could not have sailed in 1588. Indeed, it might never have done so, for time gained was everything. But Elizabeth's indecision gave the opportunity, and the execution of the Queen of Scots the pretext for the sailing of that invincible fleet. So Elizabeth found herself instead face to face with the task of saving England, while Philip not only failed to conquer it, but by checking Parma's victorious advance, threw away his best chance of recovering the Netherlands. The Armada, as planned by Philip, was a military rather than a naval expedition. The soldiers were superior in authority and numbers to the sailors. The king's orders were to make for the Netherlands and guard the Channel, while Parma's army of 17,000 men was transported in the flat-bottomed barges which had been for some time collecting in the only available ports, Newport and Dunkirk. Parma vainly urged that a base of operations, as at Flushing or in the Isle of Wight, should be first secured. 4 ships of war, he wrote, could sink every one of my boats. But Philip, with the hopefulness of the ignorant, clung to the idea that Parma, even without the Armada's help, might contrive to slip unnoticed across the Channel with his troops. The Armada's history, from Drake's destructive swoop upon Cadiz in 1587 to the mutterings of the gale that blew on August 14th, 1588, is one long catalogue of disaster. The death of its commander-elect, Santa Cruz, the unfortunate appointment of Medina Sidonia, the dishonesty of food contractors, the blockade of Parma's transports by Justin of Nassau's little fleet, even the weather conditions. By each and all these untoward events, the Armada was thoroughly dispirited when, after a running fight up Channel with Howard's squadron from Plymouth, it found itself on July 27th at Calais and almost in touch with Parma. By specially constructed canals, Alexander had brought all his vessels to the starting point and could embark his men in a day. But until he should have cleared away the Dutch fleet from the entrance to his 2 ports, Medina Sidonia resigned himself to at least a fortnight's delay in Calais roads. To the English, however, whose provisions were running short, delay meant disaster, and by launching old burning hulks into the harbour, they drove the Armada, panic-stricken, out to sea. Next day, August 8th, 1588, a great battle raged off Gravelines. Drake, Frobisher, and Hawkins, leading the attack, poured their broadsides into the towering Spanish ships, evading all attempts to grapple. The English vessels of lighter build outmanoeuvred their opponents by superior seamanship, and the heavy Spanish shot passed harmlessly above their decks. The English artillery was more numerous and more modern, their gunnery better than the Spaniards, and the battle was decided in favour of those who could pound hardest. It is not surprising that the English ammunition gave out before the day was over. Yet not a single ship and scarcely 60 men were lost, while 16 of the finest Spanish men of war and between 4,000 and 5,000 of their men perished. About 5 o'clock Medina Sidonia signalled the retreat. Then, said Howard, we put on a brag countenance and gave chase as though we wanted nothing. All next day the pursuit lasted, and a sudden change in the wind drove the Armada northwards before it as it freshened into a mighty gale. Near the Firth of Forth, Howard turned back and left the storm to work its will. Without pilots, without charts, ignorant of the northern seas, with battered ships and ruined hopes, the Armada was scattered and wrecked upon the coasts of Norway, Scotland, and Ireland. About 1/3 straggled painfully back to Spain. Most of the tried and valiant Spanish captains had already perished or died broken-hearted on their return, but Medina Sidonia survived to find himself once more among his orange trees. End of section 19. Section 20 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9, The Revolt of the Netherlands, Part 3. Philip, in his usual patient way, accepted the blow, not despairing of fitting out a second Armada. But the English now took the offensive. Of the many buccaneering expeditions that left our coasts, the most conspicuous was a miserable fiasco that occurred in aid of Don Antonio of Portugal in 1589, and the successful descent of Essex and Howard upon Cadiz in 1596. Meanwhile, in Holland, new men were coming to the front. John van Oldenbarnevelt, Maurice, and Louis William of Nassau. Oldenbarnevelt, the advocate of Holland, formerly a close friend of William the Silent, was a lawyer and statesman of remarkable grasp and ambition. Maurice, at this time described as an unmannerly schoolboy, was engaged with the help of his cousin, Louis William, in adapting the military science of Greece and Rome to modern warfare. Between them they held the stadtholderships of the 7 provinces, and with Oldenbarnevelt they worked in complete accord. Louis William was a man of broad and earnest religious views, unselfishly devoted to his country, and a student of classical wars. The army, which consisted largely of English, Scots, German, and French mercenaries, had to be turned into a weapon not merely of defence but of attack. The musket displaced the pike as the chief arms of the infantry. The troopers, equipped with carbines instead of lances, became mounted infantry rather than cavalry. A regular engineer corps was introduced, and all prejudice against the use of the spade was soon overcome in Maurice's army by the important place it was given in the work of fortification. A regular system of pay was set up, the strictest discipline was enforced, and pillage, the curse of the time, was rigorously suppressed. At the head of this reformed and efficient force stood Maurice, lacking perhaps French dash and Italian swiftness, but cool, scientific, and resolute. With his great rival Parma he scarcely came into contact, for under the strain of incredible exertions the latter's health had given way. Twice in 1590 and 1592 he had been required to march into France to relieve Paris and Rouen for the Catholic League. But these masterly achievements, among the finest in his career, were the work of a dying man. His loyalty had long been overcast at Madrid by cruel slanders, which he vainly urged Philip to treat not only as a king but as a gentleman. His successor was in fact already chosen, but from the knowledge of this final insult death saved him. No longer able to mount his horse unaided, at the end of a long day's work in the saddle, when superintending preparations for yet another French campaign, he fainted and so passed away in 1592. In all the war there is no more heroic figure than the forsaken but unconquerable Parma, battling to the last with disease and death. His successor, the Archduke Ernest, son of the Emperor Maximilian II, was designed by Philip to marry his daughter Isabella and rule France. He was gentle, fat, and fond of comfort, and his habit of bursting into tears under difficulties must have been puzzling to an official generation that had known Parma. In little more than a year he died, and was succeeded by his brother, the ex-cardinal Archduke Albert, a dignified and hard-working soldier and politician of some ability. He at once made overtures of peace, but the States had other views, and formed with France and England a triple alliance against Spain, the first foreign recognition of their independence. During these years Maurice of Nassau had sprung into the first rank as a general, and the results of his campaign from 1591 to 1596 may here be summarised. During Parma's absence in France, he mastered the course of the Waal, and overran the northern provinces of Friesland, Groningen, and Drenthe. The next year the capture of Hertreudenberg secured control of the Meuse, and with the surrender of Groningen fell the last Spanish stronghold in that province. Temporarily checked in the north by the nonagenarian hero Mondragon, he scored a great success in South Brabant in his next campaign. In a week he cleared North Brabant and Zeeland from the marauders he had driven from Turnhout in South Brabant, and followed up the work of this little winter campaign by capturing a number of places on the Clèves frontier, which strengthened his position on the Rhine. At this point, to the great disappointment of the Dutch, Henry IV of France concluded with Spain the Peace of Vervins, May 1598, in which the States declined to be included without acknowledgment of their independence. The Spanish provinces at the same time were formed into a separate sovereign state to be ruled by the Archduke Albert and his proposed bride, the Infanta, on the understanding that they should revert to Spain should the Archduke die childless. In the autumn died Philip II. The war continued between the Spanish and United Provinces till 1609. Its monotonous course being relieved by two great exploits at Nieuport and Ostend. To secure a base of attack on Dunkirk and strike at Flanders, the heart of the enemy's power, Maurice invested Nieuport. Caught unexpectedly by the Archduke's army between the harbour behind and the sea on the left, Maurice had to give battle in the sand dunes. After several hours' fierce struggle, his soldiers broke into flight, but were rallied by their general's extraordinary quickness and resolution. The tables were instantly turned, the Archduke's army stampeded, and Albert himself, who had fought bravely, only narrowly escaped with his life. This first great victory of the States in the open field was marked by the loss of some 5,000 of the enemy and the capture of large numbers of prisoners, guns, and standards. The second great military event of the old age of the war was the long siege of Ostend, 1601 to 1604. The capture of this fort, the only one held by the States in Flanders, was of great importance to the Spaniards, as being the single thorn in the Belgic lion's foot. Sir Francis Vere was the first of a line of stout defenders of the town. Maurice and Lewis William watched over it outside, intercepting supplies for the besieging army, and as it was open to the sea, it had ample provisions. On the land side the approaches were mined and countermined, and the forts captured one by one, till it seemed as if Ostend would be nibbled to pieces. At last the Marquis Spinola, head of a great Genoese banking family, offered the archdukes to advance large sums on condition that he might command the besieging forces. Spinola was no soldier, but a refined and dignified aristocrat of 33, whom Velasquez has made familiar in his famous picture of the surrender of Breda. Yet he had once proved himself as tough as a tried campaigner, and as reckless of his own life as he was of the lives of his troops. It was soon clear that Ostend was in his grasp, from which Maurice tried to wrench it by a counter-attack on a more important place, Sluss. Having secured Sluss on Spinola's failure to relieve it, Maurice was unwillingly preparing, at the States General's orders, to attack Spinola's army before Ostend, when a further waste of human life was spared by the garrison's surrender. They marched out with all the honours of war, leaving the archdukes to take possession of the grim and desolate heap of ruins that had once been Ostend. 70,000 men, the lifeblood of the army in Belgium, had been sacrificed to take it, and meanwhile in Sluss the States had gained a more useful seaport, commanding the western entrance to the Scheldt. For 5 years longer the war lingered, its final exploit taking place at sea. A Dutch fleet under the daring navigator Heemskerk attacked the Spanish fleet in Gibraltar Bay and utterly destroyed it at a trifling cost of life. With the good offices of France and England, negotiations, after a time of great suspense, ended in April 1609 in a 12 years' truce on the following terms. 1. The United Provinces were acknowledged by Spain to be sovereign and independent. 2. Freedom of trade was granted to the provinces. No mention was made of liberty of worship for the Catholics, but this was practically secured by the toleration shown in the States to all forms of belief. So the great 40 years of struggle ended with the astonishing result that a race of traders and fishermen, striking for liberty, had, in achieving it, not only reduced the greatest empire of the age to the position of a second-rate power, but had found itself. It had made proof of its rugged virtues, and in the strength of its new-born national feeling it displayed its energy in every field of human enterprise. No more extraordinary contrast can be imagined than that produced by the war between the northern and southern Netherlands. The south had become a desert. Fields lay waste. Population had migrated. Trade had drifted northwards. Antwerp was totally eclipsed by Amsterdam. But in the north, trade throve on the war. The Dutch became the corn and timber carriers of Europe. The cloth trade was transplanted from Flanders to Holland. France and England, each absorbed in its own affairs, made no opposition to the world-wide expansion of Dutch commerce. From the Kara Straits to Patagonia, from Japan to Brazil, their ships were on every sea. The first of all chartered companies for Indian trade was formed in Holland. The Arctic adventures of Barentz and Heemskerk have never been surpassed in interest. We may trace the Dutch settlements in New Amsterdam, New York, New Holland, Australia, Northern New Guinea, Cape Horn, Tasmania, the Fiji Islands, Ceylon and Cape Colony. Progress in literature, science and art kept pace with that of discovery. During the war, refugees of various races and opinions from the south brought new ideas and fresh vigour to the Dutch stock. About a generation later were born a brilliant throng of men and women, destined to win for Frederick Henry's reign the title of the Golden Age, the age of Grotius, Descartes and Spinoza, of the great Dutch poets and of the great Dutch painters headed by Hals and Rembrandt. After the conclusion of the truce, which had been strenuously opposed by Maurice of Nassau, the political power in the States eclipsed that of the army, and brought into greater prominence Oldenbarneveldt, whose diplomacy secured for Holland a great place in European politics. He joined hands with France over the important affairs of the Juliers-Cleves succession, soothed the commercial jealousy of England, and kept on friendly terms with the northern powers. Unfortunately, at home it was plain that friction was arising. The political, military, and naval authority of the States was centred in the half-hereditary House of Orange, by which is meant that election was practically restricted to this one family. But Oldenbarneveldt was advocate of Holland, where the Republican party was uppermost. Yet it was religion and not politics that finally separated the two friends. The great rivalry between the two branches of Dutch Calvinism, the Remonstrants and the Counter-Remonstrants, liberals and strict Calvinists, came to a head in a famous controversy between their leaders, Arminius and Gomarus. The States declared in favour of the Arminians, the party to which belonged both the House of Orange and Oldenbarneveldt. But the Counter-Remonstrants proved defiant, and it became necessary to appeal to force. Though Maurice confessed he did not know whether predestination was blue or green, he yielded to the persuasions of the advocate's enemies, and offered his military services to the Counter-Remonstrants. Oldenbarneveldt urged the State of Holland to raise irregular forces of its own, and claimed that Maurice must take his orders from that authority and not from the States General. But Maurice and his soldiers were irresistible. A large majority took up the Counter-Remonstrant cry for a national synod, and the Remonstrant leaders, among them Oldenbarneveldt and Grotius, were arrested. While the Synod of Dort, representing most of Protestant Europe, was engaged in condemning the Remonstrants and drawing up its own confession of faith, an illegal court, packed with his personal enemies, was conducting Oldenbarneveldt's trial in the harshest manner. He was condemned to death, and Maurice declined to interfere with the sentence. The old advocate was beheaded on May 13th, 1619. "Do not believe that I am a traitor to the country," were his last words to the assembled crowd. "I have always acted as a good patriot, and as such I shall die." The verdict of history has confirmed his defence. If Orange was the founder, Oldenbarneveldt was the master builder of the United Netherlands. His death was due to the malignity of his enemies, and casts a dark shadow upon the reputation of Maurice of Orange. The fall of Oldenbarneveldt postponed for 30 years the struggle between the House of Orange and the Republican party. Maurice was sovereign in all but name till his death. He was unmarried and did not care about the title. Yet nothing, he admitted, went well with him after the advocate's execution. On the expiration of the truce with Spain, he took the field against Spinola, and achieved one success in the relief of Bergen op Zoom. But his failure to rescue Breda cut him to the heart and hastened his end. On his deathbed he settled the succession upon his brother Frederick Henry, the son of William the Silent and Louise de Coligny, whom he had also trained to be the heir of his fame in war. During the reign of Frederick Henry, 1625 to 1648, the power and prosperity of the House of Orange reached its greatest height. Reference has been made to the famous period of discovery, literature, and art, which won for his age the name of golden. The prince, who had inherited the diplomatic gifts of his father, with the military genius of his brother, was exactly the ruler to foster the growth of the monarchy in Holland, and this development is the chief interest of his reign in European history. While Frederick himself took the field, gaining in a series of campaigns an important line of border fortresses, Hertogenbosch, Maastricht, and Breda, his clever wife, Amalia of Solms, conducted political and diplomatic business, and transformed Maurice's quiet household into a court. In the diplomacy of the 30 Years' War, Holland played an important part, and two great naval triumphs over Spain in 1631 and 1639 signalised her growing sea power. At Frederick Henry's death in 1647, the House of Orange had attained sovereign rank. The Act of Survival had already declared the hereditary succession of his son, William II, whose marriage with Mary, daughter of Charles I, linked his family with a great reigning house. End of section 20. Section 21 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. The French Reformation, Part 1. The French Reformation must not be regarded as a side issue of the German Reformation, for it had a character all its own. The Church in France had always been somewhat independent of Rome, and the reform movement there never threatened, as it did about the time of the Diet of Worms in Germany, to become national. The Huguenots were always a minority, perhaps about 1/30 of the population, while in Germany by 1580 the Protestants have been estimated at 27/30 of the whole. The many political divisions of the empire favoured differences of opinion, but for bare national existence France needed a centralized government and uniformity of religion. Thus in Germany the Reformation could succeed partly. In France it must succeed altogether or fail. Independence of thought may be said to have been the watchword of Germany, but a stricter and more binding moral law was the aim of the French reformers. It has been remarked that the German reformer fought against the Pope, the French reformer against the devil. Edwards. The personal interest of the French Reformation, especially of its heroines, is stronger than in Germany. Each movement, however, gave birth to a great Protestant reformer, the one to Luther, the other to Calvin. Lastly, Protestantism was strong in North Germany and South France. South Germany was finally recovered by the Roman Church, but had the Reformation come 50 years sooner, it might possibly have succeeded in the south of France. The French Reformation struggle is so long and complicated that a general plan of its course may be sketched here. The first stage is that of growth, the second of organization as a religious party, the third of organization as a political party, the fourth of the triumph of the political party over the religious party. At this point, with the massacre of St. Bartholomew, the real reform movement ends. The wars of religion now become a struggle for the throne between the Guise and the Bourbon factions, or in other aspects, a contest between tyranny and republicanism, or between national independence and Spanish rule. The accession of Henry of Navarre in 1589, followed by his admission to the Roman Church, cannot be regarded as an Huguenot victory, and is succeeded by the Catholic reaction. The Reformation entered France hand in hand with the Renaissance, and the welcome given by the royal house to the latter saved the former from a severe reception at first. About 1520 the new movement gained a footing in Paris with the evangelical reformers Lefebvre, Farel, Marot, Briçonnet, and Margaret, Queen of Navarre, sister of Francis I. Lefebvre's translation of the New Testament into French enabled him to set up the Bible as the sole standard of faith. Under Bishop Briçonnet, Meaux became the centre of a band of preachers inspired by Lefebvre, of whom the chief was Farel, the young and imaginative apostle of Switzerland, and Marot, the favourite poet of Francis I, whose beautiful version of the Psalms did much to make Protestantism popular. Lastly, there was Margaret of Valois, the patroness of learning and darling of the court, who presented the reformed religion to the world in its most attractive aspect. When she left Paris to become the Huguenot Queen of Navarre, Meaux already eclipsed Paris as the headquarters of Protestantism, and challenged the opposition of the Sorbonne, or theological faculty, of that university. During the king's captivity in 1525, the Parliament of Paris set on foot persecution, but at Francis's return the clouds temporarily lifted. Unfriendly relations with the Pope, his sister's great influence, and the attraction of reformers' learning had for the king nearly led him to adopt their cause. This, however, was not to be. The wild outbreaks against the Mass forfeited his sympathy. The Catholics convinced him that the success of the Reformation would hopelessly divide the country. Pope Clement VII succeeded in involving France in a new Italian war, and at the same time in making his cousin Catherine de' Medici Dauphiness. For these reasons, Francis I finally decided against the Reformation. Though the new ideas rapidly spread in the provinces, there was up to this point no union between those who held them. But in 1536, the year of Lefebvre's death, appeared the Institutes of the Christian Religion, upholding the reformers' religious views as being quite compatible with the character of good citizens. This remarkable book, dedicated to the king and written by a young man of 26, had the effect of welding the French Reformation into one whole, and of giving it the distinctive name Calvinist. Its author, John Calvin, 1509 to 1564, born in Picardy of well-to-do and respected parents, had studied law at Bourges and Paris. In the capital he fell under the influence of the reformers, and on account of his views he was forced to leave the city. Before long he settled in Basel, a town teeming with the new ideas, and there he published the Institutes. This book, the critical outlook upon religion of a deeply spiritual mind, became the code of law for the new church. Calvin, at Farel's entreaty, was soon actively engaged in work in Geneva. The free imperial city was French in language, which may account for the fact that it, and not German-speaking Basel, was destined to become the new Rome of the Protestant Church. Much friction and mental activity was generated on this meeting ground of four races, under the curiously divided authority of the bishop, the Duke of Savoy, and the citizens. During Calvin's first stay of 2 years he tried to carry out a thoroughgoing reform in the life of the city, but his severity defeated his object, and he and Farel were driven away. 3 years later he was recalled with a free hand to rule the Church. First he drew up a scheme for the education of ministers, so that before long Geneva was the mine whence came the ore of heresy, which was distributed throughout France, Holland, England, and Scotland. In Geneva was set up the consistory of 6 ministers and 12 annually elected elders. They were responsible for the city's morals, and with the aid of the civil government had power to punish lapses from a very exacting standard. Attendance at church was compulsory. Disrespect to parents, card-playing, the wearing of gay clothes, frivolity and irreverence were punishable offences, and the penalty of heresy was death. The Genevan model of church organization was copied wherever Calvinism took root, whether in Europe or America. In France, the congregations were organized during the second period of the Reformation. Each congregation formed a distinct church, ruling the life of the community through its consistory of ministers, deacons, and elders. The pastor and 1 elder represented each church in the district meeting. Above this stood the provincial synod, and at the head of all the national synod, which in 1559 drew up at Paris the Calvinist Confession of Faith. The only recognized sacraments were baptism and the Lord's Supper, of which latter Calvin, differing from both Catholics and Lutherans, taught the doctrine of a real presence revealed only spiritually to the faithful. The Bible was to be the sole standard of belief, but no salvation was possible without the fold of the Church. Though the constitution of the Church was democratic by means of the election of all officers but Calvin himself, obedience to authority was strictly enjoined. It was not until after Calvin's death that the well-known views of free grace and predestination came to the front. Calvin lived to see his Church firmly settled in many countries, and he remained both Pope and Emperor of Geneva until his death in 1564. Gloomy as was his teaching, and severe and unaesthetic as were its practices, it lived in the Huguenots, the Dutch, the Puritans, the Covenanters, and the Pilgrim Fathers, as a purifying and reviving force in the history of nations. By 1535, Francis had definitely decided against the Reformation, and as soon as there was a lull in the Italian War, persecution began. For nearly 10 years, the Waldenses, the peaceful and law-abiding followers of Peter Waldo, whose only crime was association with the Lutherans, were treated with merciless severity. Finally, in 1545, they were abandoned to the cruel president of the Parliament of Aix, whose troops destroyed their village and slew a population of 3,000 in the space of 2 months. Next year a descent was made upon the reformers of Meaux, 14 of whom were tried, tortured, and burnt by the Parliament of Paris. Yet it was evident by the time of Francis's death that Protestantism had gained ground everywhere except in the northwest. Henry II, 1547 to 1559, however, did not share his father's interest in the reformers' learning, and he was strongly influenced by their enemies, the Constable, the Marshal, and the all-powerful favourite, Diane de Poitiers. The Guises recovered their influence at court, which had lately waned. Persecution became more active. A special chamber of the Parliament of Paris, set apart for the trial of heretics, soon justified its name of La Chambre Ardente. The Church, as well as the civil courts, were empowered to deal with heretics, and from neither jurisdiction was there any appeal. Yet it was at this time that the movement reached its highest level of purity of belief and of motive, in the completion of its organization, and in the saintliness which every age of persecution seems to manifest. Even the orthodox Parliament of Paris had become infected with the new ideas before the end of Henry II's reign. The accession of Francis II, 1559 to 1560, Henry's eldest son, coincides with the beginning of the third period of the Reformation, the political organization of the Protestants. Here ends the purely religious interest. Motives become mixed, and the movement declines in moral force. But it appeals to a wider circle. Converts were first found about this time among the noble or military classes, which had been set free by the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis. 3 great families controlled the state of parties, and each was represented by 3 distinguished brothers. The young King Francis II was, at the age of 16, entirely in the hands of the Guises, the uncles of his wife, Mary, Queen of Scots. Though regarded as semi-foreigners, the Guises had in their veins the blood of all the royal houses of France, and were the grandsons of that René of Lorraine who had recovered his duchy from the clutches of Charles the Bold. They were fanatically Catholic, popular with the lower classes, and therefore strong in northern industrial France, and ambitious of supreme power. Through their sister, Mary of Lorraine, James V's widow, and regent of Scotland for her daughter, Mary Stuart, they worked the Catholic interest of that country to the utmost, hoping to make good their niece's claim to the English throne in despite of Queen Elizabeth. The Scots Protestants, headed by the lords of the Congregation, therefore, made successful overtures of alliance to both Elizabeth and the French Protestants. The long-standing enmity between France and Spain, although just officially closed by the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis, nevertheless kept Philip II in constant dread of the Guise policy, and obliged him to be civil to Elizabeth. It was not until the danger of a union between France, Scotland, and England had passed away with Francis II, and in a secondary sense with the improved position in England of the Tudor Queen, that the Catholic sympathies shared by the Guises and Philip were able to draw them together, with the disastrous results to France known as the Wars of the Catholic League. The Guises of whom we have spoken were the three brothers: the Cardinal of Lorraine, a subtle, suave, and commanding personality; Francis, Duke of Guise, the hero of Metz and Calais, less able but more straightforward than his brother; and the Cardinal of Guise, altogether less prominent than the other two. They were supported on the whole by the great nobles, the clergy, the official classes, and the peasants, and geographically their influence was strongest in Paris, north-east France, Toulouse, and Brittany. Of the same religion as the Guises, but separated from them by personal dislike, was the house of Montmorency, whose head was the stern and upright old Constable, Coligny's uncle. They formed at first, with the Queen Mother and the Chancellor l'Hôpital, what may be called the Middle Catholic party, but when war broke out, they supported the crown against the Huguenots. Foremost in rank on the Protestant side stood the house of Bourbon, an offshoot, like the Guises, of the royal family, but next to the throne after the reigning Valois, and ready to dispute place and power with the Guises. The head of the family was Antony, through his wife Joan, Margaret of Valois' daughter, King of Navarre by courtesy, a soldier and a Calvinist, but far too much of a weathercock to make a party leader. Louis, Prince of Condé, the second brother, small in person, gay and gallant, had been converted to Calvinism by his wife Eleanor, Coligny's niece, and showed some of the strong qualities of a leader. The third brother belongs to the Catholic party, for Charles, Cardinal of Bourbon, leapt into fame for a short space only as the Leaguers' king, Charles X. of France. The third of the great governing families was the house of Châtillon, which gave to the French Reformation the one man it produced of supreme fitness for leadership, Gaspard de Coligny, Admiral of France. He had served his country well, having delivered Paris from a Spanish army in 1557 by his dogged defence of Saint-Quentin, yet, like William III of England, he was more successful in retrieving disaster than in winning battles. In his military ordinances he had shown himself stark and stern in reducing to order an insubordinate soldiery. But his gifts were those of a statesman rather than of a general. He had yielded slowly to the reformed opinions, and at last was persuaded by his wife to declare himself a Calvinist. He hoped to heal internal disorders by making war upon Spain, and by a definite attempt at colonization. His settlements in Brazil and in Florida, if successful, would have placed France in the forefront of colonizing nations. Coligny was of middle height, ruddy and well built, with a pleasant voice and calm eyes. He was highly educated and an enthusiastic art collector, yet a man of solitary tastes and too honest to be a perfect diplomatist or courtier. He was just and honourable, with a moral force that won him undisputed authority over his party. Something of the Old Testament leader, something of the fearless, unworldly character and primitive faith that have set apart General Gordon in our own age, were united in Coligny with a sound, balanced judgment. The three Châtillon brothers were said to be kindled as by one soul. The Cardinal, Odet, sympathized with the Reformation, and the youngest, Dandelot, a very brave and popular soldier, was, though a Calvinist, a friend of the king, and regarded by the Guises as one of their most formidable opponents. The chief supporters of the Huguenot party were to be found among the lesser nobility and the gentry and the trading and artisan classes. Their influence was strongest in a district lying between Orléans and Avignon, bounded by the rivers Loire and Rhone. Politics as well as religion entered into their programme of reform. They demanded the reassembling of the States General, which had not met for 75 years, reduction of taxation, the abolition of the sale of offices, and the exclusion of foreigners from important posts. The Parliament of Paris, though on the whole favourable to their views, was jealous of any plan to revive the States General. End of section 21. Section 22 of Europe in Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. The French Reformation, Part 2. Between these two parties stood the Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, watching as an ambitious woman and an Italian for the long postponed chance of exerting her influence. She had possessed her soul in patience under the slights of her husband and his court till the accession of her son. At the age of 40 she was at her best, without pretensions to charm, but full of vitality, indefatigable and witty. Her nature was steel smooth and cold. She lived apparently without either attracting or feeling affection. By nature and education she was crafty, but not deliberately cruel. Though her conduct was not hampered by ordinary notions of right and wrong, her own life was respectable, and she had great self-control and common sense. The Guises immediately took possession of France on the king's death. A reign of terror followed, directed by the Cardinal of Lorraine, with the military support of the Duke of Guise. 2 attempts were made by the Huguenots to overthrow this tyranny. By the first, the tumult of Amboise, Navarre and Condé failed to get possession of the king. By the second, a constitutional movement led by Coligny and supported by Catherine, they secured a promise that the States General should meet to discuss religious and political grievances. Meanwhile, the Guises made the most of the time by managing the elections and arresting both Navarre and Condé. Only the sudden death of the feeble king saved the latter from execution. As the second Valois boy, now Charles IX, 1560 to 1574, was only 10, Catherine secured the regency after satisfying Antony of Navarre, the nearest prince of the blood, with the lieutenant generalship of France. Her intentions were to rule with the help of the middle party, the Constable and l'Hôpital, and thus set up an eternal balance between Catholics and Huguenots. By way of beginning the reduction of the Guises' power, she compelled them to dispatch their niece, Mary Stuart, to her own kingdom, and to set free the Bourbon princes. The long-delayed States General met at Pontoise. The Huguenots, who were in the majority, brought forward their political reforms, and also demanded that a national church of the reformed opinions should be established. At the conference of Poissy, some of the chief partisans of both sides were present to discuss the two religions, among them l'Hôpital, who was of all men the most capable of working Catherine's policy of balance, if it could be worked at all, on account of the respect in which he was held, and his power of appreciating the good in each religion. As Chancellor, he had influenced the Parliament of Paris against persecution, and he hoped to turn men's minds from religious strife in the direction of reform. Though the conference of Poissy, which was his idea, did not arrive at any reconciliation, By the Edict of January, both religions were made legal in France, the Huguenots being allowed to gather for worship outside walled towns. But the balance thus fixed soon failed, for the extreme wing of each party defied compromise, and the position was altered by the Constable joining the Guises, with whom he had always been in religious sympathy, and by the desertion of Navarre, whose vanity and weakness had been played on by the Guises and by the Pope. The Guises, led by the triumvirate, the Duke, the Marshal, and the Constable, were aware of their power and bent upon the decision of the sword. An unexpected opportunity came when Guise, with a body of retainers, was riding through Vassy. His men, pushing their way into a barn where a Huguenot service was quite legally being held, caused a disturbance which ended with their firing upon and killing some 60 of the congregation, 1562. As the Duke supported this outrage, the massacre of Vassy became the signal for civil war. The Guises forthwith obliged the king and his mother to return to Paris, which the Duke, contrary to Catherine's orders, had occupied with his forces. The Huguenots' failure to secure either the king or the capital shows that they were taken by surprise, and it told heavily against them. Since the massacre of Vassy startled the country, the Huguenot nobles had been mustering in Paris, and their number astonished the Catholics. The signal for action was Condd's declaration that he came to deliver the king from the triumvirate. Both sides appealed to the German princes for help, which was forthcoming in each case. Queen Elizabeth also sent troops to the Huguenots, on the understanding that she should be compensated for the expense by the immediate possession of Havre and the future possession of Calais. Speaking generally, each of these short civil wars followed the same course: a siege, a battle, a peace. Rouen and Orleans were the first Huguenot strongholds to be attacked, 1562 to 1563, and it was hoped that by besieging the first the English would be prevented from getting a foothold in Normandy. Condd's hasty march to join his friends in the north drew the enemy away from Orleans and caused the Battle of Dreux. Rouen, however, was finally stormed and sacked by Guise's soldiers. Navarre, indeed, lost his life, but that was a gain to the Huguenots, since Condd assumed the headship of his house during the boyhood of young Henry of Navarre. At the Battle of Dreux, Marshal Saint-André was killed and the Constable captured. Soon after, the third member of the triumvirate, the Duke of Guise, while superintending the siege operations at Orleans, was shot in the back by the Huguenot fanatic Poltrot. The surviving chiefs met at Orleans, and under Condd's lead issued the pacification of Amboise. Huguenot worship was to be allowed in the nobles' houses and in all towns which had held Calvinist services before 1563. The result of the first war was to embitter party feeling, and by removing the triumvirate, to place power once more in Catherine's hands. From this moment, too, realizing that Coligny was her chief rival, she changed her policy. She threw herself on the Catholic side, and to weaken Condd's influence, caused the king, though only 13, to be declared of age. In a royal progress through the kingdom, it appears that some plan for the forcible destruction of the Protestants in France and the Netherlands was arranged even as early as this, with the legate and the Duke of Alva. The Second Civil War, 1567 to 1568. Alarmed by rumours, the Huguenots tried by the enterprise of Meaux to seize Charles, and failing, marched on Paris, hoping to end the war at a blow. But the Battle of Saint Denis, in which the old Constable fell, was a drawn engagement. The peace, really only the truce of Longjumeau, left matters as at Amboise. Soon after, the dismissal of l'Hôpital from court marks the failure of his policy of toleration. The Third Civil War, 1568 to 1570, was provoked by the Catholics' attempt to seize Condé and Coligny. Through the forest tracts of central France they escaped to Rochelle, held by La Rochefoucauld, which became thenceforth the chief Huguenot stronghold. Thither too came the southern nobles and Joan of Navarre with her son Henry. The royal army, under the nominal command of the king's next brother, Henry of Anjou, but actually led by Marshal Tavannes, entered the south, and in the spring of 1569 encountered Coligny at Jarnac. In a desperate effort to retrieve the day, Condé was shot after surrendering his sword, and the 300 nobles fighting round him fell almost to a man. The Calvinist cause seemed crushed, but the loss of Condé, brilliant and popular as he was, made way for far stronger leaders, Coligny and Joan of Navarre. The admirals soon put a second army into the field, with German and Flemish reinforcements, and they besieged Poitiers. After a 7 weeks' able defence by Henry of Guise, the son and successor of the murdered duke, the siege was raised by Anjou at severe cost to the Huguenots. The clamorous German mercenaries drove Coligny into a still more disastrous battle at Moncontour, resulting in a loss of 10,000 killed or taken, and of guns, standards, and baggage. But the stubborn resistance offered to Anjou by the Huguenot towns, the premature recall of the Spanish and Papal forces, and the king's jealousy of his brother, gave Coligny time to raise yet another army, and without further important fighting, the war was concluded by the Peace of Saint-Germain. The terms were almost as favourable to the Huguenots as if they had been victorious. 1. Previous edicts to their advantage were confirmed. 2. 2 places in each province were added to the number of those where services might be held. 4 cities of refuge, Rochelle, Montauban, Cognac, and La Charité, were placed in their hands. 3. Calvinists were admitted to all public employments. 4. They were allowed to appear before Calvinist judges. The Peace of Saint-Germain is a landmark in the war, not only because more fully than any previous treaty it recognized the Huguenot position, but because it coincides with a change in the Queen Mother's foreign policy. Coligny's idea of a national war against Spain was eagerly taken up by Catherine and Charles. There was much talk of marriage alliances between the king's sister Margaret and Henry of Navarre, between Charles himself and the Emperor Maximilian II's daughter Elizabeth, between Elizabeth of England and Henry of Anjou. Though the last proposal ended in talk, Elizabeth agreed to the sending of a French expedition to help Orange, while Charles renewed negotiations with the German Protestant princes with a view to their support in the Netherlands. The Battle of Lepanto had deepened Charles's jealousy of Philip, and the capture of Brielle by the Sea Beggars convinced him that the moment had come to strike at Spain. At this point, Catherine discovered that the king was drifting from her own influence under Coligny's, and she swiftly decided upon the admiral's removal. She succeeded in setting at rest his distrust, so that he surrendered 3 of the cities of refuge, and encouraged Joan of Navarre to visit Paris about her son's marriage with the Princess Margaret. Joan's death, soon after her arrival, was set down as usual at the period to poison, but of this there is no real evidence. The Huguenot world crowded to Paris to witness their leader's wedding on August 18th. On the 22nd, as Coligny was walking from the palace to his lodging, a bullet fired from a house belonging to the Guise faction broke his arm. The king, greatly upset, threatened an inquiry. The alarm and indignation of the Huguenots was unbounded, while in Catherine's eyes Coligny, scotched but not killed, became more dangerous than before. She hastily took counsel with her Italian supporters and Anjou, and browbeat the miserable king into consenting to her plan. Charles, as he yielded, exclaimed that not an Huguenot must be spared to reproach him with Coligny's death. This fell in with Catherine's view that in a general massacre Coligny would only seem to share the common fate. Once the signal for killing the leaders was given, the mob of Paris would answer for the rest. At midnight on August 23, 1572, the ringing of church bells ushered in St. Bartholomew's Day. At this signal, parties of armed men turned into the streets, recognizing their fellow Catholics by a white badge. Guise had personally undertaken to dispose of Coligny. The admiral, weak from his recent wound, was aroused by a tumult on the stairs, but he received his murderers with perfect calmness as he propped himself kneeling against his bed. They thrust him through with a pike and flung the still living body from the window into the courtyard below, where Guise was waiting to receive it. Besides Coligny, his son-in-law Teligny and La Rochefoucauld were slain. Henry of Navarre and young Condé were spared on condition they became Catholics. During the day and on the next, 2,000 of their followers perished in Paris, and the movement spread through other towns, including Meaux, Orléans, and Rouen, finally reaching Bordeaux and destroying in its course from 20 to 30,000 souls. The massacre did not, however, produce any change in the political situation. Rome and Madrid expressed their joy, and the English court went into mourning, but Henry III's share in the crime did not prevent his election to the throne of the partly Protestant Poland. Elizabeth promptly resumed her negotiations with Alençon, and Orange still clung to his policy of liberating the Netherlands with French aid. Immediately after the massacre broke out the Fourth Civil War, 1572 1573, consisting mainly of sieges of the chief Huguenot strongholds, among which that of La Rochelle stands out for its stubborn and successful defence. The election of Anjou, who commanded the besiegers, ended the war. By the Treaty of La Rochelle, liberty of conscience was secured to all Huguenots, with liberty of worship in Rochelle, Montauban, Nîmes, and Sancerre. After St. Bartholomew, the character of the French Reformation changed in several ways. First, a third party, the Politique, came to the front, who, though Catholics themselves and led by the Montmorency family, notably strengthened the Huguenots. Their war cry was liberty of conscience, but weariness of strife and personal ambition rather than religious enthusiasm were the mainsprings of their conduct. Secondly, the growth of political theory and experiment became a feature of Calvinism. The loss of many of the military nobility in the war brought forward the middle class and the preachers. Democratic ideas spread in the form of pamphlets, or took shape in the two small republics of Languedoc and Upper Guienne. In fact, the South, the stronghold of the Politique, under its elected governor, Damville de Montmorency, became almost independent. The Politique, having loudly but unsuccessfully called for toleration, arranged a general rising in the South and Normandy, which became the Fifth Civil War, 1574 1576. At this time the king, who, though thoroughly unbalanced, was the best intentioned of his family, died of consumption, haunted at the last by visions of St. Bartholomew. Henry III stole away at dead of night from Poland, where he had been extremely unpopular, to claim his new crown, 1574 1589. Several of the old leaders had passed away since he left France, and a Catholic revival was setting in. But the Fifth War was ended by the Peace of Monsieur, with the best terms the Huguenots had yet secured. 1. It sanctioned Huguenot worship throughout France except near Paris. 2. Cases concerning Protestants were to be tried by chambre mi-partie, Catholic and Calvinist judges in equal numbers, in every parliament. 3. 8 cities of refuge were handed over. This peace was fiercely criticized by the Catholics in general and the Guises in particular. It therefore hastened the Catholic revival, and caused many old provincial associations to merge themselves in a new league which originated in Picardy, which rested on armed force, and aimed at the defence of Church and King. At a meeting of the States General at Blois, it adopted much the same reform programme as the Huguenots had brought forward at Pontoise. It controlled its members so absolutely that they almost ceased to be French citizens. The Guises, from being the main supporters of the crown, now became the leaders of a democratic movement to dispose of the crown at the will of the people. Active rivalry between Guise and Bourbon for the throne of the Valois had in fact begun, and the League, in the borrowed plumes of Huguenot republicanism, entered upon its 20 years' destructive career, fostering civil war and swallowing up some of the most cherished institutions of France. End of section 22. Section 23 of Europe and Renaissance and Reformation by Mary A. Hollings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. The French Reformation, Part 3. Henry III was at first puzzled how to deal with the League, but he could not wink at the Guises' daring claim to his throne. He turned to the States General at Blois for help. But in the course of drawing up a constitutional reform, the Catholics' demand for the exclusive recognition of their religion brought on the Sixth Civil War in 1577. Alençon, who had been playing with the Calvinists, and Damville both joined the Royalists, and only Elizabeth's timely aid enabled Navarre to cut short hostilities, mainly in the west, by the Treaty of Bergerac. It justified the saying, the worse the fortunes of the Huguenots in war, the better their luck in treaties. Except that the right to worship was confined to places actually in their possession, and that the chambres mi-parties were limited to the south, their position was unchanged. No one, however, believed that peace would last, and a quarrel between the king and Henry of Navarre about Cahors, claimed by the latter as Margaret's dowry, led to the lovers' war in 1580. A great slaughter of Catholics took place at the disputed town, but the strife was local and hardly deserves the name of the Seventh Civil War. It was closed by the Peace of Flex, confirming the Treaty of Bergerac. 5 years followed without an important outbreak, and men had time to observe with disgust the demoralization of the court and of the country. Henry III, who had shown more bodily and mental vigour than the rest of his degenerate family, declined into a luxurious fop. This curled and scented king, fantastically dressed and surrounded by favourites as brainless as his pet lapdogs, gave himself up to a life of pleasure, occasionally relieved by superstitious acts of penance. Constant brawls and duels took place between his mignons and the followers of Guise. Murders and other crimes became incessant and almost unremarked. Jealousy between the king and Monsieur Anjou was partly at the bottom of the fiasco of the latter's appearance in the Netherlands, compared with which his death in 1584 was an event of real importance. But it left Henry of Navarre heir to the French throne, almost at the moment when Orange's murder marked him out as the natural champion of Protestantism, and it led to the offer to Henry III of the sovereignty of the United Provinces, which, as we have seen, he declined. Meantime, the League became aggressive under Guise, whose ability, courage, and fascination made him a formidable leader. By the Treaty of Joinville in 1585, the League united with Philip II to root out heresy in France and the Netherlands, and upon the death of Henry III to crown the Cardinal Bourbon. The Leaguers published a reform manifesto and made themselves masters of Metz, Toul, and Verdun, and a ring of fortresses barring invasion from Germany, Switzerland, and the Protestant south. Paris was dominated by the 16, members from the 16 quarters, who speedily usurped its government. Much as the king hated the necessity, he was obliged to yield to the Guises, and by the Treaty of Namur he withdrew all previous promises of toleration. Calvinists refusing to change their religion were to leave the country in 6 months. Northeastern France passed entirely under the control of the Guises, who drew a revenue from the state for their expenses. Immediately after the treaty, Pope Sixtus V excommunicated Navarre and Condé, and declared them incapable of succeeding to the throne. The 8th Civil War followed, popularly known as the War of the Three Henries, 1585 to 1589, since the king and the Duke of Guise were opposed to the King of Navarre. The Huguenot outlook was not encouraging, for the king's lieutenants, Mayenne, Joyeuse, and Epernon, were dispatched into the south. The Protestants had little influence elsewhere except in Normandy, and across the northern frontier Parma's triumphant advance might shortly place his unrivalled services at the League's disposal. In the opening campaign, Navarre's brisk movements gained him considerable reputation, and at Courtras, where Joyeuse was killed, he won the first Huguenot victory in the open field. Guise, having assembled the forces of the League at Nancy, disregarded Henry III's express orders and entered Paris amid great rejoicing. His object, after consultation with the Spanish envoy, was to compel the king to take drastic measures against heresy. Henry, vainly attempting to assert his authority, became a prisoner in the Louvre, while Guise rode unarmed through the city, quieting the populace. Finding the situation intolerable, the king stole out of Paris with a few attendants to bid without success for the support of the estates at Blois. There again the hand of the League was mighty, and to Henry there seemed but one way of escape from such thraldom. He summoned the duke and his brother the cardinal to a council at Blois. Guise, who had been warned of danger, scorned precautions. As he stepped into the royal antechamber, he was treacherously stabbed by the bodyguard. The cardinal was arrested and murdered next day, but the remaining brother, Mayenne, escaped to Burgundy. To the queen mother lying on her deathbed, Henry III announced that at last he was king of France, for he had killed the king of Paris. But the League, bitterly enraged by the murder of its idol, took stronger measures to assert itself. Mayenne, now lieutenant general of the realm, governed Paris with a council formed from the League and its branches, which spread all over the kingdom. The Spanish ambassador became its confidential adviser. The Sorbonne, urging that the crown was really elective, proposed the deposition of Henry. At last, at his wits' end, the king threw himself upon the protection of Henry of Navarre. At Plessis-les-Tours, preparatory to a common attack upon Mayenne, they agreed upon toleration of the Huguenots. Then they marched on Paris to strike at the very heart of the League, when a friar named Jacques Clement avenged the murdered duke by stabbing Henry III as he was reading a petition. So, to the joy of his people, perished the last of the Valois, 1589. Henry of Navarre, 1589 to 1610, was now, as Henry III had acknowledged in his dying moments, the lawful king of France. To declare himself a Catholic, as his friends advised, would forfeit the support of the Huguenots, so he merely agreed to receive instruction and turned to military preparations. The League acknowledged the Cardinal of Bourbon as Charles X, and with the support of the lesser clergy, the official class, the Pope and the King of Spain, seemed powerful indeed as compared with Henry, whose foreign allies, England, the German princes, and the United Provinces, were cautious and poor. But as a party leader, Henry was a host in himself. His wit, his irresistible spirits, his frank sympathy with every class of his subjects, his real military ability and splendid daring, combined to make him the most popular king France ever knew. Faults of private character he had in plenty, but it was much in his favour that a brave nation should feel that in him they had once more a king who was every inch a man. Henry's object in his opening campaign was to cut off Paris from the northern region which supplied her food. To keep in touch with England he occupied Dieppe and frustrated Mayenne's attempt to dislodge him in the Battle of Arques. Reinforced by Lord Willoughby's band of English, the king advanced on Paris, between which and the enemy he placed himself by the capture of Dreux. To save the capital, Mayenne gave battle at Ivry, March 14th, 1590. There the Leaguers were completely routed, at a cost to the victor of only about 500 lives. Henry's order to spare all Frenchmen caused his troops to slake their vengeance on Mayenne's foreign allies, and both Count Egmont and the Duke of Brunswick fell in the slaughter. Unfortunately, Henry missed his chance of taking Paris by assault, and settled down to a 3 months' blockade. When 30,000 of the inhabitants had died from hunger, and the rest were reduced to eating rats, mice, grass, and even the flesh of children, Parma was ordered to march at all costs to the rescue. Combining forces with Mayenne, he stormed Lagny on the Marne, threw provisions into the city by way of the river, and forced Henry to raise the siege. During a short absence of Mayenne, Paris fell into the hands of the 16, who indulged their Spanish sympathies by putting to death some members of the Parliament who opposed their views, by seizing the treasury and drawing up proscription lists of the politiques. Mayenne, with a soldierly dislike of disorder, returned promptly and hanged the ringleaders, whose downfall put an end to the League as a revolutionary government. After Parma's return to the Netherlands, Henry invested Rouen in 1592, the last of the Leaguers' northern strongholds. In spite of its splendid defence, Parma had once more to be called to the rescue. Henry raised the siege, hoping to enclose Parma, who had planted himself between Caudebec and Rouen, and cut off his retreat. Escape seemed impossible, for neither bridges nor transports for the river were available. But once more Parma proved himself a master of resource. Fortifying both banks of the Seine to cover his retreat, with the utmost secrecy he collected everything in the neighbourhood that could float, and transported his army by night. Henry came up to find the enemy beyond the range of his guns. It was one of Parma's most famous exploits, but it was also his last. The question of the succession brought together the States General in 1593. The League, as an avowed partisan of Spain, supported Philip II's proposal that his daughter Isabella should be declared inheritress of the French throne through her mother Elizabeth of Valois. But neither the Estates nor the Parliament would hear of any violation of the time-honoured fiction of the Salic law. So it was suggested that the Infanta should marry the young Duke of Guise, who should be crowned king. This conclusion Mayenne, who had hoped to reign himself, was resolved to prevent, and Henry was ready to offer the only real solution of the problem. After receiving instruction, he formally entered the Roman Church, and as Rheims was still held by the League, was crowned at Chartres, 1594. In the much discussed conversion of Henry IV, there cannot have been any sacrifice of conviction. Religious opinion sat lightly upon the man who declared himself to be of the religion of all who are brave and good. He has not unjustly been called the Prince of the Politique, whom Tavannes defined as those who preferred the repose of the kingdom or of their own homes to the salvation of their souls. This repose Henry alone could secure for France. No Protestant could ever hope to become the national king of a people of whom at least 9/10 were Catholic. It was equally clear that the Huguenot leader was the man to win toleration for the Huguenot minority. Henry's declaration had immediate effect. The great majority of Catholics joined him. Under the benign influence of gifts amounting to a year's revenue, the League began to melt away. The real price of Paris, declared by Henry to be worth a mass, was a big bribe paid to its governor. Henry at last entered his capital, and as the Spanish garrison marched out, he sent greetings to Philip, adding with meaning, "But do not trouble to return." As Mayenne and his cousin Mercoeur still held out in the hope of turning their governorships of Burgundy and Brittany into independent provinces with Spanish help, Henry declared war on Spain, 1595 to 1596. The Pope's absolution cleared the ground under his feet, and he strengthened himself further by an offensive and defensive alliance with England and Holland. Picardy became the chief scene of operations, and the most important events were the capture of Cambrai and Amiens, and the surprise of Calais by the Spaniards. By great exertions Henry recovered Amiens, and the retreat of the Archduke Albert opened the way for peace. Philip II was mortally ill, and desired to settle the affairs of his successor and of his dear daughter Isabella, especially in view of the great progress made by Maurice of Nassau. Thus came about the Peace of Vervins, 1598. 1. Henry recovered the Picard towns conquered by Spain. 2. Savoy agreed to submit Saluzzo to papal arbitration. Neither England nor Holland, it will be noticed, chose to be included in the treaty. At home Mayenne had already been bought over and remained loyal, but there was still Mercoeur, who had succeeded in capturing the affections of Brittany. As the result of Henry's personal influence, he submitted and surrendered Nantes, where was issued the famous edict which closed the wars of religion, 1598. Of its 7 chief clauses, the first 3 deal with the religious, the last 4 with the political aspect of the question. 1. Private worship and liberty of conscience were allowed to the Calvinists throughout France. 2. 200 towns, 2 cities in every district of a certain size, and over 3,000 castles might hold public Protestant worship. 3. A grant was made toward the support of Protestant schools and colleges, and the publication of Calvinist books was legalized. 4. Huguenots received full civil rights with admission to all public offices. 5. Special chambers whose judges must include one Huguenot were set up in the local parliaments to try cases concerning Protestants. 6. The possession of 200 towns was guaranteed to the Huguenots for 8 years, their garrisons being maintained by the crown. 7. With royal permission, the Huguenots might hold synods and provincial political councils. Catholicism was thus acknowledged to be the religion of the country, but the Protestants, though in the position of dissenters, were without civil drawbacks and were protected by securities. Their failure to establish their church as the national faith was due mainly to their small numbers and to the craving of France for unity. The Catholics had powerful allies in the crown, the city of Paris, and the law courts, and the support of the national revenue and of superior foreign aid. Calvinist excesses cooled the zeal of moderate disciples. Massacre and expulsion had reduced their numbers. Owing to the difficulty of getting noble and bourgeois to work together, they lacked party organization and unity. The loss of Coligny, the one leader who commanded the respect of all, was irreparable. And brave as were the gentry, they did not prove very reliable soldiers. The edict has been criticised for granting too much political, too little religious liberty. That is to say, that it did not admit any general principle of toleration, only the right to worship in certain towns and castles. On the other hand, such political privileges as the right to hold federal assemblies and to send deputies to present petitions at court marked out the Protestant community as a state within a state, and went beyond even modern ideas of local independence when based merely on religious differences. As time went on, the Huguenots displayed a desire to develop their political organization still further, until they attracted the notice of Richelieu, with fatal results. End of section 23.